Honourable members, the Speaker.
I acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples who are the traditional custodians of the Canberra area and pay respect to the elders, past and present, of all Australia's Indigenous peoples. Almighty God, we humbly beseech Thee to vouchsafe Thy blessing upon this Parliament. Direct and prosper our deliberations to the advancement of Thy glory and the true welfare of the people of Australia. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be Thy name. Thy kingdom come, Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive them that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For Thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. I present the report of the Australian Parliamentary Delegation to the 149th Interparliamentary Union Assembly held in Geneva, Switzerland, and bilateral visit to Paris, France from 13th to 18th of October 2024. I'm pleased to present the report of the Australian Parliamentary Delegation to the 149th IPU Assembly held in Geneva and the visit to France. It was an honour and privilege to lead the delegation, which comprised of Senator the Honourable Linda Reynolds, CSC, Senator Deborah O'Neill, the Honourable Warren Ench, and Mr Graham Perrott, MP. The theme of the 149th Assembly was harnessing science, technology and innovation for a more peaceful and sustainable future. Senator O'Neill and I contributed to this debate. The delegation was particularly active during the Assembly, and the highlights of our contribution at the Assembly included my appointment as chairperson of the Subcommittee on Finance, Senator O'Neill's appointment as the Bureau of the Standing Committee on Democracy and Human Rights, as well as her appointment as the President of the Committee. The advancement of Senator Reynolds' work on orphanage trafficking, including securing the agreement of the Standing Committee on Democracy and Human Rights to debate implementation of the 2023 IPU resolution on orphanage trafficking at the next Assembly. I congratulate and thank Senator Reynolds for her leadership. The Assembly held an emergency debate on the theme, Response by Parliamentarians to the Urgent Plea by the United Nations Secretary-General to Recommit to Multilateralism for Global Peace, Justice and Sustainability. The debate culminating in a resolution on the same theme, which calls on the international community, including the IPU membership, to end the appalling impact of conflict on children and take other action to protect vulnerable persons. During our visit to France, the delegation was officially received by Madame Yael Braun-Pivet, President of the National Assembly at Bourbon Palace. I presented the official guest of Parliament invitation to the President. The delegation met with Madam President alongside Ms Eleanor Carreau, MP, the Vice President of the Foreign Affairs Committee at the National Assembly. The delegation was able to meet with Senator Laure Hervé, Vice President of the Senate, as well as Senator Florence Balech-Contrar, Chair of the France-Australia Friendship Group, and Senator Georges Natrial, Senator for New Caledonia. The delegation also met with Pierre Robaudin, the Deputy Mayor of Paris in charge of sport, the Olympic and Paralympic Games and the Seine, as well as Mr. Etienne Trouba, General Director of the Paris Organising Committee for the 2024 Olympic and Paralympic Games. The delegation finally travelled to the Arc de Triomphe, where I was able to lay a wreath on behalf of the Parliament of Australia at the tomb of the unknown soldier. It was an honour for me to then participate in the rekindling of the flame ceremony at the tomb of the unknown soldier on behalf of Australia. On behalf of the parliamentary delegation, I'd like to thank those who supported the 149th IPU Assembly and our bilateral visit to France, which was accompanied by the Clerk of the Parliament, including the arrangements by staff of the International and Parliamentary Relations Office and staff from the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade. A final special thank you goes to our Committee Secretary, Dr. Jane Thompson. I commend this report to the House. Move the call to the Assistant Minister.
Thank you, Speaker. I present the Australian Public Service Commissioner's State of the Service Report for 2023-2024.
Give a call to the Chief Government Whip.
Thank you, Speaker. I declare that unless otherwise ordered, the following bills stand referred to the Federation Chamber for further consideration. 1. Surveillance legislation, confirmation of application Bill 2024. Midwife Professional Indemnity Commonwealth Contribution Scheme Amendment Bill 2024. Health Insurance Pathology Fees Repeal Bill 2024. Health Legislation Amendment Modernising My Health Record Sharing by Default Bill 2024, and Competition and Consumer Amendment Australian Energy Regulator Separation Bill 2024 at the adjournment of the debate on the motion for the second reading of each bill. And 2. Commonwealth Entities Payment Surcharges Bill 2024, Commonwealth Entities Payment Surcharges Tax Imposition Bill 2024, and Commonwealth Entities Payment Surcharges, Consequential Provisions and Other Matters Bill 2024 at the adjournment of the debate on the motion for the second reading of the Commonwealth Entities Payment Surcharges Bill 2024.
Before I call the clerk, I'm pleased to advise the Chamber that in the gallery today are students from Pitt Town Public School in the electorate of Macquarie. A warm welcome to you all to Parliament House. And I call the clerk.
Government business, order of the day number 1, surveillance legislation, confirmation of application Bill 2024, resumption of debate on second reading.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the Manager of Opposition Business.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I rise to speak on the surveillance legislation, confirmation of application Bill 2024. This bill relates to information obtained in the course of Operation Ironside, which was conducted by the Australian Federal Police between 2018 and 2021. As of June 2024, Operation Ironside has resulted in 392 alleged offenders charged with 2,355 offences. These offences include crimes such as trafficking in illicit drugs, money laundering and dealing in the proceeds of crime. One of the central features of Operation Ironside was use of a dedicated encrypted communications application, the ANOM app, which allowed surveillance of alleged organised crime networks. Relevantly, the bill before the House clarifies certain aspects of the operation of Australia's Telecommunications Interception and Access Act 1979 and other relevant legislation as they apply to information obtained during the police operation. The use of information obtained through the ANOM app has been challenged on at least 2 occasions in courts. The central basis for those challenges has been a claim that the information was obtained by, quotes, intercepting, close quotes, of messages sent through the ANOM app. Section 7 of the Telecommunications Interception and Access Act prohibits the interception of communications passing over a telecommunications system except where certain criteria apply, such as where the interception is authorised by a warrant. You cannot intercept communications unless authorised. However, the word intercept is not defined in the Telecommunications Interception and Access Act. Instead, Section 6 of that Act explains what is meant by the phrase, quotes, interception of a communication passing over a telecommunications system, close quotes. It says that interception, quotes, consists of listening to or recording by any means such a communication in its passage over that telecommunications system without the knowledge of the person making the communication, close quotes. It is clear that, under the law, for there to be an interception, there must be a communication which is listened to or recorded, quotes, in its passage over the telecommunications systems, close quotes, and, quotes, without the knowledge of the person making the communication, close quotes. Both the South Australian Supreme Court and Court of Appeal have considered how these concepts apply to information obtained through the ANOM app. And the South Australian judiciary, which at appeal stage relevantly included the Acting Chief Justice, has made clear that the use of the ANOM Act does not involve an interception for the purposes of that Act. Instead, the ANOM Act sends a completely separate message comprising a copy of the original message and some additional data to a server. The information on that server can then be lawfully accessed by police if authorised by a warrant under the Surveillance Devices Act 2004. This distinction is technical but important. What this bill does is clarify the operation of the law in a way that is consistent with the position taken by the courts to date in relation to a limited number of specified warrants. This certainly is welcome and no doubt will assist in the continued investigation and prosecution of criminal organisations which profit from harming the Australian community. I thank the House.
The question is this bill be now read a second time. Give the call to the Assistant Minister.
I move that debate on this bill be adjourned to a later hour this day.
The question is that the debate be adjourned and the resumption of the debate be made an order of the day for a later hour this day. I'll put the question. Those opinion say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Government business, order of the day number 2, Commonwealth Entities Payment Surcharges Bill 2024, resumption of debate on second reading.
I understand that it is the wish of the House to debate this order of the day concurrently with the Commonwealth Entities Payment Surcharges Tax Imposition Bill 2024 and the Commonwealth Entities Payment Surcharges Consequential Provisions and Other Measures Matters Bill 2024. There's no objection. There being no objection, the Chair will allow that course to be followed. The question now is that this bill now be read a second time, and I give the call to the Shadow Treasurer.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, I rise to speak on the Commonwealth Entities Payment Surcharges Bill of 2024 and associated bills. It's important to set out the circumstances under which these bills were introduced, Mr Speaker. They have been introduced to address a historic issue in the authorisation of surcharges charged by Commonwealth entities. Since surcharges were established and regulated by the Reserve Bank in 2003, Commonwealth entities such as the Australian Taxation Office and Services Australia have charged surcharges for using certain payment methods, for example, credit cards. The practice enables Commonwealth entities to provide a range of payment options for customers who are paying fees and charges to the Commonwealth. And it's consistent with how surcharges are used, of course, in the private sector to make payments. While there was no standardisation or whole-of-government approach to the application of surcharges by Commonwealth agencies, they have been generally accepted as an appropriate tool to cover the cost of these Commonwealth agencies using payment platforms that often charge merchant fees or, in this case, government fees. On the 23rd of October 2024, the New South Wales Government announced that following advice from the Auditor-General, it had concluded that the New South Wales Department of Customer Service had been unlawfully charging surcharges. The opposition has been advised that following the announcement by the New South Wales Government, the Commonwealth Treasury and Department of Finance commenced work to ensure that Commonwealth entities charging surcharges were doing so with an appropriate authorisation. Treasury and the Department of Finance, in consultation with the Reserve Bank, the Australian Taxation Office and Services Australia, concluded that it was likely there was no appropriate authorisation for the charging of surcharges by many Commonwealth entities. The opposition has been advised that this analysis is supported by legal advice from the Australian Government Solicitor. However, the opposition has not seen this advice. We were advised by the government on Friday that the government intended to progress legislation urgently through the Parliament to authorise the historic use of surcharges going back to 2003, as well as going forward, and this legislation was introduced into Parliament on Monday. The bills formally authorise Commonwealth entities to collect surcharges for payments that have legislative authority. The formal authorisation is both retrospectively from the 1st of January 2003, that is the date that surcharges were first established and regulated by the RBA, and prospective as well. The bills also create a power for the Minister for Finance to make legislative instruments, which are subject to sunsetting and Senate disallowance, that set whole-of-government payment surcharging policies for Commonwealth entities. The scope of this power is important, Mr Speaker. Under the legislation, Commonwealth entities must take all reasonable steps to comply with the surcharging policies when deciding to charge or collect a surcharge. This is intended to ensure consistency of surcharging practices across the Commonwealth and alignment between Commonwealth practices and broader reforms being introduced across the whole of the economy. However, under the legislation, a Commonwealth entity's failure to comply with the surcharging policies does not invalidate its decision to charge a payment surcharge. Furthermore, there is no obligation on Commonwealth entities to refund a payment surcharge where the entity has refunded in full or part the base payment. The opposition is concerned, therefore, that there are not appropriate incentives to ensure compliance with the surcharge policy if and when one is made. We will work with the government on this and related issues while acknowledging the context within which this legislation was introduced. We will therefore not oppose the bill in the House and finalise our position in the Senate based on our ongoing discussions with the government. I take this opportunity to thank the Finance Minister and her office for making her staff and officials available to the opposition for a briefing and for their continued good faith engagement with her and her office. Thank you, Mr Speaker.
The question is the bill be now read a second time. I'll give the call to the Assistant Minister.
I move that debate on this bill be adjourned to a later hour this day.
The question is that the debate be adjourned and the resumption of the debate be made an order of the day for a later hour this day. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Call the clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 5. Online Safety Amendment, Social Media Minimum Age Bill 2024. Resumption of debate on second reading.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the honourable member for Banks.
Well, thank you very much, Mr Speaker, and the Coalition will be supporting this bill. Mr Speaker, back in June, the opposition leader Peter Dutton stood up in Sydney and committed the Coalition to implementing an age limit of 16 for social media in Australia within 100 days of the election of a future coalition government. And he did that because he believes passionately in protecting Australian children from harm. He's done that all his career, Mr Speaker, whether as a police officer, whether as the Minister for Home Affairs and in so many other roles in this place. And when you think about it, Mr Speaker, what is more important than protecting children from harm? It is one of our very highest responsibilities in this place. Now, I'll come to the specifics of the bill in a moment, Mr Speaker, but first I want to note at the outset that the Coalition has negotiated two significant improvements to this bill with the government. These have been agreed with the government and will be presented in the final version of the bill to be presented in the Senate. Firstly, the legislation will include a specific provision that nothing in the bill allows a social media company to compel the provision of digital ID or government-issued identity documents such as passports or driver's licences. This is an important addition and further strengthens the privacy provisions in the legislation. Secondly, the government has agreed to a coalition request to provide the minister with a clear power to specify steps that are not required to be taken by social media companies to comply with the legislation. While the E-Safety Commissioner will be responsible for formulating guidelines on what constitutes reasonable steps under the bill, the minister may direct that specific actions are not required in order for the platforms to satisfy that reasonable steps test. This is also an important addition as it allows the minister to ensure that enforcement of the legislation is always appropriate and proportionate. These are both significant changes and we look forward to their inclusion in the final bill to be presented to the Senate. Now, to come to the bill, Mr Speaker, and the issue which is at its core. It's been my view for a long time that the protection of children from social media is one of the defining issues of our era. Every parent worries about this. We worry about what our kids are seeing. And we worry about what they're exposed to on platforms like Snapchat, TikTok, Instagram. And Mr Speaker, we're right to worry about it because the data is clear. The mental health of Australian children, especially girls, has deteriorated badly in the past decade. For instance, self-harm hospitalisations by girls aged 10 to 14 have increased by more than 300% over the past decade. Leading psychologist Dr Simon Wilkes, a strong supporter of setting an age limit for 16 for social media, said, a 200% increase in 10 to 14-year-olds experiencing an eating disorder over the last 12 years strongly overlaps with the rapid growth in social media use by children. And of course, we also recall that it was the US Surgeon General, Dr Vivek Murthy, who made the important point. The mental health crisis among young people is an emergency, and social media has emerged as an important contributor. And I want to come back in a moment to some of the families that have spoken out so passionately on this issue, Mr Speaker. Now, some people say that the rise of the precise correlation in the rise of the timing of the rise of social media and the rise of the mental health crisis amongst Australians is just a coincidence. Now, that argument should be treated with the absolute contempt that it deserves. We would expect social media platforms to make that argument, and I'll come back to them. But in my view, it is shameful that some of the so-called experts, lobbyists and other groups make that same argument too. They should have the courage to make that argument to some of the courageous parents that many of us have met. People like Wayne Holdsworth, who lost his son Mac. People like Matt and Kelly O'Brien, who lost their daughter Charlotte. People like Rob Evans, who lost his daughter Liv. I've been very privileged to meet with many parents over the past months, Mr Speaker. And when we come together today for vote for this legislation, that's who we're fighting for. We're fighting for every child who's been devastated by social media. We're fighting for the children who are still too young to have experienced these toxic environments. And we're fighting for the children who are yet to come. Now, Deputy Speaker, the key provision in this legislation is a requirement on social media companies to take reasonable steps to identify and remove underage users. And I want to say, Mr Speaker, this is a very similar provision to what we see in similar legislation in the United States, in states like Florida and Utah and Louisiana. Those states use terms like reasonable steps or reasonable endeavours and then empower a regulator to oversee that process. It's the right structure. And it's the right structure because it requires social media companies to actually do something to remove underage children from their platforms, as opposed to what most of them do now, Mr Speaker, which is nothing. Now, if they don't take reasonable steps under the legislation, they can be fined up to $50 million. So this will get their attention, Mr Speaker, and will require them to take action. And we know they can do it now. And one of the reasons we know is because TikTok has told the Australian Parliament that it can do it now and does do it now. So TikTok gave evidence to a parliamentary inquiry, and this is a very important point, Mr Speaker, gave evidence to an inquiry of this place saying that in 2023 they removed 76 million users, underage users, from their platforms, including 1 million in Australia. Now, they did that without requiring any provision of documents by adults or any digital ID or any of these sorts of things that they're seeking to talk about now. And they did that by using their technology. These are the most sophisticated technology companies in the world, Mr Speaker, except when it comes to protecting children. Meta is worth $2 trillion Australian dollars. Imagine if they got $1,000 every time they identified an underage child. Do you think they get pretty good at it? I do. And we know from TikTok's own testimony that they can do it now, and they do it now. But the industry does not want to be placed under any obligation to do this, and we know why, Mr Speaker. Because it's going to cost them a lot of money. And the reason it's going to cost them a lot of money is because there are a lot of underage kids who shouldn't be there on these platforms. And the platforms are able to monetise those underage kids by selling advertising to those accounts. Now, Deputy Speaker, it's somewhat ironic that I find myself having such a strong view on this issue and pursuing this issue as we have for such a long time. I spent my whole career in technology before I was elected to Parliament. I was head of digital for Nine Entertainment Co. And worked in many digital businesses over the years. Digital has been overwhelmingly a positive thing for our country. 99% of the digital revolution has been a good thing. But this 1% is an evil, dark part of the internet that we have to take on head on. And this legislation helps move in that direction. So the companies are going to say it's all very complicated and it's all very hard, and of course they would say that because they're trying to defend their position. But once this law is in place, Mr Speaker, their incentive, of course, is to make this process as smooth as possible, and that's what they'll do. And that's what we've seen that TikTok has already been doing, Mr Speaker. Now, to briefly go back to the amendment, Mr Speaker, there's a lot of discussion about privacy. And on another bill, Mr Speaker, the misinformation bill, you'd be aware that the coalition passionately opposed that bill, and I think I could fairly say that I led that fight on behalf of the coalition, and we were very pleased when that bill was withdrawn. It was an appalling piece of legislation that would have compromised the free speech of Australians. This bill is not that. This bill is about saying we don't want young kids in unsafe environments. Mr. Speaker, for decades we've had rules about classifications for movies and TV shows. Now, presumably nobody is suggesting that we should allow children to attend X-rated movies. I don't see anyone putting their hand up and saying, you know, it's a terrible restraint on the rights of children that a 10-year-old can't attend an X-rated movie. And we're not saying that because it would be absurd and ridiculous. In my view, Mr. Speaker, it is equally absurd and ridiculous to say that these digital platforms should have no requirement to identify and remove underage children who should not be in those environments. And so that's what we've got to tackle with this legislation. Imagine if we went back 15 years, Mr. Speaker, and said, look, here's what we're going to do. We're going to create this thing called social media, and we're basically going to allow any child on earth to enter into that environment. We're going to have adults in there. It's going to be anonymous if you want it to be. You'll be able to provide that child with any information or images or videos in that environment. You'll be able to bully that child or harass that child or provide material to that child that's entirely appropriate for them at that stage of their life development. Imagine we went back and said we're going to do that. Imagine there'd been a bill in this parliament to say, well, let's do that. We would have said that's outrageous. You can't do that. But, Mr. Speaker, that's what's happened. So what we need here is the intellectual clarity and strength to see through that and to act upon it. And this legislation is not perfect. Nothing in this space will be perfect. And people can talk about edge cases and, well, could someone do this or could someone do that or could it be evaded in this circumstance or that? Those things will happen. But they happen with every rule or regulation we put in place. We have an alcohol rule for kids under 18. But we don't say, well, look, some kids are going to drink underage, so let's just not have a rule. We don't say some people are going to speed, so let's just have no speeding limits. I think it is an argument that just frankly doesn't make a lot of sense. But the tech platforms are very smart, very sophisticated, and they will continue to pursue that. I want to thank a few people. Until recently, I was just an occasional listener to Nova 96.9. I want to thank Michael Whippley and Rob Galuzzo and the whole 36 Months campaign. They have acted with incredible integrity, passion and drive. They've made a significant influence on this national debate, and they can be very, very proud of what they've achieved. I want to thank Jane Rowan from Eating Disorders Australia, a courageous person speaking up for the rights of children in this space. And I also want to thank some courageous academics like Dr. Danielle Einstein of Macquarie University and Dr. Simon Wilkes of Flinders University, who has spoken with exceptional passion on this issue. Dr. Wilkes and Dr. Einstein have called a spade a spade. Dr. Wilkes organised a letter signed by more than 100 of Australia's top mental health professionals and professionals dealing with eating disorders that basically said enough. We've got enough research, we've got enough experience, we've got enough of a track record of the horrendous data that we're seeing. Enough. Time to act. Put in place an age limit of 16 for social media. It won't be perfect, but it'll be infinitely more perfect than what we've got now. And Dr. Simon Wilkes is worthy of immense respect for his work. Equally, Dr. Danielle Einstein of Macquarie University, I think, has very much lived up to her name, Deputy Speaker. She has shown an immense ability to marshal the research in this area to demonstrate the appalling statistics that we're seeing for the mental health of Australian girls and kids more broadly, and to say that the time for action is now. And so to Dr. Einstein and Dr. Wilkes, I want to thank them. I also want to thank Danny Alachi and the Heads Up Alliance in Sydney. They have done a lot of work in this area, speaking up for parents and saying we need action. They did something very similar on the mobile phone ban in New South Wales, which has been very successful, and the Minns government deserves credit for that. And they've also spoken out very clearly on this issue as well. Now, they are concerned that this legislation doesn't go far enough, and I respect those concerns, but I deeply appreciate all of their work, and I believe that they should be honoured for the efforts that they have taken in putting in place and helping to put in place this national debate and to create this legislation. And I want to thank the government. We've obviously had a lot of discussions about this issue. I'm pleased that the Prime Minister has supported this move and this legislation has come forward. But most of all, I want to thank the Leader of the Opposition, Mr Speaker. You might say, well, I would do that. He's my boss after all. But this is a leader with guts. This is a leader who says what he believes and takes action. And he knows, like I think almost all Australian parents know, that what's going on right now in social media is utterly unacceptable. And small measures, incremental steps are not enough. We need to take a stand and we need to say we're going to impose age limits, knowing that there'd be immense opposition from the digital platforms, knowing that not everyone would agree, and knowing that the digital platforms would seek to weaponise this debate. He did it anyway. And that is a mark of him as a leader, and it's very consistent with everything he's done throughout his career in standing up and fighting for children and protecting them and giving Australian families as much comfort as we can that this parliament is on their side and is going to work very, very hard to protect them and do everything we can. And again, I thank the Prime Minister for his involvement in putting forward this legislation as well. In closing, Mr Speaker, this is a significant piece of legislation. The Coalition has negotiated some very important protections on privacy. They strengthen privacy protections. They ensure that no platform can compel the provision of digital ID or driver's licences or passports or anything like that. That's not what this is about. This is not about political communication in Australia. It's about protecting our kids. It won't be perfect, but it will be infinitely perfect than what we have now. And when this legislation passes, I believe that we can all be very satisfied that we've done something meaningful, something real, and something that will help Australian families and shows us united in standing up against the tech platforms who for too long have shown no regard for the mental health of Australian children, and we need to stand up to that, and we need to put in place this legislation to help support that effort. Thank you.
I thank the honourable member for Banks. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Riverina.
Twice I have been in the ABC studio being interviewed by Greg Jennett opposite the Assistant Minister for Trade, Senator Tim Ayres, when the topic of child safety and the internet arose. And on the first occasion, it was when the South Australian Labor Premier, Peter Malinowskis, announced that he was going to put a bill similar to this in place in his state. And I was asked off the cuff what I thought about it. And sometimes you get blindsided in a presser, in a media conference, about things that have just arisen. And yet, when it's good legislation, when it's good for society, you don't mind backing it in, even though it might come from the other side. And I know Mr Malinowskis reasonably well, and I know he was concerned enough to put forward this particular motion at the time for South Australia. And I welcomed it. And I said, when it is good legislation, it should be supported, and I'm sure that the South Australian Liberals will give it the credit it deserves. And just yesterday, again, I found myself in the studio when I was asked the question about this particular federal legislation before the House today. And put on the spot, I said, well, don't necessarily ask me this question about this, but ask the parents of those young people who have been bullied to the point where they felt it necessary to take their lives. What would they think? What would those families think? And to that end, I have to give credit to the Daily Telegraph and its editor, Ben English. They have been campaigning on this for some time. And I know the Shadow Communications Minister, Member for Banks, has just praised the opposition leader, and I share that praise. I know that the Member for Dixon announced this in June 2024, that a coalition government would implement an age limit of 16 for social media within 100 days of being elected. That's what he said at the time. And I'm in the chamber at the moment opposite the member for Richmond, another Labor member, but she served as a police officer on the Gold Coast for 7 years. Not an easy beat. She would know, as do we all do. As I look around this chamber, every one of us is a parent. And the first order of being a parent is to look after your kids. The first order of a police officer is to protect your community. And this is what this legislation is about. Is it perfect? No. But sometimes you have to let the perfect go to achieve the good. And there is a lot of good in this legislation. But to be honest, and I'm not being political, I'm a little surprised and disappointed that the speakers list is full of only coalition and crossbench speakers. I would have liked, expected, hoped that government members would have come in to speak about this, because this is too important not to get up on your feet and go to your microphone and to talk about, not just for yourselves, not just for your own family, but for the communities you serve. It is important legislation. I mentioned before the campaign that the Daily Telegraph has been running, and in particular, they have been doing a documentary. They've been following a campaign called Charlotte's Wish. And if you watch the video, if you read what that poor little girl, Charlotte O'Brien, 12 years old, 12 years young, 12 years young, who asked that her story be told to stop bullying and save lives. And in a 2-month investigation, the Telegraph interviewed 8 families who've lost children to suicide in the face of bullying, and dozens of other people whose lives have been ripped apart by the devastating impact. And so for all of those people who will contact our officers, who will say you're siding with Labor, who will say that children who are aged 14 or 15 should be able to have social media, think of Charlotte O'Brien. Think of those parents who, particularly this Christmas and every Christmas from now on, will have an empty chair at their table. They will never, ever be able to live their lives as they would have otherwise once done. They will always have that hole in their heart, that emptiness in their soul, because they have lost a child. And in the English language, there is the word orphan. It is a word to describe a child who's lost their parents. There is the widow and widower for a spouse who's lost their loved one. There is no word in the English language for a parent who's lost a child. And do you know why that is the case? The reason that is so is because parents should not lose a child. They should not lose a child. It's not nature's way. It's not the normal thing. But the O'Briens and so many other families interviewed by the Telegraph found people who belong in that category of parents who've lost a child. And the investigation that the newspaper undertook uncovered a disastrous patchwork of school-based policies, skills and enforcement to support families as bullying evolves and a tech-driven wave leaves victims with no escape. And there is no escape. And it's been a long, long time since I've been to school, more years than I care to remember. But when I went to school, there were bullies. There were bullies in the schoolyard, in the classroom. We were strapped to within an inch of our lives by the Christian Brothers, and I probably deserved every one I got, but that's by the by. I think I grew up okay. But once we got on the school bus and once we arrived at the front gate at home, the bullying stopped. There was no bullying. But these days, a lot of kids have got these. They got an iPad, they got a laptop, they got a computer, and the bullying never stops. It's ceaseless. And whether it's bullying about how you look or what you wear or how your body shape is, or just the fact they don't like you, it continues. And I have to say the member for Forrest has been a champion at having conversations and conferences about this very thing, about bullying. And I say to every school group that ever comes into Parliament or I ever go to their classroom, when you get social media, don't write something on social media you wouldn't like to have said about yourself. Don't do it. Because it's wrong. And some kids cope better than others. Some kids are more resilient than others. And sometimes it's more than just friendship issues, it's more than just exclusion issues, but it's those things and so much more. And, you know, we look at little Charlotte O'Brien. What a beautiful young girl, what a happy soul she seemed to be. And then, of course, we had Dolly Everett. She was just 14 when she took her own life. I mean, 12 years old, 14 years old. Sorry, I should have said the word young. Tilly Rosewarne, she was just 15. Lauren Rafferty, she took her own life on Mother's Day in 2021, just 12. And the list goes on and on. And the Telegraph came across helpless girls and boys who were told by their tormentors they should kill themselves. They were told they were fat and ugly. They were called rats and monsters. Now, we sometimes are unkind to one another in this Parliament. I think there's only ever been one, sad to say, parliamentarian who's taken their own life out of the more than 1,200 who've sat in the House of Representatives. But we're unkind to each other. We should be better. But this is a robust chamber of debate. The schoolyard is not. It is a place where kids should be nurtured and loved. There should be kids. I grew up reading Enid Blyton, for goodness sake, and playing with matchbox cars and cowboys and Indians, and that's how I remember my child. I didn't go to uni, thanks very much, member for Fisher. But yes, it's probably true to say I played with them for longer than certainly kids would these days. But that was how I remember my life, and it was great. And I hope that I try to instil upon that upon my 3 kids and soon to be two grandchildren. I mean, that is what being a parent is about. And parents can't always these days, because of the fast-paced world in which we live, be able to monitor everything their kids are doing on their phones, on the internet. And you've got dreadful predators out there preying on these children. And 16 is, I think, an adequate cut-off point. Yes, kids are very mature, much more mature than I ever was at 14 or 15, but they at 16, I think, is a good starting point. Look, as I said, there is a bit about this legislation that can be improved and hopefully will be improved, and I appreciate that once passed, and it will be, let's be honest, it may be modified in the Senate, but it will be passed. That potentially could be updated as we go on. But rest assured, whatever we decide in the House of Representatives or later on in the Senate, it is calling these big tech companies to account. They make trillions of dollars on the back of our kids, of our young ones, of vulnerable people in society, and they should be answerable. They should be accountable. As the Shadow Communications Minister quite correctly pointed out, they'll say, oh, it's all too hard, it's all too difficult for identification and all these things, but I tell you what, they can do a whole lot of other things with their technology, and I think it's just the right and proper thing to do. And like I say, they'll make all sorts of excuses, but they're making a lot of money. And you know, going back to little Charlotte, I mean, she sent a photograph of herself crying to a friend, and she wrote, "I'm sorry." Her friend, who knew Charlotte was distressed and being bullied at school, was frantic. Sorry for what she messaged, before calling her repeatedly. "Answer, please. Are you all right? Please tell me you're all right." But Charlotte wasn't all right, and she ended her life that night. Now, as I say, you look at the photographs, and many of them have been published with her parents' consent, and you look at the photos of her, and you just wonder why has that life been extinguished. Kelly O'Brien said her daughter will be with us wherever we go. Her parents have set up an online fundraiser for Kids Helpline, and that is a very good charity. If you can donate to it, please do. Parents who launched a fundraiser for this, her parents said that they would never want us to be broken by her 12-year-old daughter's suicide in the wake of that. And at her funeral service, she was remembered as beautiful and kind, and of course she was. Every kid is, and even kids who are doing the tormenting, who are doing the bullying, just need to be put on the straight and narrow. They need love like anybody else, but they also don't need to be subjected to what the internet often offers, and that is predators. That is people who would seek to do harm to them. That is people who will groom them, and that is all sorts of nefarious websites and the like. And I know even on some of those gaming sites, there is a messaging service there. We need to look at all of these aspects of the legislation. Pleasing too that Snapchat will be included, as it should, because all of these social media platforms, be it Instagram, be it Facebook, be it X, formerly known as Twitter, whatever the case might be, in the wrong hands, it can lead to tragedy. We do not want to see the sorts of tragic circumstances that we have seen, that the Daily Telegraph has so profoundly and alarmingly published in recent weeks and months. So I say again, this is important legislation. Everybody will not agree with it. People say government shouldn't be parenting our kids, and in some aspects of that I understand fully where those parents' concerns are at. But our first order of priority as parents is to look after our kids and to provide a safe and healthy environment in which they can grow up. First order of government is to protect Australian people per se, and to make sure that they have the best possible society in which to live. This legislation helps to provide both.
Here. Order. I thank the honourable member for Riverina. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Fisher.
Thanks, Mr Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on this legislation with a mix of relief and some frustration. I'm relieved that this Labor government has finally legislated what the coalition, what the Leader of the Opposition, what myself, what the member for Flinders have been fighting over for a very long time. And I include also the member for Banks, the shadow opposition, the shadow communications minister. I'm relieved on behalf of the desperate parents who have called for the government to step up on this issue. But I'm frustrated it's taken so long. I'm frustrated with the lack of conviction from this government, and I'm frustrated with the way that ill-informed proponents are seeking to conflate this legislation with other issues such as parents' rights and privacy, which are, of course, very important. Mr Deputy Speaker, the member for Flinders and I, among with others, have just concluded an historic inquiry into social media through the Joint Select Committee on Social Media and Australian Society. Over the course of almost a year, the committee heard testimony from over 200 families, experts, some so-called experts, and victim survivors, the majority of whom support age assurance as one tool to help keep kids safe online. The fact is that children should not be required to keep themselves safe on platforms that are inherently dangerous and for which they lack the developmental capacity to navigate safely. We know that parents are the best judges of how their children should be raised. But what parents told us throughout the course of the inquiry is that they are at a loss as to what to do and how to navigate their parenting through this journey. And it is plain to see from the evidence provided to the committee that big tech cannot be trusted to self-regulate in the interests of Australian users, particularly Australian children. The E-Safety Commissioner said harder-edged regulation is what's necessary. I don't know that there's anyone that can credibly say self-regulation has worked. Reset Tech Australia warned that harm happens as governments wait for self-regulation and co-regulation to fail. The simple fact of the matter is that what we've been doing is not working. We need change, and we needed change, and we needed it yesterday. Now, those that would say that the status quo should continue are either living in a delusion or they are complicit. Research highlighted in the roadmap for age verification showed that nearly half of all 16 to 18-year-olds had first encountered pornography before the age of 16. Over a third of them through social media feeds, ads, messages and group chats. Now, Mr Deputy Speaker, this is not the pornography of yesteryear. This is hardcore, violent, misogynistic pornography which is impacting upon what young people consider what constitutes a normal sexual relationship. Early exposure to pornography can significantly harm a young person's sexual development and their mental health. Yet, in a public hearing on the 28th of June 2024, TikTok representative Mrs Woods Joyce claimed that there's no pornography on TikTok. On the same day, Ms Antigone Davis appeared on behalf of Meta as its Vice President and Global Head of Safety, and she said, "We don't have pornography on our site." So let me just correct that statement. It's not just pornography either. Pedophiles, predators, criminal gangs are using social media to sexually exploit and abuse young Australians, especially our young boys. In the 22-23 financial year, the ACE, the Australian Centre to Counter Child Exploitation, received over 40,000 reports of child sexual exploitation. The AFP charged 186 offenders with 925 child exploitation-related offences. In the first 6 months of 2024 alone, the ACE received 560 reports of sextortion. These are just the reported cases. What about the thousands of cases where young men, young Australians and families were too embarrassed to report them to authorities? The AFP shut down over 1,800 bank accounts linked to offshore organisation sextortion gangs. Evidence supplied to the committee named Meta, Snapchat, TikTok, WhatsApp, Skype, Discord, Telegram, GChat, Roblox and so many other social media and digital platforms as facilitating abuse by predators. And when asked how many child sexual abuse material reports were made by Australian end users, platforms redirected their answers, proving adept at the politician's pivot. The obfuscation and opaque responses to questions from this parliament show that you cannot trust big tech to keep kids safe from sexual harm. At the same time, the use of algorithms is driving mental and physical ill health. These social media companies advertise alcohol and vapes with targeted advertising. They exacerbate eating disorders and body image issues through Fitspo and fad diets. They market gambling products, promote radicalisation and extremism, and facilitate foreign interference and anti-Semitism. We heard from the parents of eating disorder survivors and victims. We heard from recovered alcoholics and the loved ones of those who simply drank themselves to death. And we heard from our intelligence agencies about the role of social media in amplifying and enabling foreign interference and social discord. And heartbreakingly, Mr Deputy Speaker, we heard from the loved ones of those young Australians who took their own lives as a result of cyberbullying. We heard from Ali Helkic, whose son Alam tragically took his life after relentless cyberbullying by an adult perpetrator. Mr Helkic felt that had he known more about the online danger his son was facing, he would have behaved differently in how he allowed his son access to a phone and to social media. We heard from the brave mum, Emma Mason, whose daughter, Tilly Rosewarne, took her own life at just 15 years of age, following a relentless campaign of bullying which catastrophically escalated on social media. I spoke about Tilly during the course of the inquiry into social media, highlighting her case as an example of avoidable harm. And we've all heard the story of Dolly Everett. After a chilling and tormenting campaign of cyberbullying and physical violence, this promising 14-year-old student who had the world at her feet tragically took her own life. Dolly's brave parents, Tick and Kate, have since worked hard through the Do It for Dolly initiative to raise awareness around cyberbullying. After Dolly's death, I convened a meeting of the DigiGroup, the peak body for these online platforms, and I left that meeting feeling like I'd just met with Big Tobacco last century. The platforms have consistently refused to acknowledge their role in the harm perpetrated against young Australians. I promised then that I would be a thorn in their side. Since then, I've pushed for age assurance, restrictions, transparency and liability for these big tech companies. Australians can depend on one thing, and that is that the Leader of the Opposition, that this opposition, the Shadow Communications Minister, me, the member for Flinders and members on this side of the House will hold big tech to account. The question many have asked is, will age assurance fix these problems? Mr Deputy Speaker, be under no illusion. Australians should be under no illusion. There is no silver bullet. There is no panacea. Keeping kids safe online will require a multi-pronged approach. However, we know that age restrictions and age assurance will slow down and deter some users who would otherwise have a free pass to inappropriate content and contact. There are elected parliamentarians, corporate shills, misinformed public spokespeople who continue to spout untruths about this issue. Let me remind Australians, just because you see something on social media, even from a trusted source, doesn't mean it's true. You have been misled by vested interests at the big end of town. Age assurance is not identity assurance. It is not new. It is not a tool for parents. It is a tool for parents. It is not a substitute for parenting. When you prove your age to purchase alcohol, access a discount or enter an adult store, your data is not stored. You are age verified, not ID verified. But I want to send a huge shout out to the member for Banks, the shadow opposition Minister for Communications, who secured an incredibly important amendment to this bill, which means that any government cannot require under this bill, and nor can any social media platform under law require a user of a social media platform to provide digital ID or provide government ID in the form of a passport or a driver's licence. That will be expressly prohibited under this bill. And the member for Banks should receive a huge bouquet for securing that exemption or that amendment to this bill. In her statement to the US Congress, Facebook whistleblower Frances Haugen said that social media companies want you to believe that the problems we're talking about are unsolvable. They want you to believe in false choices. They want you to believe you must choose between connecting with those you love online and your personal privacy. The age assurance trial should examine all options available to address privacy concerns and protect kids online. It is a balance which can be struck without Labor's dangerous digital ID proposals. And the member for Banks, who's just walked into the chamber, has done just that. He's secured that amendment, and he should be applauded. Despite the degree of self-interest from social media platforms that want us to think this is all too hard, from even mental health groups that have been totally self-interested, receiving financial money from social media platforms that came into the social media inquiry and saying, all too hard, nothing to see here. Unbelievable that mental health groups who purport to look after the welfare of Australians could be bought with 50 pieces of silver. Absolute disgrace. Shame on you. Frances Haugen also said, when we realised tobacco companies were hiding the harms it caused, the government took action. When we figured out cars were safer with seatbelts, the government took action. We know the harm caused by social media companies as a facility for foreign interference, a platform for predators, and as an amplifier for extremism and psychological distress. It is time for government to intervene because industry has proven to be complicit in perpetrating and perpetuating harm upon our most vulnerable. As Collective Shout put so well, we cannot allow large-scale reform to be scuttled by disagreements about the technical aspects. I congratulate the Shadow Minister, I congratulate the Leader of the Opposition for their leadership on this issue, and I commend the bill to the House.
I thank the honourable member for Fisher. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Flinders.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. When I got to my feet in this place and for the first time 2 years ago, I talked about the trauma my electorate, my community and indeed my family had just come through. Between 2020 and 2022, Melbourne endured 262 days of lockdown and 36 weeks of homeschooling. And in my maiden speech here, I said, my kids' generation is intrinsically digital. Their access to information is limitless. 262 days of lockdown in Metro Melbourne embedded their generation's relationship with screens, social media and other online content. Whatever system our households had in place to balance online time with offline time in the form of study, sport, sleep and social activity collapsed during the pandemic. And worse still, the school system became the dealer of the digital drug, putting laptops and tablets into every lounge and bedroom. I said at that time, increasingly data shows us that today's adolescents, 24/7 connected to devices, addled by algorithms and autoplay, is showing signs of stress and indeed, in some cases, distress. Self-control difficulties, impulsivity, family conflict, sleep disturbance, inactivity, concentration impairment, and poor language development are often observed among those whose technology use edges above the recommended few hours a day. Of highest concern is the well-documented epidemic of anxiety and depression in teenage girls, which we know correlates with high use of social media. When I gave this speech in this place in 2022, I admit there were few fellow travellers on this topic. And now there are so many. The Leader of the Opposition, who has been so clear, so determined and so persistent in relation to this issue, and my friend, the member for Fisher, who has carried his determination to see proper age verification for online gaming and pornography into age verification for social media, which we know, of course, is a means for sharing so much pornography and child sexual abuse material. And finally, in the last month, to the Prime Minister, who has met our demand to act to address the harm that social media is doing to young people. We know Australian children consume 9 hours of leisure-based screen time every day. That is the figure that the Australian Gaming and Screens Alliance will shortly publish, 9 hours a day. Based on US studies, we estimate that half of that is dedicated to social media. That should come as no surprise, because social media is designed for addiction, a feature which no one has made much of an effort to hide. Indeed, Facebook's first president, Sean Parker, said in an interview with Axios in 2017, the thought process that went into building these applications, Facebook being the first of them, was all about how do we consume as much of your time and conscious attention as possible. And that means that we need to sort of give you a little dopamine hit every once in a while because someone liked or commented on a photo or a post of whatever. And that's going to get you to contribute more content, and that's going to get you more likes and more comments. It's a social validation feedback loop, exactly the kind of thing that a hacker like myself would come up with because you're exploiting a vulnerability in human psychology. Earlier in his interview, he said, God only knows what it's doing to our children's brains. University professors and researchers started studying the effects of social media on our children in the early 2010s, shortly after this dopamine loop was embedded into the platforms. In their 2015 Atlantic essay, The Coddling of the American Mind, Jonathan Haidt and Greg Lukianov started to identify the behavioural, societal and cultural changes of the generation which had grown up with a smartphone in their back pocket. Chief amongst them was an obsession with safetyism, that is, physical and emotional safety, which included safety from people who disagreed with you. And in their later book of the same name, they referred to the work by Jean Twenge, iGen, which connected safetyism to 2 attributes: the extension of childhood and delayed transition into adulthood, manifested in young people not getting their driver's licence or a job or a first boyfriend or girlfriend, not even drinking alcohol or having sex until well into their 20s. She also remarked an explosion in rates of depression and anxiety, which were first identified in 2012, especially for girls and young women. Jean Twenge's book iGen, published in 2017, served as the first real scientific study of the impact of technology, and specifically smartphones and social media, and what it was doing to young people worldwide. Now, Jean Twenge has visited Australia twice this year, the first to talk at the Festival of Dangerous Ideas, where I spent a couple of hours with her talking through her work, and the second at the Social Media Summit hosted by the governments of South Australia and New South Wales last month. And at these events, she explained, psychological distress has more than doubled in young Australian women aged between 16 and 24, between 2013 and 2020, and the percentage of Australian girls who feel lonely at school has almost quadrupled between 2003 and 2022. Similarly, boys have increased markedly from around 7% to a high of 17% in 2018. In her presentation to the Social Media Summit, which you can watch on YouTube, she goes through the evidence proving that this plummet in wellbeing is directly related to social media and time online. Her data was brought to life in the hearings of the Joint Select Committee on Social Media and Australian Society, where we heard testimony of parent after parent of how their confident, sensible, sporty, popular, hard-working, balanced, wise kids had gone down the social media slide into misery as a result of scamming, sextortion, bullying, ostracism and abuse. These were not inattentive parents. They had talked to their children about social media, tried to engage schools and other parents in addressing its worst effects, but no meaningful measures were taken to address it, and these parents and the hundreds and thousands of silent parents that stand behind them, they are begging us for a solution. So the question is this bill the right solution? So let's look at what the bill does. It refers to age-restricted social media platforms being one which facilitates social interactions online between two or more users, but with scope to reduce or expand the scope through legislative rules. At a minimum, it will capture TikTok, Facebook, Snapchat, Reddit, Instagram and X, formerly known as Twitter. These services will now be obliged to take reasonable steps, not prescribed by government, to prevent persons under 16 years of age from creating or holding an account on the platform. The government has announced it will use rulemaking powers to carve out messaging services, online games and services that support the health and education of users. And while I strongly support the latter, I'm not yet convinced about the former. But in the interest of not letting the perfect be the enemy of the good, this is a sensible starting point, and it sends a clear message to the market that if you want to find a way to reach teenagers, you'd better find a better design for safer platforms with which to do it. Other platforms which will be exempted include Facebook Messenger Kids, WhatsApp, Reach Out's Peer Chat, Kids Helpline, My Circle, Google Classroom and YouTube. We will all need to keep a keen eye on the extent to which some of the most harmful behaviour on social media moves to these exempted platforms. And for that reason, as well as others, it is sensible for there to be a 2-year review of the whole scheme. In the Coalition's additional comments to the Joint Select Committee report released on Monday, it recommended the establishment of a Joint Standing Committee on Online Safety, Artificial Intelligence and Technology, tasked with investigating the strengths and weaknesses in Australia's regulatory framework, legislative tools, industrial base and technological capabilities. This regulation cannot be set and forget, and the advent of generative AI will create new risks. In February of this year, a 14-year-old boy took his life after forming a deep emotional attachment with an artificial intelligence chatbot created on the character.ai website. Saul knew that the chatbot wasn't a real person. He was interacting with a large language model, but over months, that LLM had become his best friend. "Please come home to me as soon as possible, my love," the chatbot called Danny wrote to Saul. "What if I told you I could come home right now?" Saul replied. He picked up his father's handgun and pulled the trigger. From here, it just gets worse. Today, this Parliament sends a big signal to big tech that it will not accept reckless damage being done to our young people. But could the bill be better? This is no doubt the case that the bill could be better. We on this side have been calling for this legislation for over 6 months, and at 5 minutes to midnight, 2 months or 3 months from an election, the government brings in a bill with great haste and expects us to improve it. But thanks to the deep industry knowledge and engagement of our Shadow Minister for Communications, we will indeed improve it, removing concerns that this is a backdoor for the ubiquitous use of digital ID, which the Coalition opposed when it came through the Parliament earlier this year. Equally, our Shadow Minister has ensured that no government-issued identification, whether that is passports or driver's licences, can be demanded. And furthermore, through that vigorous discussion, it has been confirmed that reasonable steps to ensure under 16s do not have accounts on platforms will not be targeted at 20-year-olds, 30-year-olds, 40-year-olds, 50-year-olds, 60-year-olds, 70-year-olds. And do not think the platforms do not know your age. By golly, they do. TikTok admitted this year it had removed 78 million accounts for under 13-year-olds, of which 1 million were in Australia. Instagram launched Instagram Teens overnight. Mind you, they didn't mention that they were going to do that at any time during the inquiry's hearings. But overnight, it moved Australian teens who are under 16 to their Teens platform. You see, it can be done. Additional privacy measures include preventing any material used for age verification to be retained by the entity that does the verifying. Finally, I want to address what I feel has been the best argued point among those who have raised concerns about this bill, and one with which I have enormous empathy. The question of whether this bill usurps parental authority. To this point, I have received many sensible contributions, one from a constituent in my electorate of Flinders with whom I've been corresponding all weekend. I found her approach to this issue inspiring. I have edited her comments to protect her identity and for brevity, but she describes with such care the efforts she has made to protect her child from the perils of social media. She wrote to me, "One of the rules for having this phone is that she's not to join any social media groups like Facebook or TikTok or Instagram, and I've taken time to sit down with my daughter to explain my reasoning behind it. My daughter very eloquently had relayed back to me that it is not yet the time for her to access it and understands that she is not yet ready to be exposed to it. When it is the right time for her will currently be my decision. The right time for her will not be the same time as the right time for my younger son. Right now I do, however, sit with her and go through my own social media pages with her and discuss with her the elements of my feed. This has been enormously beneficial because it has shown her what she needs to look out for, the pitfalls, but also the benefits. The key is learning how to navigate it, what the pitfalls are and what to watch out for. This cannot be achieved without the conversations, without the access. Remove social media from their hands and they will get it anyway, but without the guidance from the parents, without the support, without the teachers from school teaching them how to properly navigate it, they will be on their own and will be prone to all the pitfalls. They won't have anyone to discuss this with and very unlikely will be very unlikely to seek help out of fear of getting into trouble. It is my responsibility to ready my child for this world. I have unbridled admiration for this mother, her patience, her diligence, her kind exploration of these issues, not to mention the remarkable presence of mind of her 12-year-old daughter. I recognise that parents who have made real and enduring efforts to control technology and guide the use of social media have a reason to feel frustrated with us. But this experience from my Flinders mum is the exception and far from the rule. The experience of most parents was beautifully put in a post by Heads Up Alliance, one of the many organisations, including News Corp's Let Them Be Kids and Melanie Pilling from Courier Mail, who have expressed so beautifully what parents have demanded of us. Heads Up Alliance said in a post, as a general principle, except in cases of neglect and abuse, it isn't the role of government to interfere in everyday parenting. Isn't allowing your 14-year-old access to Instagram just like any other parenting decision that families should be free to make without government interference? The question sounds fair enough, but it rests on two significant assumptions. Firstly, it assumes that parents allow their tween and early teen children on social media of their own free will. In reality, most parents have serious reservations about social media use for their children and they feel pressured to allow it too early. Case in point, a recent survey of 20,000 parents conducted by the New South Wales Government revealed that parents believe social media should only be given to children at 16.2 years of age, and yet, how many parents are able to actually follow through with that? The law won't take away parental autonomy, it would strengthen it because it aligns with what most parents already feel is right but find almost impossible to enforce. They go on. Secondly, the question assumes that social media is a healthy or at least benign activity like playing piano or basketball. It isn't. Whereas music and sport nurture growth and development, social media is inherently harmful for the vast majority of children for the vast majority of the time. It disrupts brain development, interferes with sleep patterns and negatively impacts psychological well-being. It is addictive by design, exploiting vulnerabilities in young minds, pitting them against some of the most cunning and manipulative corporations the world has ever known. That survey surveyed 21,000 people. 87% supported implementing age restrictions for social media use, but that rose to 91% when you limited respondents to parents of children aged 5 to 17. This week, today, in this place, we give parents what they have been asking for, something, anything, to strengthen their arm around the dining room table, a judgment call, a line in the sand, a clear signal that at 15 and below you do not have the mental wherewithal to resist the addictive qualities of the platforms, and that the impact of social media harms can be so great and so resistant to reversal or fix that on balance a ban until age 16 is the most reasonable option to mitigate its detrimental effects and to help build peer and cohort support among the parent community to disconnect from social media at this most pivotal time for brain and social development. I commend this bill to the House.
Order. I thank the honourable member for Flinders. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for North Sydney.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. You know, in the 2.5 years I've been in this place, I've learned good government policy is created collaboratively, while poor policy is developed for others through a top-down approach that does not involve those who stand to be most affected. Policy developed this way is frequently a recipe for disaster, as unintended consequences swamp a good intention. And I fear that's exactly what we see in this Online Safety Act, Social Media Minimum Age Bill 2024, a piece of legislation that may be well-intentioned but ultimately fails to deliver on its promise. Rather than take my word for it, I want to share with you the words of one of my youth forum participants. He compared this ban to a mayor of a city who, in response to a high rate of car crashes, decides to simply ban cars, rather than fix the potholes, make seatbelt laws or provide more driver education. In his exact words, he said, "While that probably sounds silly, To young people like me, the government's plan to ban media for under 16 applies the same logic, doesn't fix anything, and it fails to recognise the benefits of social media for my generation. With those words ringing in my ears then, I stand today to put forward a contention that the policy that the government is moving appears to be more about quick political wins rather than doing something meaningful for our kids. They're not fixing the potholes, they're just telling our kids there won't be any cars. In pushing this legislation, the government has shown it's not prepared to listen to the voices of countless human rights groups and mental health experts who are concerned that a social media ban will not only be ineffective, but it'll be harmful to many young people. They're also indicating they do not care that this reform threatens to stop young people accessing much-needed mental health services and information and isolate them from social communities, all whilst driving them towards less regulated services. Perhaps even more gallingly, the legislation relies on the promise of an age assurance that would be unenforceable and could require all users, including adults, to share highly confidential private information with platforms. Whilst this legislation claims to be about protecting young Australians, it doesn't hold platforms to account to make their systems or their content safer for younger people. It's not just the contents of this bill that are problematic, however. My community of North Sydney are equally frustrated by the government's determination to rush this legislation through Parliament without proper scrutiny, particularly as this idea of a social media ban for under 16s was originally a thought bubble offered by the Prime Minister during a press conference where he was being peppered with criticism on why we're seeing inaction around the legislation of a ban on gambling advertising. So while this legislation was rushed into the House last Thursday, referred to a one-day Senate inquiry and will be pushed through the Senate this week, the gambling reform legislation is still nowhere to be seen. Insultingly, those who wish to make a submission to the inquiry were given just 24 hours and a 2-page limit. And despite this, media reports today suggest over 15,000 submissions were received. But with just 3 hours to hear the evidence, even if just 1% of the people who submitted were invited to give that evidence, they would have just 2 minutes to speak. That's not a proper inquiry, Mr Deputy Speaker, it's a tick and flick. The whole process around this legislation is disrespectful to the community and experts in this space, and with more Australians than ever saying they do not trust our government, processes like this will not help. Trust is restored when you earn it, by enabling transparency, deliberation and due process, all ideals from which the basis of a healthy democracy stems. To the bill itself then, this bill sets a minimum age of 16 for social media users. It defines an age-restricted social media platform as one where a significant purpose of the service is to enable online social interaction between 2 or more users, where users can link to or interact with other users, and where the service allows users to post material. The bill gives the Minister the power to create additional conditions that could narrow the definition of an age-restricted social media platform, and the government has proposed using this power to exclude services such as WhatsApp, YouTube, certain educational and mental health services and online gambling services. Yet the reasons these platforms are exempt are opaque. The bill establishes an obligation for providers to take reasonable steps to prevent under 16s from holding an account, with platforms expected to introduce systems and processes to meet that standard, while the Safety Commissioner will be given powers to obtain information about compliance, with penalties of up to $49.5 million for non-compliance. The ban will commence no sooner than 12 months from royal assent, while the government continues to fund an age assurance technologies trial. The bill aims to prohibit platforms from using information collected for age assurance from any other purpose, and finally, it'll be subject to an independent review within 2 years of the ban taking effect to consider necessary changes. As a mum of 3 young adults, Deputy Speaker, I'm very aware of the negative impacts of social media and the challenges of parenting in this digital world. I also, however, recognise my children are digital natives and are very literate about how these platforms work. For this reason, I encourage everyone involved in this debate to ensure they are listening to the voices of young Australians when it comes to this decision-making process, rather than assuming that the grown-ups in the room know best. Prevention United's recent youth survey found that young Australians rated fears about the future and cost of living as the largest negative influences on their mental health, while social media was only ranked 12 out of 20 factors evaluated. For this reason, I fear we are grabbing at this as a simple answer to a challenge that is far more complicated. After all, young people understand the good and the bad of social media better than anyone. Surely the issue here is not that social media as a whole is harmful, but these tools are designed to be addictive and young people can be exposed to inappropriate content. If we want to solve that issue, then we need to do more than just impose an age ban. Ultimately, the addictive nature of social media platforms, coupled with the fact there's no regulation governing their content, means inappropriate content, harmful body images and mis and disinformation will still be dished up whether someone accesses that platform when they're 14 or 17. We also can't ignore the fact that social media is being used by young people in positive ways, including to help them find community around shared interests or problems and fostering belonging. In fact, a recent study by the Black Dog Institute found these platforms offer adolescents opportunities to enhance wellbeing by strengthening existing relationships and reducing loneliness. Crucially, social media is also increasingly being used as a gateway to access mental health services and information, with research conducted by Reach Out finding that nearly half of their youth service users access their services via social media, while the same number of young people use social media as a substitute for professional support. In this context, I can understand why many from the mental health sector are alarmed by the proposed ban. The truth is the demand for these types of services already far outstrips supply, and closing an important substitute pathway could be disastrous. As the bill's own explanatory memorandum says, young people vary substantially in how they use social media. I ask them, why is the government introducing such a blunt instrument that fails to differentiate between positive or problematic uses of social media? It's difficult to see this bill as anything other than avoiding dealing with the problems of social media head-on, as it ultimately fails to hold platforms accountable for their online environments. Separately, the government has announced plans to develop a duty of care framework to keep users safe, prevent online harm and hold platforms accountable.
And thank you. The debate is interrupted in accordance with Standing Order 43, and the member will be granted leave to resume speaking when the debate is resumed. Are there any statements by honourable members? I give the call to Member for Petrie.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. I stand here today to say thanks to my electorate of Petrie. To all the men, women and children in my electorate, thank you. It's been an honour to be your federal MP once again this year in 2024, and it has been my privilege to serve our community. I want to wish every single one of you a very Merry Christmas and happy holiday season. I hope that over this period you're able to spend some time with your loved ones and your family. After all, life is about relationships, and that time spent with our family and friends is just so important. So I want to wish you well for that time and cherish those people. As we head into the final sitting weeks of 2024, I hope to see you around the electorate in the next few weeks after this. And whether it's at local Christmas carols, twilight markets, school awards, church services, at the local coffee shops or aged care centres or business visits, I look forward to seeing you all. Please come up and say good day. And I look forward to coming back here in 2025, working hard and advocating for the people of Petrie, for the people in our community and what matters most to them. I know that it's been tough over the last 2.5 years with cost of living and homelessness issues, and I'll continue to raise those issues for you here in this place. So from my family to yours and from me to you, Merry Christmas and a very happy New Year.
Member for Boothby.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'd like to give a shout out to Ethan Greenfield and Hayden Supple, the JDRF ambassadors for Boothby, who are here in the gallery today, along with their parents, Kylie Greenfield and Andrew Supple. And they're here along with hundreds of ambassadors from across Australia to advocate for turning type 1 diabetes into type none for JDRF's Kids in the House. They are campaigning for ongoing support for research to find a cure for type 1 diabetes, but also for early diagnosis and intervention, so that the first time you find that your child has type 1 diabetes isn't when you're in crisis in hospital with a critically ill child. More than 130,000 Australians live with type 1 diabetes, and 8 more are diagnosed every day. Just over an hour ago, I was with the Blue Army in the Great Hall to hear Minister Butler make a fantastic announcement. The Albanese government is supporting the next phase of the search for a cure for type 1 diabetes through a $50.1 million investment in the Australian Type 1 Diabetes Clinical Research Network. This investment will accelerate clinical research for prevention, treatment and a cure for type 1 diabetes. It will also establish a prevention screening pilot program to test children for early stage type 1 diabetes before the symptoms begin. Deputy Speaker, this is a fantastic announcement and I thank Minister Butler. This will really change lives, and well done to the JDRF Blue Army.
Yeah. Member for New England.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Every now and then I revert back to my accountancy days and try to get some details on numbers that the Labor Party government provide. They've given us this astonishing figure that the Inland Rail has blown out to $31 billion. So I asked for them to give me some veracity to these figures, and this is what I've got. On page 6 of this beautiful document, it says is now about $31 billion, full stop. That's about as far as we get. The next one, of course, I asked Minister Rose Jackson, who said that the Dungowan Dam had blown out to $1.1 billion, and what do we get? The same thing, a one line, 1.178. Nothing around it. These figures have all the veracity of ambit scratchings on the back of a lavatory door. They are nothing. They'll never, ever pass muster. Yet we're told to believe it, and when we ask for details, that's what we get. But it's not only the big, it's also the small. We've had $8.7 million that was going to go to the rail trail taken away. This is tens of millions of dollars in capital investment that have been revoked, and Mayor Margot Davies has brought this to our attention. The Armidale Regional Council, $5.41 billion. They're gutted by what could have gone into this tourism precinct. The Labor government has got to stop taking regional Australia as a joke. They have actually got to put their money where their mouth is and invest in this nation and invest in this infrastructure.
Member for Wills.
Deputy Speaker, today I honour the life and legacy of the late Jennifer Jacob, a relentless advocate, determined reformer and a champion for the voiceless. Jennifer was a constituent of my electorate of Wills and she served in the ADF. She passed away last month after fighting courageously against cancer, displaying her characteristic fight right to the end. Jennifer made it her life's mission to bring fairness and dignity to the most vulnerable individuals with her role as a Secretary of the Victims of Abuse and in the Australian Defence Force Association. Whether it was challenging institutions, calling on policy reforms or informing the wider community about the importance of an issue, Jennifer remained steadfast in her fight for change. She understood the power of listening and creating safe environments where victim survivors could seek refuge and strength. She was their warrior, their motivator, their confidant and their beacon of hope when hope did not seem possible. Jennifer had been a proud member of the Labor Party since 1999. She contributed to our great movement for over 25 years, most recently based at the Broadmeadows branch. Before she passed away, she passionately spoke at the Municipal Forum held for Labor Council candidates. She shared remarks about the hallmark of the party, working together as a team, not as individuals, and she called for solidarity and collective action. I will miss her passion, her energy, her advocacy, for members of the ADF, her commitment to the party, her wonderful insights, her advice, her support, and most importantly, all her friendship. And I'll make sure her battle for integrity and equality lives on in her life's work and her legacy. Vale, rest in peace, comrade.
Member for Calare.
Today I recognise the Orange Girl Guides who are celebrating their 100th birthday. I had the honour of attending the Orange Girl Guides centenary celebrations at the Orange Guide Hall recently. Girl Guides offer girls aged 5 to 17 access to a great variety of activities and the chance to develop skills which last a lifetime while making new friends and having a whole lot of fun. It was terrific to be joined by Senator Jackie Lambie at this wonderful community celebration. To make it an even more special occasion, we recognise some incredible leaders within the organisation for their outstanding contributions to guiding. Congratulations to Catherine Anderson on receiving her Banksia Award and also to Jessica Kepi on receiving her Baronia Award. Congratulations also go to District Manager Yvonne McRae, known by her guiding name as Possum, and Judy Hanson, who both received Flower and Gum Awards for service to guides. All of these awards are very high honours. Patron Shirley Evans cut the 100th birthday cake, and senior guides Siam Elkington, Lily Wright and Acacia Ray Taylor did outstanding work assisting with the serving of the centenary lunch. I'm sure all members of this House join me in congratulating Possum and everyone who has contributed to the wonderful success of Orange Girl Guides through the generations. As Girl Guides Australia's founder Betty Clay once said, "A girl can do anything she sets her mind to." Here's to another century of empowering young women.
Member for Solomon.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. Paramedics are on the front line day in, day out, responding to medical emergencies around our communities. And St John's NT have been taking care of Territorians for over 70 years, always ready to respond. Last night in Darwin, St John's NT had their annual awards at the NT Parliament. I want to congratulate NT Paramedic of the Year, Taz Dick. No relation to our great speaker, but Taz is based down in Alice. She's an excellent leader, going above and beyond, and has a remarkable ability to connect with individuals in distress, providing comfort and reassurance during their most challenging moments. And I met another fantastic Territorian today, Sharon Stewart, who's here with us today in the gallery. Sharon has been crowned Surf Lifesaver Volunteer of the Year. Sharon's with us. I really thank her for her volunteer work that she does in Darwin and in the Northern Territory more broadly, but I want to thank all of the volunteers, whether they be AMBOs, whether they be Surf Lifesavers. Volunteers are the mainstay of our nation, and certainly in the Northern Territory, we really respect them and want them to have the best support possible. Our first responders who are dedicated to caring for our country and making sure our Australians and our Territorians are safe. Thank you all very much.
Member for Kennedy.
Robert F. Kennedy, we all know the quote, some see the world as it is and say why. I see the world as it might be and say why not. The abolition of all regulatory and legislative impositions upon land subdivisions would solve the problem of our housing costs, which are, and I quote the Treasurer himself in his first budget, driving up affordability in Australia out of the reach of people. In Charters Towers, my hometown, we had under the Mining Act, you simply went into the clerk and said, "Can I do the subdivision?" He said yes, or he said no. That was all. That was all. No regulatory impositions whatsoever. Caveat emptor, which has been the law in the Western world, or in the British-speaking Western world, for the last 600, 700, 800 years. Caveat emptor. You buy it, you check out whether it's got the services on it. Now, all right, they might sign a document saying, you know, I know that there's no water or electricity connected to this block. But that is the only regulation that you need to do a subdivision. At the present moment, it's taking 4 years and a cost of $150,000 or $200,000 to process.
Member for Bennelong has the call.
Hear, hear.
Deputy Speaker, nurses and midwives are the beating heart of our healthcare system. They're the ones we trust to care for us in our most vulnerable moments, and yet in New South Wales, they're some of the lowest paid in the country. That's just unfair and it's unsustainable. We're seeing too many of New South Wales nurses leaving for other states that offer better pay and working conditions. And with 2 major public hospitals servicing Bennelong, this is a loss that my community cannot afford. Back in July, I had the privilege of standing with nurses at Ryde Hospital, supporting their fight for better pay and conditions. And nurses at Ryde and Royal North Shore hospitals have contacted my office telling me the same thing. They are stretched thin, they are working long hours under immense pressure, and that they deserve pay and conditions that reflect the critical role they play in our healthcare system. After the cruel wages cap of the former Liberal government in New South Wales, we have now seen meaningful pay rises for teachers and police officers. But, Deputy Speaker, now is the time to deliver for our nurses and midwives. A pay rise for them will be an investment in our future and in the future of our healthcare system and into the well-being of everyone who needs it. I stand with Bennelong's nurses and midwives because they stand with us every single day.
Hear, hear.
Somebody should jump. Member for Cook.
The lighting at Gawley Park in Taran Point is substandard. I'm very pleased the AFL Sharks and the AFL Southern Dingoes have received a grant for new lighting on the AFL fields. That's going to bring it up to where it should be so they can train at night time, and They are very well run clubs. They've got great community, great spirit. It's not uncommon to go down there on a weekend and see multiple generations, families playing and training together, parents and kids, with a very well run club under Mark Wilson. But unfortunately, just across on the other side of Gawley Park, the Taren Point Titans are training under very poor lighting as well, and it has not been funded. And I'm going to fight for the Taren Point Titans to also get their lighting upgraded and get it funded. They are a proud and thriving community with 25 teams, 470 registered players, including 214 male players and 152 female players. I'm committed to fight for this great club, to improve their conditions so the fields can be better utilised. I'd like to recognise their executive, their President Jay, their Secretary Adam, their Senior Vice President Craig and Leah, the Treasurer Julie, the Assistant Secretary Kim and Brett Robinson. I will fight for you, so please sign my petition to upgrade the lighting at Taren Point Titans so we can make Gawley Park great again.
Member for Hasluck.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The people of Hasluck and Australia expect us to stand up for them here. They expect probity in politics, and the Albanese government has created the National Anti-Corruption Commission, introduced significant reforms to privacy and electoral laws, and created a new administrative review tribunal. They expect us to stand up for the preservation and the protection of our fragile natural environment. The Coalition opposes Australia's first environmental protection agency. They expect real action on climate change. We have delivered emissions targets in law, a safeguard mechanism with teeth, emissions reporting by our largest companies and the greatest investments in renewables in our history. Integrity, environment and climate change were some of the very real concerns people in Hasluck raised with me on the doors during the last election. And I'm glad to be part of a member of a government, the Albanese Labor government, that has taken solid action across each of these portfolios, real action that is now bearing real fruit. In the coming months, when I meet constituents in Hasluck and when my Labor colleagues meet with their constituents, we can hold our head high and tell them that we have stood there here for them, unlike the Liberals and Nationals. We have voted in their interests and we have delivered.
Member for Capricornia.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. 2024 has been a standout year for Capricornia. We began the year advocating for a PET CT scanner at Rockhampton Hospital, and despite resistance from Labor, Central Queenslanders will soon have access to this essential health service. Other critical pieces of infrastructure have had shovel-hit dirt this year. Work had begun on the Rockhampton Ring Road and Rockhampton-Yeppoon upgrade, both former Coalition government projects. These road infrastructure projects will ease congestion and ensure freight travellers and industry can commute safely. Additionally, the Walkerston bypass is almost at completion. The $251 million road project will take heavy vehicles out of Walkerston and away from the local primary school, ensuring the safety of our school children. The Youngalla and Pioneer Valley communities have triumphed in the fight against Labor's reckless rush to renewables with the axing of the flawed Pioneer Burdekin pumped hydro project. Meanwhile, Collinsville is set to benefit from improved telecommunications with 2 new mobile towers on the way to ensure locals enjoy the same reliable services as those in metropolitan areas. Representing Capricornia is an honour, and I'm proud of the vital improvements that have been achieved this year. I wish the hard-working families, business owners and frontline workers of Capricornia a happy and safe Christmas, and I look forward to continuing to work hard for Capricornia in 2025.
And beyond.
Member for Fraser.
For many, Black Friday is a chance to find a great bargain. It has become the starting gun for Christmas shopping. But it's also a time when we should reflect upon the many people who work hard to make our Christmas shopping possible. These often forgotten people work long, often unsociable hours while multinational corporations like Amazon reap billions in profits. Amazon's workforce is highly casualised as the company emphasises efficiency and cost savings over security for its workforce. Amazon has been resistant to unionisation efforts, but the SDA and the TWU have been fighting for workers' rights ever since the business opened in Australia. These unions have received many reports of unreasonable target expectations and intense surveillance, prompting workers to skip bathroom breaks and to have to deal with heightened stress. These cases highlight the company's poor record on working conditions. Moreover, the SDA has reported before parliamentary inquiries that union officials and their members were surveilled when visiting sites. Amazon cites their advances in technology and innovation, yet they appear to have an antiquated approach to worker participation and worker voice. This government has backed in these campaigns with reforms to gig work, labour hire and casual arrangements. I support that SDA and TWU's actions in representing Amazon workers in warehouses and on the roads. This Black Friday weekend, keep in mind their campaign to make Amazon pay.
Member for Wide Bay.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. My mate, Sydney Ziebel, is one of more than 13,000 young people in Australia who live with type 1 diabetes. I first met Sydney in Mergen in 2018. He's a bright, talented and intelligent young man and a strong and passionate advocate for juvenile diabetes awareness and research. Over the 6 years since I met him, Sydney has grown. He uses his unique lived experience to work with the Juvenile Diabetes Research Foundation to build relationships and advocate for more government investment into type 1 diabetes research, treatment and support programs. In the time since I first met Sydney, there's been good progress with government funding and strategic programs like the Morrison government's 10-year National Diabetes Strategy. But there is still so much to do, and that's why the work of the JDRF is so important. They've been instrumental in raising awareness, supporting research and advocating for new treatments and more government investment. Sydney's in the house today, in the gallery, and a part of the JDRF's Kids in the House program. And I'm pleased to continue to support Sydney in his fight to find a cure for diabetes, type 1 diabetes. Great work, Sydney. Keep up the great effort, mate.
Member for Parramatta.
Cryptocurrency is no longer just an emerging technology. It's an asset that is valued by millions of Australians. It represents a new frontier in finance, enabling innovation, efficiency and opportunity in ways we could not have imagined just a decade ago. The Australian government values this sector too, recognising its potential to drive economic growth, attract investment and cement our place as a leader in the digital economy. Digital assets are more than a tool for transactions. They're an asset class in their own right, offering new avenues for wealth creation, financial inclusion and secure decentralised systems. And Australians have embraced these possibilities, with millions already investing or using cryptocurrency in their daily lives. Now, our government is committed to getting this sector right. We're working to create a regulatory environment that supports innovation on the one hand by managing risks and protecting consumers on the other. And by collaborating with industry leaders, researchers and global partners, we aim to establish Australia as a safe, transparent and thriving hub for cryptocurrency and blockchain technology. This is a critical moment for this sector, and together we can harness the value of digital assets to build a resilient, inclusive and innovative future for our economy.
Member for Nichols.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. One of the bittersweet parts of being an MP is the process of AEC redistribution. And in my case, a boundary redraw has occurred, leading to losses and gains. At the next election, Nichols loses the region of Rochester and its surrounds, and they'll become part of the Bendigo electorate. But I just wanted to say it's been an absolute honour to represent the people of Rochester and that region. It's a wonderful farming community producing a lot of milk and a lot of tomatoes. In 2022, the Rochester region suffered from terrible floods. Many lost their homes and their businesses. But the way this community rallied together and came back from the floods is emblematic of what makes regional Australia great. Also leaving Nichols in the south are Nulla Vale, Pylong and Tooborac, and it's been wonderful to work with those people, particularly on land care initiatives. But for what Nichols loses, it gains Kilmore, Kilmore East and the surrounds from the electorate of McEwen. And the region of Kilmore is particularly close to my heart, as I spent 4 of the best years of my life as a boarder at Assumption College, a school in Kilmore. It was a great time of sport, music, looking out at the rolling green hills and experiencing the occasional cold winter. To what Nichols has lost, I have been so proud to represent you. And to what it has gained, I will ask for your vote at the next election. And if I'm fortunate enough to win, I really look forward to working together to build our communities. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Member for Hunter.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Hunter has produced a remarkable stack of professional and elite athletes, and I want to make sure that we support the next crop of our local sporting talent, so our next generation of superstars can also come from the Hunter too. Participating in high-level sport comes at a cost that mostly the parents put their hands in their pocket for to get their kids to competitions. The Local Sporting Champions program provides financial assistance for young people to compete, coach or umpire in their chosen sport. These small grants make a significant difference to athletes and their parents, enabling them to see how far they can go. Speaker, I want to congratulate our recent local champion, Zane Wilkinson, who competed in Wollongong at the National Youth Championships for soccer. Tyson Williams rode at the Fox Australian Supercross National Championships. Eli Solomka competed at the All Schools Judo National Championships. Kira Carlson, who competed in the Australian All Schools Athletics competition in Queensland next month. And finally, Jed Louise, who will ride at next year's Oceania Junior Cup Motorcycling Championships. Congratulations to all these local sporting champions from the Hunter. Our sport has always been a massive part of the Hunter, and it's amazing to see so many young people from the area still competing at a higher level. Stay committed, train hard, try your best, and you never know how far sport will take you. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
Yesterday I stood here in this chamber to mark the start of 16 days of activism against gender-based violence and spoke about the horrific murder of Isla Bell. Isla Bell was just 19 and had her whole life ahead of her. It is alleged that she was bashed to death in an apartment in Melbourne. It's also alleged her body was loaded into a fridge and moved several times before being dumped. On the day that Isla should have been celebrating her 20th birthday, it is alleged her body was being hidden from view by men seeking to hide their crimes. Yesterday, the man who allegedly moved Isla Bell's body in that fridge to help conceal her death from police was granted bail. He is out in the community today. Isla Bell deserves better, and as political leaders, we cannot be silent when we see decisions like this. How can bail laws allow someone accused of such a serious crime to be out into the community? It is totally unacceptable and reflects weak bail laws that Jacinta Allen's Victorian Labor government weakened even further in March this year. The Victorian Liberals have been rightly calling for stronger bail laws for months, and I back their calls today. Protecting women demands that we empower our justice system with stronger laws. Isla deserved better than this, and my heart breaks for her family and her friends today.
Member for Reid.
The Leader of the Opposition has been in this place for more than 2 decades. He's had a variety of roles, and in those roles, he has been a complete and utter failure. This is not my assessment. This is the assessment of experts. When he was Health Minister, he cut $50 billion from hospitals and tried to introduce a $7 GP tax. Australian doctors voted him the worst health minister in living memory. As Home Affairs Minister, 3 independent reviews found the Leader of the Opposition oversaw a migration system that was failing. His migration system was so riddled with holes, known criminals were allowed in, including Bin Jun Xie, who lived in my electorate. He ran a sex trafficking ring exploiting vulnerable women for years. And what is extraordinary is that Bin Jun Xie was jailed in the UK for committing the same crimes. UK authorities were stunned that the Liberals let him into the country, and it took a Labor government to kick him out. The Leader of the Opposition was the worst Health Minister, the worst Home Affairs Minister and the worst Liberal leader. His own party room rejected him as leader twice. He is divisive, extreme, and we cannot let him run this country.
Member for Riverina.
May 2022, there was so much hope and expectation in this country. They had just elected a new government and they thought that Nirvana was on the horizon. How disappointed they must now be. Buyer beware. They must regret putting in a Labor government. But you know, there was only 32.5% of first preference votes went to Labor. Conversely, there was 35.7%
voted for the coalition. It was one of the worst results for decades for Labor, but yet there they are, sitting opposite, governing this country, and governing this country very badly. But don't take my word for it, just ask any farmer. The farmers who then have to pay for the foreign biosecurity products to go on the shelves of Australia's supermarkets. The truckies who are being burdened with yet another tax. Labor loves taxes. And then you have the farmers who are having their irrigation water taken away from them. How the hell are we supposed to grow food and fibre when you don't have water flowing down those irrigation channels? Ask any small business person. And you've got time. You've got time. After this week, you can go home and you can walk down your streets and you can ask any small business person, any householder, are you better off now than what you were before May 2022? No will be the answer.
Order. Members on my right, there's far too much noise. The members for Higgins, the members for Boothby, the members for Gilmore and the members for Robertson. Interjecting like that is highly disrespectful. Give the call to the honourable member for Spence.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. We have builders on this side of the chamber and we have bulldozers across from us in the form of the Liberals. And my electorate of Spence alone showcases what everyday Aussies stand to lose through the destructive, divisive agenda of the opposition leader. The Liberals can't stand the fact that 91% of taxpayers in my community are earning $1,217 more each year on average through Labor's tax cuts. Because to the Liberals, that's money which should have gone to the top end of town. The Liberals are breaking education into my community, wanting to shut down 100,000 fee-free TAFE places for everyday Aussies, because to them, something that's affordable for families has no value. The Liberals are trying their hardest to block fixes to Australia's housing crisis, because to them, an Aussie family keeping a roof over their head is a vote lost. The Liberals want to blow up more than 70% of energy generated in South Australia, importing a nuclear culture war that will make prices higher, because to them, an Aussie who can't pay their bills is a political football in the making. This destructive behaviour from the Liberals is a trademark of this opposition leader. He will stop at nothing to divide Australians and take away support to those who need it most. But Labor will never stop fighting, and I will never stop fighting for my community.
Order. In accordance with Standing Order 43, the time for member statements has concluded. I'll just invite members to take their seats as quickly and as quietly as possible. We shall move to the condolence motion. I'll give the call to the Prime Minister.
Thanks, Mr Speaker, and I move that the House record its deep regret at the death on 14 November 2024 of the Honourable John Charles Hodges, a former Minister and member of this House for the Division of Petrie from 1974 to 1983 and from 1984 to 1987, place on record its appreciation of his meritorious public service and tender its sympathy to his family in their bereavement.
Mr
Speaker, through the long arc of his life, John Hodges encompassed the vastness of his beloved Queensland. He was born in Brisbane, raised 2,000 kilometres away in Cooktown, entered political life in Brisbane and eventually settled on Bribie Island. All would become a bright thread through his life. Public-spirited by instinct, John served his community as a pharmacist, taking on all that comes with that unique role of trust and reassurance. He served on Brisbane's Redcliffe City Council, eventually as Deputy Mayor. Then, having served as campaign director for Nelson Cook in the 1972 election, he went on to replace him at the next election as a new Liberal member for Petrie at the 1974 poll. It was a seat he would hold on to until 1987, give or take a minor interruption in 1983 when the incoming hawk tide swept Petrie into the Labor fold. Only for one term, though. Like the good fisherman that he was, John had temperament and perseverance on his side, and he wrested it back at the first opportunity. While he served for a period as Deputy Whip, he made his greatest mark after he was appointed Minister for Immigration and Ethnic Affairs in the penultimate year of the Fraser government. It was a brief stint in the ministry, but he made his time count. He oversaw the government's labour shortage program, which aimed to increase the number of skilled migrants living and working in Australia. John held to the view that it would be inherently good for Australia and good for Australian business. During his time as Immigration Minister, John led other changes to the immigration application process. Following the introduction of the Freedom of Information Act of 1982, migration applicants could access their files to see the government's decisions and make changes to their application if they noticed errors or missing information. That Act remains in place to this day. On retiring from politics, John and his wife Margaret bought a pharmacy, Bribie Island's first, and went on to own or part-own 4 of the 5 pharmacies there. While far north Queensland never lost its hold on him, Cooktown remained an important fixture on the Hodges calendar. He remained deeply involved in the community on his beloved Bribie. When local groups, sports clubs or schools came to John and Margaret for support, they always found the door well and truly open. As John put it when he retired 6 years ago, as a pharmacist in the community, you become friends with everyone. Today, on behalf of the Parliament, I offer my condolences to his family and to all who loved him. And I thank John for his faithful service in this place. May he rest in peace.
I give the call to the Honourable, the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. I thank the Prime Minister for his fine words, and I join him in honouring the life of John Charles Hodges. It was 1983 and Bob Hawke's Labor had been swept into power in the election that followed a double dissolution. Dean Wells, the new Labor member for Petrie, got to his feet to deliver his maiden speech. Wells said, and I quote, "I would like to say a few words in honour of the gentleman who preceded me. Mr John Hodges is a man who has exerted himself with courage and conviction in both the local and the national arena. I disagreed with my predecessor on a range of issues. However, I never at any time doubted the sincerity with which my opponent held the views he expressed, and I wish him well in his return to private life." Dean Wells had taken the seat of Petrie from John Hodges by just 720 votes. But John did not return to private life for long. Just shy of 21 months later, in the timetable correcting the earlier election of 1984, John Hodges won back Petrie from Dean Wells by just 776 votes. John's great political comeback would not only cement Petrie as a key election battleground for decades to come, his return would culminate in more than 11 years of service to his nation at the federal level. Indeed, John's sense of service was innate, a motor which would drive him throughout life. Born in Brisbane, as the Prime Minister notes, educated in Cooktown and Cairns, John undertook a pharmacy apprenticeship after finishing school. Qualifying as a pharmacist in 1958, he pursued what he described as a very noble profession. But pharmacy was more than just a profession for John, it was a labour of love, and he found in his labour of love the opportunity to meet and to marry fellow pharmacist Margaret in 1962. While caring for his community and preparing medicines, John had a political itch to scratch. Following in the footsteps of his father, who was chair of the Cookshire Council, John jumped into local politics. He served on the Redcliffe City Council as an alderman for 9 years, including 6 years as deputy mayor. The chance for a seat in Canberra came abruptly. 4 weeks prior to the 1974 election, the Liberal Party threw its support behind John to contest Petrie in favour of Nelson Marshall Cook, for whom John had been a campaign manager. John won almost 55% of the two-party preferred vote. Coming to Canberra, the 6'5" bespectacled John, with his baritone voice, joined the chorus of criticism of the Whitlam government. He said that this government has presided over the worst inflation, the worst unemployment, the worst industrial strife and the worst economic crisis this nation has known since Federation. It wants to reform, yet in doing so it wants more taxation. The prosperity of this nation cannot be sectionalised. He believed in the Liberal cause of encouraging a person to be his own master. He was a champion of free enterprise and lean government, and he called out his opponents for creating the impression that Big Brother government will be there to look after you. Many causes, of course, were dear to John's heart. He was passionate about industrial relations, and he also cared deeply for pensioners and widows whom he saw as falling behind under the Whitlam government. He was proud to be a member of the Fraser government, which increased the age pension. Having been at the centre of local government, John saw responsible and mature local government as integral to nation building. Indeed, his ideas had the hallmarks of federation reform. Channeling Menzies, John also said that the stability of a nation can be measured by the level of home ownership. He was passionate about home ownership and the pride in one's family, in one's community and indeed in one's nation. In 1982, Malcolm Fraser appointed John as his Minister for Immigration and Ethnic Affairs, and John took forward his Prime Minister's multicultural agenda with energy and certitude. His fairness on family reunion was juxtaposed with firmness in cracking down on illegal immigrants and illegal workers, whom he saw as undermining the aspirations of genuine migrants and working Australians. And while recognising the benefits of a second language, John pushed back against an advocate-driven national language policy that sought to give equal status to all languages. John knew that the English language was central to our national cohesion, equality and love of country. When John's second stint in Canberra came to an end in 1987, he of course was a casualty of the infamous Joe for Canberra campaign. But John's service didn't stop. He and Margaret went on to own or partly own 4 pharmacies on Bribie Island. John also served his community as a patron and fundraiser for charities, sports clubs and schools. If character defines one's service in life, then today we honour John Hodges' life in service and, of course, his great character. I want to thank the sitting member for Petrie for the way in which he engaged so respectfully with John and his family. On behalf of the Coalition, I offer my heartfelt condolences to John's colleagues, his family and friends, especially his wife, Margaret, and children John, Jane and Sarah. May John Hodges rest in peace.
I give the call to the member for Petrie.
Well, thanks very much, Mr Speaker, and I thank the Prime Minister and the Leader of the Opposition for the fine words on the condolence motion of John Hodges. I had leave yesterday to attend his funeral, and I knew him personally since I was elected. When he was first elected in 1974, I was just 2 years of age, so I didn't know him whilst he was the member for Petrie, but he reached out to me as a candidate back in 2012 and gave me some words, as many people do as a candidate. But he always did so, I guess in a way, just what was best for local people. He was very much a grassroots member from what I could tell, and his service right up to the day he died, he was still always involved in the community. But as the member for Petrie, every election he'd always give me a call beforehand. You know, a cheque would come in the mail for my campaign account. Members would understand, right? You would understand what I'm talking about here, where he was just very supportive and just always good to pick up the phone and sort of wish us well. But it was unexpected that he died so quickly because his wife had been sick, Margaret, for many years, but he certainly lived a fantastic life. And yesterday at the funeral, obviously the Honourable John Howard, former Prime Minister, was present as well, which goes to show how highly he was regarded. But some of the stories there as his time as a minister, whilst the Prime Minister and the Leader of the Opposition said it was a brief time as minister, what he actually did was reached out on certain issues, met with people whose cases he was looking at, and found in a very grassroots way, and sometimes, I guess, went against what I guess the media might have been saying at the time, and made decisions that he thought was right. So he was certainly a man of character. His 3 children and 3 grandchildren will miss him much, but he certainly has left a legacy of service to the Australian people. Thank you.
As a mark of respect to the memory of the Honourable John Charles Hodges, I ask all present to rise in their places. I thank the House. I'll call the Leader of the House.
I move the debate be adjourned.
The question is the debate be adjourned and the resumption of the debate be made an order of the day for the next sitting. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Call the Leader of the House.
I declare that the resumption of debate on the Prime Minister's motion of condolence in connection with the death of the Honourable John Charles Hodges is referred to the Federation Chamber.
Shall move to questions without notice. Are there any questions? Give the call to the Shadow Treasurer.
Prime Minister, after 2.5 years of this Albanese Labor government, Australians have seen their standard of living fall off a cliff, the biggest reduction since records began in the 50s. We've been in a household recession for a record 6 consecutive quarters. This is worse for households than Keating's recession we had to have and the disastrous Whitlam government. This week, Prime Minister is taking our country in the wrong direction. How can Australian families afford another 3 years of Labor?
Give the call to the Prime Minister. Order.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. I'll ignore the rhetoric in that question from the Shadow Treasurer. But we came to office, of course, in 2022 with a number of challenges that we were facing. Global economic uncertainty was there, a worldwide surge in inflation and energy prices.
Order.
Inflation, when we came to office, had a 6 in front of it and was rising. Productivity was going backwards. Wages were going backwards in real wages. And that was a deliberate design, of course, from the former government. And, of course, interest rates began to rise on the former government's watch as well. When it came to energy prices, of course, as well, we know that the person who asked the question hid the fact that there was a considerable increase on the way.
Order.
We had tape and skills.
Member for Fairfax.
We had housing shortages. We had aged care near breaking point, a crisis in aged care. We held bulk billing degraded. Now, these are the challenges that we've had to face, the mess that we've worked to clean up. So now, instead of a 6 in front of it and rising, inflation has a 2 in front of it and is falling. Now we have 1 million jobs have been created on our watch. The gender pay gap is now at a record low. We have back-to-back budget surpluses for the first time in nearly 2 decades. Instead of a $78 billion deficit that was projected by those opposite, we delivered a $22 billion surplus, followed by a $15 billion surplus as well, making sure that we made a difference in putting that downward pressure on inflation. And at the same time, we had cost of living relief, all of which was opposed by those opposite, whether it be energy bill relief, cheaper medicines, free TAFE, cheaper childcare, or a tax cut for every Australian taxpayer. They were all opposed by those opposite, all opposed. So certainly things, if they had have had their way, this reckless and arrogant opposition, things would have been worse. Things would have.
Order.
People would have been in a much more difficult position if they didn't have their wages going up, their costs going down, and inflation coming back to where it should be.
The member for Macarthur will just have a quiet question time. Give the call to the member for Bennelong.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Housing and Homelessness. How is the Albanese Labor government working to get more Australians into housing, and what obstacles stand in the way?
Give the call to the Minister for Housing and the Minister for Homelessness.
Thanks so much, Speaker, and I really want to thank the member for Bennelong for this question. He is an absolutely staunch advocate for housing in his community, and he's got runs on the board, Speaker. While the member for Bennelong was a local councillor, he approved 17,000 new homes in his local area, 11,000 as Mayor, Speaker, and it's fantastic to see him here bringing that advocacy to the national stage. Speaker, today is a good day for aspiring homeowners on lower middle incomes right across the country.
Member for Deakin will cease rejecting.
I'm really pleased to inform the House that our government's Help to Buy bill has just passed the Senate. And I want to acknowledge the work of my predecessor, Minister Collins, who developed up this policy and set the stage for its passage through the parliament. Speaker, this is good policy in a proud Labor tradition. The Help to Buy legislation will help 40,000 low and middle income Australians get into home ownership. We're talking about cleaners, about childcare workers, about nurses, about disability workers, hard-working Australians who are right in the guts of our economy, who we in the Labor Party believe should get the keys to their own home. And that's what Help to Buy will do. Now, we appreciate the support of those who have voted in favour of this bill, including the Australian Greens. I've had a little bit of constructive criticism to offer the Greens in recent days, Speaker. But let's all agree, Speaker, at least the Greens are showing a modicum of interest in housing policy in this country. Because the people who have really tapped out of this debate, the people who have gone completely missing, are those opposite. We see barely a flicker of interest from those opposite in housing policy. Now, this is not a new approach, Speaker, because I want the parliament to remember that for the almost decade that those opposite were in power, for most of that time, they didn't even have a Commonwealth Housing Minister, Speaker. That's how much they had retreated from this discussion. Now, we have made a number of attempts to brief the Shadow Housing Minister on the policy offerings that we've brought before this parliament. It's not that he can't find the time to come to the briefing, Speaker. He won't even respond to our requests for a discussion. Now, Speaker, those opposite—
The minister's going to pause. The member for Deakin, I thought, was turning the corner, so we're just going to cease interjecting. Order. The minister doesn't need to comment when I'm addressing the House. And that concludes now. Otherwise, I'll sit her down. So, the member for Deakin was interjecting on you, so I was trying to bring the House to order so that we can hear your answer. You have the call.
Thank you, Speaker. Now, unfortunately, those opposite have blocked every initiative that we have brought forward to address the issues that Australians are experiencing with housing. But I'm particularly upset about what has happened with Help to Buy, Speaker, because the Coalition have said for a long time that they care about home ownership. But just an hour ago in the Senate, they came forward and voted against tens of thousands of cleaners, carers and nurses and teachers not being able to own their own home. Speaker, there's going to be a really clear choice at the next election on housing between a reckless, arrogant opposition of pessimism and a party of progress that's making a real difference to Australians' housing opportunities.
The call to the honourable member for Hume.
Prime Minister, Deloitte Access Economics is forecasting the worst budget collapse in 50 years outside the pandemic. Last week, the Treasurer announced that Labor would raid the Future Fund to top up Labor's reckless spending. This weak Albanese Labor government is taking our country in the wrong direction. How can Australians possibly afford another 3 years of Labor?
Call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the Shadow Treasurer for his rhetoric and for his and for just being you.
Treasurer will cease interjecting.
And as the Treasurer has indicated, for just being a delight for the Treasurer to have a shadow, because
order.
We do have a plan. Those opposite had a plan to take wages backwards. That was a key feature of their economic architecture. We have a plan for getting wages up. Increases, 3 of them, for people on the minimum wage. Remember back to the election campaign, Mr Speaker, when I took out that $1 coin and argued that a $1 coin, a $1 increase per hour was something that we would support if the Fair Work Commission chose to do so. And those opposite said it would wreck the economy. The sky would fall in if that occurred. The reckless arrogance from those opposite, Mr Speaker. And then, of course, what happens with workers isn't just their wages, but there's a range of ways in which we've put them up. Whether it be the 10% increase that early educators will get on December 1, not long away now, from next week. The increase in aged care workers to make sure that the system could continue to function. The lowest gender pay gap on record as a direct result of the fact that we have targeted feminised industries to give, not just our thanks to those people who got us through the pandemic, but a proper, decent wages and decent conditions. And then there's people who I've met who've benefited directly from same job, same pay, including a miner who benefited by $34,000, another by $27,000, meaning they're earning exactly the same as the people they're working side by side. But it's not just that, Mr Speaker. As well as that, they're getting to keep more of what they earn. Because we changed the tax cuts to make sure that every taxpayer, not just some, got a tax cut, all 13.6 million of them. In addition to that, we're bringing costs down, cheaper medicines, but more bulk billing, energy rebates, cheaper childcare, all of that opposed by those opposite. Inflation had a 6 in front of it, now it has a 2 in front of it and is going down. And on top of that, we have delivered back-to-back budget services, something those opposite couldn't possibly recognise.
Call to the member for Corangamite.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. How is the Albanese Labor government working to comprehensively address housing issues in our country? And has there been any opposition to this?
Give the call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for Corangamite for her question, and indeed we have a comprehensive plan, our Homes for Australia plan, $32 billion, about increased supply of social and affordable housing, about increased support for people who are renting with increased rental assistance on the last 2 budgets. But in addition to that, of course, we want more Australians to own their own home. We have a plan to build 1.2 million homes by the end of the decade. We're training more tradies, we're funding more infrastructure, and we're delivering more social housing. And we are seeing results. We have helped 120,000 people into home ownership sooner, twice as many as occurred under the former government. And this week, 2 of our most important measures will be voted on in the Senate. Just before Help to Buy passed the Senate with the support of everyone except for the Coalition and One Nation. We think this will help 40,000 Australians on low incomes to buy their first home, getting more affordable rentals on the market. We would have helped those 40,000 Australians a year ago if those opposite weren't standing in the way. And now they have promised to get rid of it if they are elected to office. So first they stood in the way, now they say they'll take it away. That's their approach to increased home ownership. Now, Australians could have had been in those homes right now, but they just said no, 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 like a broken record. The Labor government that I'm proud to lead is turning promises into progress, delivering for every generation and delivering for every Australian. Those opposite just want to get in the way. I'll give you the big tip for those interjecting. Being reckless builds nothing. Being arrogant gets you nowhere. My government is determined to get things done. Those opposite, on the very day that the Senate has passed Help to Buy, are promising to take it away. They not only don't want to progress if they ever occupy the Treasury benches, what they want to do is to actually take Australia backwards and undo progress which is made, even though we know that shared equity schemes have been successful in states, in other governments as well overseas, and it's based upon a program that has operated effectively in Western Australia for many, many decades.
Before I call the member for Brisbane, the member for Deakin
needs to cease interjecting because he's now on a warning. I want to make sure he stays for question time, so he can work with me on that to make sure he remains, or if he wants to interject, he won't remain. Give the call to the honourable member for Brisbane.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Prime Minister, why are climate emissions higher under your government than when Scott Morrison left office?
Order. Members on my left. The member for Fairfax is warned. The member for Brisbane is entitled to ask his questions, just like anyone else in the chamber, and he's going to be heard in silence. So no commentary for any questions when they're asked, no matter where you sit in the chamber. The Minister for Climate Change and Energy has the call.
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker. The answer to the honourable member's question is they're not, and there'll be further evidence of that this week, Mr Speaker, when we release the latest forecasts and projections and the quarterly inventory, as well as the annual climate change statement, which is world's best practice when it comes to accountability on climate change, Mr Speaker. Our Climate Change Act institutes procedures both for setting targets and for reporting progress on targets, and we'll see that later this week. And I'll tell you what does bring emissions down. It's governments implementing policies to see the right rollout of renewable energy, cheap and clean across our country, to bring emissions down in transport, as the Minister for Transport and I have done, with zero support from those opposite, but legislated through the Parliament, because transport, working with industry and electricity and agriculture, is how you get emissions down in a meaningful sense. A government actually setting a clear policy agenda from the beginning, set by the Climate Change Act, supported by the safeguards reforms, supported by the new vehicle efficiency standards, supported by our capacity investment scheme, all of which has been done by this government, all of which has been opposed by the opposition, who wants to stop all that while they wait for their nuclear fantasy to become a reality.
Before I call the member for McNamara, I'm pleased to welcome a delegation from the Solomon Islands, led by the Honourable Jimson Tanangara, the Minister for Police, National Security and Correctional Services, and the Honourable Claise Roha, the Minister for Justice and Legal Affairs. I notice we have students from Carey Baptist College in the electorate from Burt, and also the winner of this year's My First Speech competition for Year 12, Olivia Rose Bradshaw. And I'm very pleased to inform the House that present in the gallery today are the many participants of Kids in the House who are here today with their parents and representatives from JDRF, a leading supporter of type 1 diabetes research in the world. Welcome to you all. And on indulgence, the Prime Minister.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. It was absolutely delightful to welcome these fine young Australians from the Juvenile Diabetes Research Foundation in the Prime Minister's courtyard earlier today, and their parents, and also those people from the foundation. These young Australians are an inspiration. I've been meeting with them since it was instituted in 20 years ago. When we instituted a process in this parliament whereby they would come here, meet with their local members, either here or in their electorate, and educate us about the experience that they have in dealing with diabetes and the courage that they show. And every one of them never tells you a hardship story. They're always upbeat. It's always a pleasure to meet with them, and I'm very proud that my government announced $50 million in funding for the foundation today to coincide with that. It's an important research area, and I know from at least one member of my staff who has been in that situation and is dealing with it and leading a very fulfilling life as well. So I did want to join with the Speaker in welcoming particularly the young Australians, but also their parents and carers and others who are here today.
Indulgence, the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. Well, I join with the Prime Minister in welcoming all of those participants in the JDRF program who are in the House today. And as the Prime Minister says, we've been meeting with people, particularly children affected by type 1 diabetes for many, many years in this place. I want to give a big shout out to Alyssa, her mum Linda from my electorate. I saw them on the plane on the way down on Monday, and we have had, as members of Parliament, engagement with young advocates, as they refer to themselves, who are really telling us about what it is to live with type 1 diabetes and what it means for their parents, the uncertainty, particularly as kids get older, and the complications of life and sport and being away from home, wanting to go to parties, travel, etc., etc. And I just encourage all Australians to jump on the website to understand the differences between type 1 diabetes and type 2 and understand the real concern that every Australian should have with making sure that we can find a cure for type 1 diabetes. And I just say thank you very much to everyone for being in the House today. We welcomed and supported and announced our commitment to the $50 million worth of funding as well. And one of the greatest pleasures I had as Health Minister was to put a lot of money into medical research for type 1 diabetes, because we absolutely must work with all of the leading collaborators around the world, the best researchers, to make sure that we can find that cure to change the lives for those young people in the House today, in Australia and right across the world.
Call to the honourable member for McNamara.
Thank you very much, Speaker. My question is to the Treasurer. How is the Albanese Labor government investing in building more homes and making housing more affordable for Australians, and what obstacles are standing in the way?
Call to the Treasurer.
Thank you, Speaker. The member for McNamara is a real champion for renters and first home buyers in his beautiful, vibrant part of Melbourne. I thank him for the question. Look, housing is one of the defining challenges in our economy. It's one of the substantial pressures on people right now, and that's why it's a big priority of the government to address this challenge. And when we came to office, as the COVID report laid bare, the housing construction pipeline was a mess. In the report that the Health Minister and I released, it made really clear that home builder was pulling demand forward and adding to inflation while supply chains weren't up to scratch. And partly because of that and partly because of other pressures, Mr Speaker, we just don't have enough homes in our communities, and that's putting pressure on costs and it's putting pressure on those communities. Now, rents have been one of the biggest drivers of inflation, but they'd be higher still were it not for the two substantial increases in rent assistance that we have delivered as a government. Now, Mr Speaker, these challenges in the housing market didn't just pop up in May of 2022, and they'll take time to sort out as well. But we are doing our bit as a government. We are investing more in housing than any government ever has, more than 10 times what those opposite invested in almost 10 years, Mr Speaker. And this is a tribute to Ministers O'Neill and to Minister Collins, the Prime Minister and others, this commitment that we have to investment in housing. Now, in our first budget, we had the Housing Australia Future Fund, Help to Buy and the Housing Accord. In our second budget, tax breaks for build to rent. Our third budget, tackling infrastructure bottlenecks. In the last two budgets, those increases to rent assistance, big investments in skills in every opportunity. And that's because we've got an ambitious target to build 1.2 million homes in 5 years. It will be hard, but we can get there if everyone does their bit, and we are doing our bit. The states need to do their bit, the local governments, the peak groups, the builders, the investors, and there's a role for the Senate as well, Mr Speaker, as we know this week, and we call on the senators to pass our build-to-rent changes this week. Now, if those opposite really cared about housing and cost of living, they'd support this investment. But we know that they're a risk to housing because we know their record. They made a mess of the pipeline, they voted against more homes, and they'd cut investment in housing at the worst possible time. And we know from their behaviour today and in the Senate this week, Mr Speaker, that the biggest risk to housing and the biggest risk to household budgets is a coalition government. This side of the House is getting inflation down and wages up. We are strengthening Medicare and building more homes, and we welcome the progress made in the Senate this week in that light.
Call to the Honourable the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister promised before the last election that Australian families will be better off under a Labor government. But under Labor, groceries are harder to buy, rents and mortgages are up, and energy is more expensive every month. Now, with Labor's attempt to raid the nation's piggy bank, the Future Fund, This weak and incompetent government is taking Australia further in the wrong direction, looking more like the Whitlam government every day. How can Australian families and businesses possibly afford another 3 years of Labor?
Order. The member for Fremantle is warned. I don't know how many times I have to tell people, but we're going to keep doing it the right way. The Prime Minister has the call.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. Well, that wasn't the tightest question that I've heard in this place, but I'll do my best, Mr Speaker, and I'm sure that it will be relevant because the fact is that when we came to office, real wages were going down and now they're going up. 4 quarters in a row. 4 quarters in a row they have gone up. Not by accident, but by design. Just as they went down by design as a key feature of their economic architecture, under this government, this Labor government, wages are going up deliberately as a result of our designs, our policy, our legislation, whether it be same job, same pay, whether it be specifically dealing with those sectors that were struggling to keep workers, let alone attract workers, such as early childhood education and aged care. And we have made a substantial difference. And in terms of the question that was asked as well about costs and cost of living, the fact is that the measures that we have introduced have all been opposed by those opposite, whether it be cheaper medicines, more bulk billing, energy rebates, cheaper childcare, tax cuts for every single Australian worker and taxpayer. They have all been opposed by those opposite. Now, we know people are under pressure. We know there's more to do. The difference between us and them is that they acknowledge people are under pressure but want it to be worse. Want no support for them, want no cost of living relief, want lower wages and want higher inflation. And those opposite also wouldn't have assisted by producing budget surpluses. How do we know that? Because their projections were there. $78 billion deficit. They produced a budget in March, just 2 months before the election, which showed just red ink forever, no budget surpluses. We have worked hard through the Expenditure Review Committee to make a difference, to bank any of the upward figures or forecasts, but to make a difference. Now, the real question those opposite have to answer is how would any Australian have been better off under them? Would they have been better off with lower wages under them, with more expensive medicines, less bulk billing, fewer houses, less rent assistance, no free take, no HECS debt relief, a privatised NBN? They have no positive plans whatsoever, just reckless arrogance in their approach to the pressures that Australians are under. We're about acknowledging it, but doing.
I'll hear from the member for Macquarie.
Thank you, Speaker. My question's to the Minister for Social Services. What impacts are the Albanese Labor government's back-to-back increases to the maximum rates of Commonwealth rent assistance having on rents? What alternative approaches are there?
Call to the Minister for Social Services.
Well, thank you, Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for Macquarie for her question. Of course, our government recognises that Australians are doing it tough, with Australia's housing challenges being decades in the making. That is why our government is responding with a $32 billion housing plan, which is building more homes, helping people buy homes and getting more social and affordable homes into the system. As part of this plan, we've acted immediately to deliver significant increases to Commonwealth rent assistance, providing more support to manage rental pressures. We have delivered substantial back-to-back increases to the maximum rates of rent assistance in the first time in more than 30 years. When combined with indexation, this means that our rent assistance has increased by 45% since the Albanese government was elected. Now, importantly, our rent assistance increases have had a positive impact on moderating rents across the board, with the ABS data showing that rents would have been higher without our measures. Now, our increases to rent assistance are making a real difference to people on the ground. Take Debbie from Tasmania, who said that her rent assistance increases was making her rent more affordable as a single pensioner, allowing her to spend less on rent and be better off. Or Belinda, a carer from Seaford in South Australia, who told me that the extra rent assistance had come at a very good time to help her with her rent increases. She said it was making a big difference, along with everything else our government was doing. Now, Speaker, I've been asked about alternative approaches. And while our government is investing in rent assistance to help with cost of living, those opposite have no plan to help with the cost of rent and housing. Of course, those opposite had 10 years in government and made no substantive increase to rent assistance and took no action on housing in this country. And now we have the Leader of the Opposition and the Shadow Treasurer declaring that our government's spending on rent assistance is reckless and wasteful spending. Well, I tell you what's reckless and wasteful. It's this Leader of the Opposition who has a plan for $315 billion of cuts. That's cuts to rent assistance and that's cuts to housing. This Leader of the Opposition is a risk to living standards in this country. And when it comes to housing, we are building and they are blocking. Only Labor, and they don't like to hear this, only Labor has a plan to build a better future for this country.
The member for Hume, I'm just going to ask you to cease interjecting. As you're responsible for the MPI proceeding, we're going to make sure that there's no more interjections, because I'm sure the Parliament does want the MPI today. And now I'd like to hear from the Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
My question is to the Prime Minister. Last month saw the highest number of Australian business insolvencies of any month on record, with 1,364 businesses going bust. Since this Prime Minister took office, over 25,000 Australian businesses have gone insolvent. Behind every one of those 25,000 businesses is an owner who has gone broke, workers who have lost their jobs. This weak Albanese Labor government is taking our country in the wrong direction. How can Australian families possibly afford another 3 years of Labor?
Call to the Prime Minister.
Well, the facts are just wrong that the Deputy Leader has put forward. Half the level that it was under John Howard's government. And the minutes of the RBA's monetary policy meeting in September, 24th of September, said this: the cumulative level of insolvencies was still below the pre-pandemic trend. Who was in government pre-pandemic? Who was in government during the pre-pandemic? Those opposite. Those opposite.
Order.
So go and have a look. Or the RBA Governor
General,
appearing before the House Standing Committee on Economics in August, said it's not at historical highs. Said it very clearly.
The Prime Minister is answering the question. He couldn't be more direct with information to members. The Deputy Leader, I was careful to make sure she was heard in silence. So how about everyone gets a fair go? The Deputy Leader can help the House by ceasing interjecting. The Attorney-General can also add to that cause by ceasing interjecting, so we can listen to the Prime Minister.
I was quoting Michelle Bullock and her appearance before the House Standing Committee on Economics. She said this: in fact, if you look at the trend of insolvencies over time, we're not even back to where we were pre-pandemic trend-wise. Just the RBA Governor. Just the RBA Governor. just someone fact-checking the Deputy Leader of the Opposition. But I'm asked about the last month, Mr Speaker. Well, I'll tell you what we've been doing in the last month, indeed in the last 2 weeks that this parliament has sat. Free TAFE legislation, opposed by those opposite because apparently you don't value it, which explains why they don't support Medicare, they don't support TAFE, they don't support public schools or public hospitals. Fixing HECS indexation for a fair go for young people. The most significant aged care reform in a generation. Future Made in Australia with production tax credits introduced to make a difference. Protecting our children with the social media reforms. Delivering for every generation of Australians. Older Australians by strengthening aged care. Families with more housing and more help to buy a home, students with free TAFE and HECS debt relief, and our children protecting them from the harms of social media. That's what we've done in just this fortnight, Mr Speaker. What did those opposite do? They support privatising the NBN and won't support it staying in public hands. They want to increase migration and won't support the sensible measures put forward.
On my left.
They want to stop free TAFE.
Order.
They want to protect dodgy private education providers when they're not going to fundraisers for them. That's right. And they want to prevent Australians buying homes. That's right. Compare the pair, Mr Speaker, because that's what next year Australians will have the opportunity to do. An optimistic government working for Australians to make life easier, or those opposite working every day to make things harder because they think that advantages them.
The Prime Minister's time has concluded. We'll hear from the member for Chisholm.
Thank you so much, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Education. How is the Albanese Labor government providing cost of living relief and building a better and fairer education system, and what's getting in the way?
Call to the Minister for Education.
Thanks, Mr Speaker, and can I thank the champion member for Chisholm for her question. Mr Speaker, tonight the Senate will vote on 3 important education bills. Bills that will make our education system better and fairer, and bills that will provide real cost of living relief for early educators, for students and for 3 million Australians with a student debt. The first of those bills will deliver a 15% pay rise for some of the most important workers in this country and some of the most underpaid, our early educators. As the Prime Minister said, that will start rolling out from next week, just ahead of Christmas. And guess what the Liberal Party has said about a 15% pay rise for some of Australia's lowest paid workers?
Order.
They call that dodgy. The second bill that will be voted on tonight increases funding for our public schools. That'll help to turn around the drop in the number of kids finishing high school by tying that funding to real and practical reforms, like phonics checks and catch-up tutoring. And guess what the Liberal Party says about extra funding for public schools and those reforms? They say that is the wrong priority. And, Mr Speaker, the third bill the Senate will debate tonight will provide real cost of living help for nursing students, for teaching students, for midwifery students and social work students by providing them with a bit of financial help while they do their prac. And that same bill will wipe $3 billion of student debt for more than 3 million Australians. And, Mr Speaker, if we win the next election, we will cut student debt even more, by 20% for every one of those 3 million Australians. And guess what the Liberal Party think about that? They say that's unfair. They say that would be a terrible thing to do. There's a bit of a pattern here, Mr Speaker. The Liberal Party hate everything that's going to make our education system better and fairer. They attack every bit of help that we're giving Australians with the cost of living. The Liberal Party might not want to give early educators a pay rise, but we do. The Liberal Party may not want us to invest more money in our public schools, but we do. The The Liberal Party may not think it's a good idea to provide financial help for teaching students and nursing students, midwifery students and social work students, but we do. And the Liberal Party may not want to reduce the student debt of 3 million Australians across this country, but we absolutely do.
Give a call to the honourable member for Mallee.
Were they supposed to join in the cause?
The member for Mallee has the call.
My question is to the Prime Minister. Foodbank's 2024 Hunger Report has found 2 million Australian households are experiencing severe food insecurity. This means they skipped meals or ate less because they could not afford enough food, and the situation has deteriorated compared to the 2022 results. This weak Albanese Labor government is taking our country in the wrong direction. How can Australian families and businesses possibly afford another 3 years of Labor?
Call to the Minister for Social Services.
Well, thank you very much, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for her question. Of course, we've been very focused on cost of living pressures that Australians are facing. We understand that people are doing it tough, and we are responding with cheaper medicines, cheaper childcare, and when it comes to supporting those particularly doing it tough, we have had a base rate increase to JobSeeker. We have record increases in Commonwealth rent assistance. We've extended the single parenting payment to children aged 14. And when it comes to food relief, we really appreciate the work that our non-government sector does right across the country. We've actually increased in this budget extra funding to support emergency relief and other important support, financial counselling. I was very proud to deliver, for example, the industry-funded model, something that those opposite couldn't deliver. I was able to deliver the industry-funded financial counselling model, which we now have over $30 million from organisations contributing to. So we will keep looking at all the ways that we can support people with cost of living, whether that's through emergency relief, food relief, but importantly through the cost of living measures, including tax cuts to every single taxpayer, something that those opposite were never going to do.
Give a call to the honourable member for Tangney.
Thank you. My question is to the Minister for Aged Care and Sport. How will the Albanese Labor government's historic aged care reforms deliver dignity and quality in aged care?
Give a call to the Minister for Aged Care and Sport.
I thank the member for Tangney for his question and for the way that he never stops fighting for the older people in his electorate. Mr Speaker, the Royal Commission found that previous governments had brought an appalling level of ambivalence and timidity and detachment to their approach to aged care, and that ended with the election of the Albanese government. From day one, we took action. From the very first act of the 47th Parliament was passing aged care reform legislation, beginning the process of putting security and dignity and quality and humanity back into aged care. And because of these reforms, right now there is a registered nurse on site in aged care 99% of the time, or 23.5 hours out of 24 in Australia. Older Australians are receiving an additional 3.9 million minutes of care every single day, 1.7 million of which are delivered by a qualified and registered nurse. There has been statistically significant decreases in the proportion of residents experiencing polypharmacy, antipsychotic medication use, falls that result in major injury, use of physical restraints, significant unplanned weight loss and consecutive unplanned weight loss. And for the first time, the prevalence of one or more pressure injuries is declining over time. We have made aged care more transparent, with star ratings for residential care, empowering older people and their families to make informed decisions. We have increased government investment in residential aged care by 58%, and we've delivered a $15.1 billion pay rise for aged care workers. And the addition of the Dollars to Care program to star ratings profiles holds providers accountable for the way that they spend their budgets. And of course, this week the Parliament passed our historic rights-based aged care bill, the most significant aged care reform in 30 years. And from 1 July 2025, the new Act will create a rights-based, person-centred aged care system. The Albanese government will deliver 107,000 packages in the next 2 years, a record number, the largest ever release of home care packages. And here's how the industry has responded. The Council of the Ageing has said that the Act will deliver long-awaited rights for older people that put their voices front and centre. The Older Persons Advocacy Network said this Act will build a safe and high-quality, financially viable aged care sector for generations to come. RSL Life Care said the new Act is a pivotal moment for veterans and seniors in Australia, ensuring the care we provide not only meets expectations but empowers individuals to live with greater choice. Catholic Health welcomed the seminal reform which will help deliver quality and sustainable aged care for all Australians.
Call to the honourable member for Mackellar.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Health. My community of Mackellar is served by the only public-private partnership hospital in New South Wales. Healthscope, which runs the Northern Beaches Hospital, has recently terminated the contracts of the private health insurers who they believe are failing to adequately reimburse patients for their care. This means my constituents will either have to pay significantly more for their private care or travel to other hospitals. Will the government support the AMA's call for a private health system authority to resolve such disputes and ensure my community is not left in the lurch and paying big bucks for their health care? Thanks.
Call to the Minister for Health and Aged Care.
Thank you, Speaker. Can I first of all add my welcome to the Blue Army, the kids in the house, particularly to Theo and his mum Julie from the western suburbs in Adelaide. Theo's a terrific soccer player. He plays midfield right. He played for the blue team this morning against the parliamentarians. It pains me to say, Mr Speaker, some of our parliamentary colleagues are particularly dirty players. But still, the kids won, Mr Speaker. The kids won, and so they deserve to win. So they deserve to win. But the member asked a very important question, and I want to give a little bit of background to what is a situation I know is concerning a number of members of the insurance funds that she mentions. We have a mixed system here in Australia, as the member knows, where Medicare sits alongside a private system with private hospitals funded in large part by private health insurers. They conduct about 70% of surgery in this country and a range of other very important services. And that system essentially functions through contracts negotiated between the insurers and the hospitals on the other hand. And that commercial tension has for a long time delivered competition and efficiency, which ultimately has been to the benefit of patients. But like many sectors, this sector has suffered a price shock from COVID, and there are a range of other changes happening, a shift away from overnight stays to more day surgery, which impacts the business model of many hospitals and other things as well. As a result, I asked the Secretary of the Department to conduct a health check on this sector. Insurers, private hospital operators, the AMA and patient groups were part of that. It was very constructive. I've published a version of that health check, and I've asked the Secretary to keep that forum going, and it will discuss some short-term options for reform of this sector very soon, as well as some long-term ideas that include the AMA idea, which they've been touting really for some time now, a different regulatory system. In the meantime, though, can I say this, that both these two companies, Bupa and Healthscope, are large multinational companies that receive either directly or indirectly billions of dollars in taxpayer support through the insurance rebate and other means, as well as hard-earned money from fund members as well. Now, they've got their commercial interests, but I make the point again that given that level of support and the privilege of operating as part of Australia's healthcare system, I expect them to put patients first. Now, they've given 90 days notice, Healthscope, of an intention not to be part of Bupa's operations, they need to get back to the table. They need to fix this, because the ultimate losers are going to be members of those funds who would be left having to pay vast out-of-pocket expenses. So I say again, get back to the table and fix this.
Call to the member for Swan.
My question is to the Treasurer. How is the Albanese Labor government's responsible budget management helping in the fight against inflation and easing the cost of living? How does this compare to other approaches?
Call to the Treasurer.
Thanks very much, Speaker, and thanks to the member for Swan for her question, but also for the really quite remarkable representation she provides her community here in this place. Now, as the Prime Minister has pointed out a couple of times today, Mr Speaker, when we came to office, Australians were going backwards due to a combination of higher and rising inflation and falling real wages, and we had inherited huge deficits and $1 trillion of Liberal debt, and we've been working hard to clean up the mess. Inflation has more than halved. Real wages are growing again. We've recorded 2 consecutive surpluses for the first time in almost 2 decades. The Governor of the Reserve Bank said that that's helping in the fight against inflation. And we've also shaved off $150 billion in Liberal debt. But we know that people are still under pressure, and we know that the pressure on the national budget is intensifying rather than easing. And these are the points made by the Deloitte report, which was released overnight, which talked about the impact of a slowing Chinese economy, for example, or a weakening in our labour market, and what that means for the budget, Mr Speaker. But it remains the case. It remains the case, Mr Speaker, that this government has overseen the biggest positive turnaround in the budget in a parliamentary term in Australian history, Mr Speaker. We have turned 2 big Liberal deficits into 2 big Labor surpluses, and that is a powerful demonstration of our responsible economic management, Mr Speaker. And that's why Deloitte made 2 points. The first point Deloitte made was they acknowledged our fiscal discipline and said we deserve credit for banking upward revisions to revenue. And they also said, Mr Speaker, in their report that the soft landing that we are seeking is looking likely in our economy. Those are 2 points that Deloitte made in their report, Mr Speaker. Now, we have made it really clear that there are pressures on the budget that we are working in a responsible and methodical way to deal with. And I wanted to give those opposite who are chirping away an example of these pressures on the budget. When the mid-year budget update is released in December, Mr Speaker, one of the biggest increases in spending will be for veterans. It'll be for veterans. And that's because of the work that we have done to make sure that veterans are getting their claims processed and getting the support that they need and deserve after a lifetime of service, Mr Speaker. And so what you'll see in the MyUFO is a big increase in funding for veterans support. Now, those opposite describe looking after veterans as wasteful spending. They think it's wasteful spending. And this shows us once again what a risk they are to the household budgets of people right around this country. We are increasing support for veterans. That will be one of the reasons why there's a deterioration in the budget. Those opposite don't support it, and that shows again what a risk they are to the budget and to household budgets right around Australia.
The member for Herbert was continually interjecting during that answer, and he'll leave the chamber under 94A. He has order. Simply just can't have non-stop interjections in an answer. It's ridiculous. The member for Bowman has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is for the Prime Minister. Julie from Macleay Island in my electorate has told me, quote, "I can't get past the expense of food and just how quickly the price of 2 bags of groceries has risen. I didn't feel so poor a few years ago, and I could save for items I needed for the house. Not now." This week, Albanese Labor government is taking our country in the wrong direction. How can Australian families and businesses possibly afford another 3 years of Labor?
Order. The Treasurer has warned. It's the same rules for everyone about interjecting before someone starts. Prime Minister has the call.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. I thank the member for his question. I'm asked about two things, what we're doing this week, in the last week, but also about cost of living pressures, which we understand. Julie, along with a lot of Australians, are under financial pressure. We understand that. That's why we're acting. But what I hope you said to Julie when she raised it with you was that you voted against her getting, if she's from Queensland, from $1,000 between the federal government and the state government of Stephen Miles in energy bill support. I hope you said that you voted against it.
Order.
I hope you explained to Julie if she's a worker on a low income that you opposed her getting a tax cut. You opposed it. Not only did you oppose it, you then said you'd reverse it, and then your leader said there should be an election on the basis of it. That's how hostile you were to tax cuts for Julie if she's a worker. If she's not a worker and she's on a payment, as the Minister for Social Services just outlined, we have supported increases that those opposite have also said are wasteful. I hope you have said, sorry that my side of politics thinks there is $315 billion of waste that we wouldn't have undertaken. I hope that you've explained to Julie, if she buys any medicines, that you wanted medicines to be more expensive rather than cheaper, because Julie might be one of the people who have benefited by $1 billion, by $1 billion. And I hope as well that the member has said that he's been opposed to and has voted against affordable housing. He's voted against. I don't know if Julie has kids, then you voted against childcare being cheaper. Those opposite have also voted against a pay rise for childcare workers, a pay rise for aged care workers, and you voted against, of course, free TAFE. Free TAFE. Free TAFE. And your deputy leader explained why you were opposed to free TAFE, because if things are free, apparently, according to the Liberal Party philosophy, they're not valued, which explains why you don't support Medicare and never have, why you don't support public schools, and why you continue to just say what you're against and not put anything forward constructively that will help.
Just remind the Prime Minister and all members to direct their remarks through the chair. I didn't want to interrupt the Prime Minister during his answer. The member for McEwen has the call.
My question is to the Minister for Communications. Why is it so important the Albanese Labor government's proposal to establish a minimum age for social media passes the Parliament this week?
Give the call to the Minister for Communications.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for his question. The Albanese government takes seriously its obligation to online safety and the reduction of harms facing Australians. Now, we know that parents are rightly concerned about these harms as they impact on their children, and we've taken a decision to support them. We also want young people to imagine a world where social media does not have to constantly fuel their thoughts, drive their anxieties, or determine their sense of fitting in. There are enough pressures already in the teenage years, and the Albanese government is taking a stand to say that access to social media does not have to define connection in this country. I say to Australia's young people that your voices are important, and we have been listening. One of the key features of our legislation is its implementation timeframe. We are committed to using this time to engage with young people and the organisations that represent them. And I thank the many young people for their engagement already and for outlining their concerns. And I say to them that we will work with you over the next 12 months and beyond to ensure wraparound supports for young people remain accessible.
The Minister for Communications, I don't know why the member for Fisher feels the need to just continually interject with this rolling commentary with every answer, but it's completely unacceptable, and he more than anyone in the Parliament should know that.
So he's warned. Does everyone wants to get a fair go here? You've got to treat everyone fairly as well. The Minister for Communication has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. To the importance of this bill, the legislation allows for rules to be made for definitional carve-outs for messaging and gaming. We want young people to remain connected to their family and friends and to be able to participate in digital environments that are age appropriate. The rules will also allow for educational and health apps that function in a similar way to social media to remain available to connect with young people. The aim here is to drive innovation and digital connections in spaces that are designed for the needs of children, because their education, health and wellbeing are paramount for this government. Mr Speaker, this work is not constrained to the communications portfolio. We are working collaboratively across government, and I acknowledge the contributions of many colleagues, including the Attorney-General, the Ministers for Education, Health, Youth and Social Services, and the Assistant Minister for Mental Health. They have worked hard to consider policies that complement our bill and build support for young people where and when they need it. Collectively, we are continuing to ensure the views and perspectives of parents, young people and communities remain central to the policies we take forward to support them through the implementation phase and beyond. And allowing this time for the law to come into effect will strengthen how it operates in practical terms and enable us to continue working with young people and the sectors that represent them.
Give the call to the honourable member for Curtin.
This is a question for the Minister for Social Services. A crisis payment is meant to be available for women escaping domestic violence, but the conditions exclude half the women who apply. The payment is only available if a woman can show she fits the narrow criteria within 7 days of leaving. This is an unrealistic expectation for women whose lives are in chaos. Will the government review the conditions of the crisis payment so it actually helps women when they need it?
Call to the Minister for Social Services.
Well, thank you, Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for Curtin for her question and her long-standing advocacy for women and children escaping family and domestic violence. We know that at a time when a woman is leaving a violent relationship, it is a very difficult time, and our government's made a number of changes and investments to try and support women at that particular time when they're leaving a violent relationship. We have brought in, for example, 10 days of family domestic violence leave to allow someone in that circumstance to attend to appointments, court or see police. We've also made permanent the Escaping Family Violence Payment, which is not administered by Services Australia, but by another non-government organisation that has the expertise, which provides people with $5,000 of support to set up a new home or to get things that they may need. In addition, there is the crisis payment, as the member has identified, which is another plank of support. Now, while legislation requires that that person has 7 days from the traumatic event to lodge a claim for crisis payment, there is flexibility to support people in this circumstance. Services Australia provides an additional 14 days after contact to lodge a claim if they've experienced family and domestic violence. Notwithstanding that, we know as a government too often perpetrators of family domestic violence can exploit and manipulate government systems to control, harass or threaten a current or former partner. And we have continued to look at government systems across the board through some of the work we're doing. Most recently, the officials undertaking this whole of government systems abuse review in the Commonwealth have met with their Lived Experience Advisory Council to talk with them about their interactions with the social security system, but also the Australian tax system and the child support system. So we will continue to look across government systems about how we best can support victim survivors of family and domestic violence, but it is not the only plank. We have a number of measures in place and we'll continue to look at more we can do. Thank you.
Call to the member for Werriwa.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is for the Minister for Health. How is the Albanese Labor government making medicines cheaper for all Australians, including new medicines being added to the PBS? How do cheaper medicines help strengthen Medicare after a decade of cuts and neglect?
Give a call to the Minister for Health and Aged Care.
Well, thank you, Speaker, and I thank the member for Werriwa for her question. She is such a strong supporter of our work to strengthen Medicare and make medicines cheaper. It's something we talk about constantly. And she knows that in just over 2 years, Mr Speaker, we've made more than 260 new or expanded listings onto the PBS, providing Australians with access to the world's best medicines at affordable PBS prices. And this month, we've expanded access to Evenity, a leading treatment for severe osteoporosis. Up until now, Evenity has only been available after a patient, usually an older woman, has suffered not one but 2 separate fractures. But now it will be available as a first-line treatment immediately after a diagnosis of severe osteoporosis. This is going to benefit more than 9,000 mainly older Australians every single year, Mr Speaker. And instead of those older Australians paying almost $5,000 for a course of treatment, it will be available at affordable PBS prices. And at the same time, we've been making those PBS prices cheaper, Mr Speaker. In the first 3 months of our time in government, we slashed the maximum amount that pensioners would pay each year for their medicines by 25%. Last year alone, that meant an additional 22 million free scripts for Australia's pensioners. 22 million, Mr Speaker. We also delivered the biggest cut to the price of medicines in the 75-year history of the PBS, and we finally allowed doctors to prescribe common long-term medicines for 60 days' supply, not just 30. And as the Prime Minister said earlier in question time, these measures have saved Australians more than $1 billion in co-payments at the pharmacy counter, making a real difference at a time of cost of living pressure, Mr Speaker. Now, we know Australian households are still doing it tough, and that's why we're also freezing the price of medicines next year by up to 5 years, which will save them another $500 million. But we also know that all of this progress on making medicines cheaper is under threat. Under threat from a Liberal Party that voted against the measures in the first place. Under threat from a shadow treasurer who continues to describe our investments in Medicare as wasteful. Lined up for the chopping block if the Treasurer ever got his way on this side of the House, God forbid, Mr Speaker. But also under threat from a Leader of the Opposition who, when he was Health Minister, only ever tried to push health prices up rather than down. Now, I said already we've saved patients, Mr Speaker, more than $1 billion at the pharmacy. In his first budget as Health Minister, the Leader of the Opposition actually tried to force medicine prices up that would have cost patients $1 billion more, not $1 billion less, Mr Speaker, proving yet again you can't trust this man and you can't trust the Liberal Party on Medicare.
The call to the Prime Minister.
On that note, Mr Speaker, I ask that further questions be placed on the notice paper.
Call to the Minister for Communications, who's seeking a personal explanation. Call to the Minister for Communications.
Mr Speaker, I wish to make a personal explanation.
Do you claim to be misrepresented?
Most grievously.
You may proceed.
This morning in the Sydney Morning Herald, there is an editorial by Bevan Shields which says the following, and I quote, "TV and gambling executives met with Communications Minister Michelle Rowland in August." That is false.
Call to the Deputy Leader of the Opposition, who's also seeking a personal explanation.
Mr Speaker, I seek leave to make a personal explanation.
Do you claim to be misrepresented?
Yes.
You may proceed.
In question time today, I asked the Prime Minister about the more than 25,000 businesses in Australia that have gone insolvent since he became Prime Minister, with 1,364 going bust in the last month alone. In response, the Prime Minister said, and I quote, "The facts are just wrong that the Deputy Leader has put forward," end quote. Speaker, the data I was quoting from is ASIC data. It is not my word or the Prime Minister's word. It is not Labor's word or the Liberals' word. It is ASIC data. It is not wrong. It is correct. The Prime Minister should now update the House at the first available opportunity to correct the mistake as standing orders prescribe. And to help the Prime Minister, I seek leave to table the ASIC data which spells out the numbers for every quarter on record.
Leave granted.
It's available on the internet if it is what you said.
We shall move to papers and give the call to the Leader of the House.
Speaker, I present the status of government responses in the House of Representatives to parliamentary committee reports as at the 30th of September this year.
I have received a letter from the Honourable Member for Hume proposing that a definite matter of public importance be submitted to the House for discussion, namely the government's economic mismanagement resulting in the longest household recession on record. I call upon those honourable members who approve of the proposed discussion to rise in their places and give the call to the Shadow Treasurer.
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker. After nearly 3 years of this Albanese Labor government and its economic mismanagement, Australians are poorer. Because the truth is, Mr Speaker, we know historically what happens is Australians become poorer under Labor. Now, Deputy Speaker, the Treasurer doesn't accept this. The Treasurer doesn't accept this. He thinks they've never had it so good.
Of course.
He thinks they've never had it so good. And the biggest concession he could make in the papers this morning was they are feeling worse off. They are feeling worse off. No, those ingrates, those damn ingrates, Deputy Speaker, how can they feel bad about things when he's the Treasurer? Well, Deputy Speaker, the reason is simple. Because they are worse off under Labor. And it's worth going to the facts, because the Treasurer doesn't really like the facts very much, but I think we're going to spend a little bit of time on the facts, because this is more than feelings.
It is.
This is way more than feelings. This is facts. The Employee Living Cost Index. So this is what people who are working families are paying in their cost of living. It is up 18.9% since Labor came. 18.9%. That $1 coin that we heard the Prime Minister talking about earlier today, it's worth close to 80 cents now, and falling, Deputy Speaker, 18.9%. Interest rates up 12 times. And we know a typical family living in south-western Sydney, in my electorate, paying $35,000 more than they were just a couple of years ago in after-tax income, Deputy Speaker, in after-tax income. But they're only feeling worse off, Deputy Speaker, after that $35,000. And meanwhile, interest rates, they're coming down in the US, UK, Canada, Europe, New Zealand, not here, Deputy Speaker, where we are absolutely at the back of the pack in fighting and beating that underlying inflation, which is hurting families so much. Personal income taxes payments being made by Australians up 25% since Labor came to power. 25%. And meanwhile, Deputy Speaker, Labor productivity in this country has fallen by 6.3%. 6.3%. Actually, the member opposite wrote a book on this, the 3 Ps, and he made the point that productivity is the most important of the 3 Ps. 6.3% down. Absolute freefall under this government, because this Treasurer is hopeless and hapless, and all he is prepared to acknowledge is that Australians are feeling worse off under him. Now, Deputy Speaker, we also know, and we heard today, that business insolvencies are at a record high. And it was shameful the way the Prime Minister dealt with the facts that were outlined by the Deputy Leader of the Opposition. Because the truth is, and it's worth going through these facts again, because the Prime Minister's in denial. They love a bit of denial, those opposite. 1,364 insolvencies in the last month alone. 1,364. That is a record. That is a record. That is not ambiguous. It's ASIC data. It comes out each month, and that is the highest that number has ever been. And that now gets us to a total of 24,700 businesses that have gone under. And they are the hardest working Australians around. The Australians who run small businesses, there is nothing tougher than running a small business. It is a tough game. And they are in enormous pain. And this Treasurer and this Prime Minister will not even accept what is going on there, the record levels of insolvency. Now, sitting underneath this, Deputy Speaker, is something truly calamitous, and that is a collapse in Australians' standard of living. Their real disposable income, the real disposable income per person in Australia has collapsed under Labor, 8.7% since those came to power. And, Deputy Speaker, I have an apology to make to the House, because a couple of weeks ago we had a little bit of an interaction with the Speaker over whether or not this was the worst Labor government since Whitlam. And the Speaker pointed out that this maybe is something we shouldn't be saying. It turns out he was right, because this is the worst government since records began on real disposable income. It is worse than Whitlam. It is worse than the absolutely disastrous Whitlam government that I remember. I am old enough to remember standing on the polling booths to get rid of that government, and I tell you what, I'll be standing on the polling booths to get rid of this government, as will everyone here and all good Liberal supporters across the country, because this is absolutely disastrous. It's worse than the recession we had to have in the early 90s. We didn't see anything like this collapse in living standards at that time. But we've also broken another record, Deputy Speaker. It's not a record we want to break. We've broken another record, and this is 6 consecutive quarters of household recession. Now, a household recession is GDP per person going backwards. We have never, since records began, before seen 6 consecutive quarters of household per person going backwards. And the Treasurer, of course, as he likes to do, he spins it. Yep. Doesn't worry about the economics, just focuses on the spin. He says it's all okay because immigration has been at record levels. It's all okay. We've had 1 million people, as the Shadow Minister here knows, 1 million people in 2 years, so it's all okay. Household recessions, it's not okay. It's not okay, Deputy Speaker. It is one of the reasons why Australians are hurting. And he loves to talk about a soft landing. Well, the only landing I see, Deputy Speaker, is a crash landing. Right. Under this Treasurer, is a crash landing. What we are seeing is completely unprecedented. An 8.7% reduction in standards of living. No pathway to restoration of that standard of living. No pathway to restoration of that standard of living anytime soon. A household recession, 6 consecutive quarters, and sadly we see Saul Eslake out today saying he expects another quarter of that as well. It's going to keep going as their record levels of immigration continue, Deputy Speaker, and of course we see a sclerotic economy with a collapse in Labor productivity and a Labor government and a Labor Treasurer that simply has no idea how to deal with these ailments. Now, we also learned today that there are deficits coming as far as the eyes can see. Now, we've seen that in their budgets, but it's getting worse. That's getting worse. And despite personal income taxes going up by 25%, Deloitte Access has told us that the Treasurer is presiding over the biggest slump in the budget outside of COVID that we've ever seen, $49 billion, Deputy Speaker. And it's no wonder then that he is raiding the nation's nest egg. It is no wonder he's decided to become the investment allocator-in-chief for this country. He's coming after the Future Fund. And it's no surprise that the founder of the Future Fund, the first chairman of the Future Fund, the most recent chairman of the Future Fund, have all come out, and the former Prime Minister, John Howard, have all come out saying this is truly disastrous for this nation, as this Treasurer, as he runs out of money, raids these nest eggs. But we know where he goes next. He'll be going to the industry super funds and saying, I want your money too. It's not Australians' money as far as he's concerned, it's his money to allocate and spend as he sees fit. This is a guy who spent 6 months in the private sector and says it's the worst time of his career. But he wants to become the investment allocator-in-chief. Even the member for Parramatta, he spent a lot more time in the private sector than that. Maybe he should be their shadow treasurer. Maybe he should be their... Well, Deputy Speaker, this is a treasurer who has no idea. Now, there is a better way, and that's getting back to basics. That is getting this country back on track. Outcomes, not gestures. Delivery, not meetings. Actions, not just promises. fighting inflation, not just alliteration. This guy, 3 R's, 2 F's, 4 D's, you know, that he thinks he can fight inflation with alliteration, Deputy Speaker. Well, you can't. You've actually got to do the real work. That means getting rid of the reckless spending. That means making sure we're investing in the supply side of our economy and getting more houses built. 500,000 houses. We've laid out how you can do it. Getting rid of the bloated bureaucracy that is driving up inflation, Deputy Speaker, and making it harder for businesses to do what they want to do. Making it harder for businesses to invest and to grow and to create jobs, which we know is the key to prosperity in this country, Deputy Speaker, not sending more of them broke. Australians, Deputy Speaker, cannot afford another 3 years of Labor.
And I give the call to the Assistant Minister for Social Security, Ageing and Women.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and what a wander through some of the pathways of the Shadow Treasurer's mind that was. Certainly in our 2.5 years in office, our government has been laser-focused on supporting Australians. We do know that times are difficult in Australian households, that people are under the pump from cost of living pressures and from higher interest rates. And it is important to look at the facts. Because when we came to office, inflation had a 6 in front of it, and it was rising. It now has a 2 in front of it. Now, that is not an accident. It is a result of very deliberate policies that our government has crafted to support Australian households with cost of living relief without adding to inflation, to ease cost of living pressures, to help people earn more and to keep more of what they earn. And while times are difficult, we are seeing progress. Real wages are now growing again, and they have grown for 4 consecutive quarters. The gender pay gap is at its lowest level on record. And that is a result of deliberate government policies. The pay rises that we've provided to aged care workers, the pay rises that we will provide to those in the early education sectors, highly feminised workplaces where women for too long have been underpaid and underappreciated. Our government has provided cost of living relief, a tax cut for every taxpayer, everyone, not just the wealthy. Energy bill relief for every household, cheaper medicines, cheaper childcare. We're cutting student debt. We are introducing fee-free TAFE as a permanent measure. And of course, unlike the Deputy Leader of the Opposition, who, when opposing this policy, said you don't value things if you don't pay for them, on this side of the House, we see education as a pathway to prosperity, and we want everyone to be able to benefit from it. We've been rebuilding our health system, and didn't it need rebuilding after the almost decade of those opposite who, once again, as we know, this is their track record when they get into government, they try and rip out the heart of Medicare. We have been doing the work to rebuild our health centre to make sure that Medicare is strengthened and sustainable into the future. We've opened 75 new Medicare urgent care clinics around the nation, including one in Heidelberg in the heart of my community. We've been boosting bulk billing so that more people can see a doctor for free when they need it. We've been making sure that our health system is based on having your Medicare card, not based on having your credit card. And of course, that was the policy under those opposite. So we do know that without the tax cuts, without the investments we were putting into our health system, without all of the ways that we are supporting Australians with cost of living help, Australian households would be much worse off. And of course, every single one of these measures that we have brought to this place, every single cost of living measure that we have brought has been opposed by those opposite. They even suggested we go to an election over our plans to deliver tax cuts. And that is why it is such a risk for Australian families, for Australian households, to look to those opposite to get us through these difficult times. They are not the people who will support households, who will support Australians with cost of living pressures. We have seen their record. Falling real wages, much higher inflation, huge deficits, and of course, much more debt. That's their record. That's what makes them risky. We will continue to do the responsible work to support Australians with cost of living measures, to do it in a way where we're not adding to inflation, to make Australians' lives easier, not harder. Deputy Speaker, it has been a bit of a slog for our government because those opposite have opposed us at every step of the way. Tax cuts, they opposed it, they said they'd reverse it. In fact, then they threatened an election over tax cuts for every taxpayer. And if I look at the impact of that in my household, in my electorate, that's 77,000 taxpayers just in Jagga Jagga, with an average tax cut of $1,762, who stand to lose under those opposite. Of course, they voted against cheaper medicines. 601,528 prescriptions in Jagga Jagga so far as a result of that policy. They voted against cheaper childcare, which is providing savings for 6,600 families in my community of Jagga Jagga. They voted against increasing the maximum rate of Commonwealth rent assistance, which is benefiting 3,285 households in Jagga Jagga. They voted against debt relief for students, which is benefiting 22,263 people with a help debt in my community. They voted against power bill relief. Of course, they are voting against our fee-free TAFE measures. They voted against a future made in Australia. They voted against the HAF. They don't want Australians to have houses. Every step of the way, those opposite have tried to block our government's efforts to make life easier for Australians. And while they've done this, they haven't really given us much of a sense of what they would actually do in government. We haven't seen their positive vision for how they would support Australians at this difficult time. One small piece, I suppose, is the fascination with nuclear energy. The plan to install nuclear plants in communities that don't seem to have been consulted at a cost of $600 billion to produce just 4% of Australia's energy by 2050. This is pretty much just climate denial wrapped up in yellow cake. This is not a policy. This is not something that is going to support Australians with the cost of electricity. This is a frolic, and that's pretty much it when it comes to policies that aren't just saying no. The track record is that the Liberals and Nationals block, they cut. They want to cut what is helping, they want to punish people who are struggling. They want to claw back the tax cuts we've delivered, close the Medicare urgent clinics we've opened. They want to stop the housing projects we've started, to push up the price of medicines, to take away the increases to rent assistance we've provided to Australian renters. And of course today we've once again had confirmation from the Shadow Minister that they will remove the Help to Buy scheme, the scheme that will help 40,000 Australians into home ownership. At this time, after all they failed to do when they were in government to solve the housing crisis, after the work they failed to do to make sure that we have the housing supply this country needs, they are looking to rip away that support from 40,000 Australians. And of course, to rip away the pay rises and conditions of Australian workers. So, in the absence of them putting positive policies on the table, I suppose we really have to look to those opposites' track record from when they were in government over that very long, nearly a decade. Well, if we look at the 2014 budget, I'm not sure if we would call it the golden years. In fact, widely regarded as the worst budget this country has ever seen. After then, Prime Minister Tony Abbott promised Australians no cuts to education, health and other areas on the eve of the 2013 federal election. What did he then want to deliver? $80 billion cut to health and education spending, of course a $7 co-payment for visiting the doctor, special straight from the then Minister for Health and now the Leader of the Opposition. Particularly that time those opposite went after older Australians. They went after older Australians and those who rely on the pension. They wanted to increase the pension age to 70. They wanted to cut $1 billion from pensioner concessions. They tried to cut pension indexation. They axed the $900 seniors supplement to self-funded retirees receiving the Commonwealth Seniors Health Card. They reset deeming rates thresholds, a cut which would have seen 500,000 part pensioners made worse off. And then just a year later, the Liberals and Nationals shamefully did a deal with the Greens to cut the pension to around 370,000 pensioners by as much as $12,000 a year by changing the pension assets test. Now, older Australians have not forgotten that record. They have not forgotten that those opposite look to cut the pension, that older Australians would be worse off under those opposite. They would not be supported with the cost of living relief they need and which this government is delivering. This government will continue to do the important work to support Australian households. We know that Australians cannot rely on those opposite who just continue to block, to oppose, and who fail to put any positive proposals on the table when it comes to delivering for Australians in our future.
Member for Riverina.
Whether it's households, whether it's farms, whether it's factories, whether it's small businesses, right across society, Australians are worse off now than what they were prior to the election in May 2022 of the Albanese government.
Exactly true.
The Deputy Liberal Leader and Member for Farrer asked a very good question in question time today when she queried the Prime Minister about the record number of Australian business insolvencies of any month ever. 1,364 businesses going up the spout. And since this Prime Minister took office, more than 24,700 Australian businesses have gone insolvent. And the Prime Minister disputed those figures, even though they were the Australian Securities and Investment Commission figures, even though they were the official statistics. And yet we have a government that is promising to build 1.2 million Australian homes. And amongst those insolvencies, the second highest sector is the construction industry. And if you look at the figures, and this again is ASIC data, the numbers of construction companies going insolvent, and these are the first time a company enters external administration or has a controller appointed industry type, it goes from 21-22, 1,284. The following year, 2,213, and then 2,977 for financial year 23-24. Those figures come on the back of Labor saying that they're going to build 1.2 million Australian homes. Come on the back of the Victorian government trying to shut down the timber industry, on the back of the Victorian government, where the member for Jagga lives in Victoria, telling new homeowners that they can't put gas appliances in their homes. And so how, in goodness knows name, are we going to get that quantity of houses built? Well, we've done a cosy little deal yesterday with the Greens. Love is back in the air when it comes to Labor and the Greens. Now, it never really, the romance never really browned off. It didn't. They just pretend. No, it's not wrong, member for Eden Monero at all. It was always there. They just feigned, let's have this little lovers tiff so that everybody thinks we're not together anymore, but you know what, we'll still accept your preferences, and just in the death throes of the parliamentary sitting schedule, we'll reunite. We'll get back into bed. And that's exactly what happened yesterday. That is exactly what happened yesterday. Labor and the Greens back in cahoots, back. Yes, I hear preferences from the member for Eden Monero, the Regional Development Minister. That is so true. It's all about preferences, because that is how Labor will get back in. And rest assured, if we are in a minority government situation after the next election, well, the figures on insolvencies, the figures on energy costs, the figures on grocery prices, the Bowser cost for everybody who ever goes to fill up their car or their ute or their truck or whatever, their motorbike, it's going to be up and up and up. Because let me tell you, if the Labor government is going to be led by the nose by the Greens political party, then we are all in trouble. We are all in trouble, because the Greens just don't have an environmental agenda. That'd be fine if they did, but they have got an economic agenda to dismantle the traditions of this nation. And that's before they even start on social norms. That's before they even start fixing up what they think is wrong, everything wrong with society. But don't just take my word for it on the construction side. Look at Credit Watch Chief Economist Ian Culhane, who said on the construction side, interest rates do reduce construction, and there's the well-publicised cost pressure that businesses in the building industry have faced for a number of years. He said that. Now, construction had the second highest business failure rate, with a 12-month average of 5.3%. And it is a terrible indictment on this government that what we have is both the hospitality and construction have the most number of businesses with debts to the tax office, the most number of businesses failing. And that leads to pressures on households. Households already crippled with debt. Households already wondering how they're going to put Christmas presents under the tree for the kids come December 25. Households that are under pressure because of this government, which did nothing in its first few months but worry about a divisive referendum that failed, and they didn't look at cost of living pressures at all.
Time has expired, and the member for Fraser has the call.
Deputy Speaker, Mark Twain once said that there are three types of lies. There are lies, there are damned lies, and there are statistics. Now, Mark Twain wasn't saying we shouldn't look at statistics, of course, but in a typically beautiful turn of phrase, what Mark Twain was arguing against was the use of statistics without understanding and without interpretation and without context. And I think if Mark Twain had heard this debate today, he would have said, I've heard a lot of statistics from one side of this debate, but a lot of those statistics haven't been given the proper context. Let me give you just one example. So one of the statistics that was raised in the first speech of this debate was that the $1 an hour increase in the minimum wage would be worth less than $1 now, something in the order of something more than 80 cents. Now, we all understand the way that inflation works over time in terms of purchasing power, and I haven't gone and double-checked those statistics, but let's take that at face value. But of course, what that statistic doesn't tell us is the fact that that $1 an hour increase in the minimum wage was stridently opposed by that same person. And so, of course, we get this partial statistic, but it's almost meaningless without the full context. When that $1 an hour increase in the minimum wage was put forward by those on this side, and in particular by the Prime Minister as opposition leader, those opposite described it as reckless. Those opposite said it would ruin the economy. Those opposite said that the Prime Minister was, in the words of Scott Morrison, a loose unit for supporting an increase in the minimum wage. The abuse kept coming and coming. But now the Shadow Treasurer wishes to complain because that dollar isn't worth exactly $1 now, without conceding the fact that if he was in charge, that dollar would have been 0 cents, not something a bit more than 80 cents. So that's a classic case of a statistic that means something totally different when you look at it in the full context. Similarly, those opposite relentlessly complain about where wages are at. Real wages are now increasing, and those opposite will constantly say, oh, but not by much. But then when it comes to each individual case of wage rises, when it comes to every single case before the Commission, when it comes to the 15% increase for aged care workers, when it comes to the 10% increase for early educators, which will come about in December, those opposite oppose. So again, when you look at statistics in context, they mean something totally different. Those opposite complain about taxes. But what they don't say is that for 87% of the taxpayers in my electorate, they're better off under the tax plan that we put in as opposed to the one that they wanted to have continued being legislated. If you look at somebody earning, or a household earning, $45,000 in my electorate, and there are many in my electorate, and indeed many in electorates right across, for the electorates of people right across this chamber, they are $804 better off because of the tax changes that we put through, that those opposite complained about bitterly all the way through the debate in this chamber. So those opposite will say to a household earning $45,000, you're paying too much tax, but what they don't say is, but we would have had you paying $804 more tax. Similarly, somebody earning $73,000 received a tax cut of $1,504 compared to $800 under them. So again, those opposite will say, oh, we think you're paying too much tax. Income tax is too high. What they don't say is the next part of that sentence, but we would have had you paying an extra $700. So again, yet another case of those opposite cherry-picking their statistics or giving a statistic without its real meaning. And where it's probably worst is where those opposite go on and on and on about wasteful spending. So they say that there's hundreds of billions of dollars of wasteful spending, and here's where there's a real intellectual dishonesty that's going to be found out in the election. Because when they say there's hundreds of billions of dollars of wasteful spending, but they're asked, well, are you going to cut payments for vets? Are you going to cut payments? Are you going to cut the pension? Are you going to cut basic government services? They obfuscate. They never answer the question. Well, when we get to the election in the first half of next year, those opposite will have to answer at some point, and that's where statistics become reality. They'll have to give the full answer, and that's where their hollow rhetoric will become all it is.
Member for Hughes.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. I note that the member for Fraser started with a quote from Mark Twain. Mark Twain, of course, had a number of quotes. He also had one that said, "It is better to keep your mouth closed and let people think you're a fool than to open it and remove all doubt." Similarly, and when we are talking about the member for Fraser saying that we are somehow talking about statistics, I will tell you right now, member for Fraser, these two numbers, there is a difference between numbers and statistics. There's a difference between facts and statistics. These are two facts. These are numbers, and I notice the interjection up there from the member for Patterson. I wonder how many of the 1,364 insolvencies that we've had in a month, I wonder how many of those were from the electorate of Patterson. And I wonder how many of the 24,700 businesses that have gone under this government were from the electorate of Patterson. Well, Deputy Speaker, quite a lot of them have been from my electorate down in Hughes in the south and southwest of Sydney. And that is because in my electorate there are a lot of construction companies, there are a lot of tradies, and they have been doing it very tough under this Albanese Labor government. This government that talks about its bold, ambitious plan to build 1.2 million houses, but underlying that, they have not provided any avenue. They have not come in. I've not heard one member on that side talk about how they are going to get more roofers, more tilers, more electricians, more plumbers, more bricklayers. Because fee-free TAFE, I hear that the member for Eden Monero, fee-free TAFE member for Eden Monero does not even go partly towards addressing the massive skills shortages that we have in the construction trade. I know it's. Go out and speak to some of the construction companies in your electorate. Deputy Speaker, could I be allowed to finish? Go out and speak to some of them in your electorate. Yes, my son's about to be a plumber. But what are you doing about getting more roofers?
How about you direct your comments through the chair, and I'll ask the minister at the table not to interject, and if you don't keep responding and you talk to me, we should be able to knock this on the head.
Deputy Speaker, as always, I am guided by you. Deputy Speaker, some of the other issues that I'm hearing about in my electorate, and when I'm hearing from the government members that they are doing a lot for families, I'll tell you what the presidents of the sporting clubs in my electorate are telling me. They are saying that the families can't afford $1,000 in registration fees, whether that was for soccer, whether it was for rugby league, whether it was for netball, whether it was for softball, whether it was for cricket. They come up quietly to these presidents because they are embarrassed, because for the first time in their lives, families and parents are saying, we can't afford to pay for our kids to play sport because we've just had to pay an energy bill for example, because renewables are the cheapest form of energy. Well, I tell you what, in my electorate, they don't believe it. In the southwest of Sydney, they know it's not true. And they know it's not true on your side as well. They are saying the same things to you in your electorates that they are saying to me. When families in Australia can't afford to be putting their kids into sport, they can't afford to be putting their kids into childcare, they are taking them out of childcare in my electorate. They are begging grandparents to look after them. They are trying everything else because they can't afford childcare places. So, Deputy Speaker, when I hear this and we talk about, I hear members on this side talking about statistics, it's simply not true that we are just talking about statistics. We are talking about real people, we're talking about real families, and we are talking about a Labor government here that is the worst this country has ever seen. Not just the worst Labor government, the worst government, full stop. We must get this country back on track under a Dutton-led government, Deputy Speaker.
I call the member for Parramatta.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Well, the Shadow Treasurer is so desperate to talk down the Australian economy, he is even making up things that don't exist. And friends, his favourite imaginary calamity at the moment is something that he calls a household recession. Now, there is such a thing as a recession, but there's no such thing as a household recession. And friends, the thing here is you can't just take anything that's been declining over time and put the word recession in front of it to make up a new term. When migration falls for 2 quarters, we don't call it a population recession. When it's been raining for 2 weeks, we don't call it a sunshine recession. When we go 2 days without his colleagues backgrounding against him, we don't call it an Angus recession. Friends, you can't just make up any kind of recession you feel like. Although I do quite like the idea of an Angus recession, to be honest. I like it. I think I would define it, if I had to, as a significant lack of economic imagination going for over 2 quarters. Or maybe an Angus recession would be 2 months in which Angus doesn't get a question in question time. Or 2 months without dodgy made-up statistics about Clover Moore. That could also be an Angus recession. The more I think about it, the more I think we should be creating this. So, friends, when the Shadow Treasurer says that we're in a household recession, I say, great work, Angus. Great creativity, A+ for making up something, but unfortunately it doesn't exist. Now, this is relevant, Deputy Speaker, for the following reason. Because even though a household recession is not a defined concept, I'll tell you what is a defined concept: a recession. A recession is a defined concept. And there are many countries around the world that have experienced a recession over the last 2 years when they have been battling with exactly the same challenges that Australia has been facing. Think about Britain, think about Japan, think about New Zealand, Finland, Ireland. All of these countries have faced rising global inflation, the challenge to get that inflation down, and every single one of those countries went into recession as part of that battle. Now, I don't know if those countries have been in a household recession or not, because once again, as I said before, it's not a thing. And unless they've got an imaginary shadow treasurer in those countries making that concept up, we'll never know. But they have been in an actual recession. And friends, that is what distinguishes them from us. Because despite how much the Shadow Treasurer might want Australia to be in a recession, despite how much he might think it's in his political interest for us to be in a recession, despite how much he's desperate to talk down the Australian economy, the truth is that the Australian economy has been one of the more remarkably resilient economies around the world. We have halved inflation without a recession. We have halved inflation. We have brought interest rates, the Reserve Bank has brought interest rates up by 400 basis points, and there has been no recession in Australia. And the problem is that the Shadow Treasurer has been so poor this term, so unable to lay a glove on the government. He has delivered 2 years of a franchise-killing performance in the course of this parliament. And so now he's desperate to make up a win. But unfortunately, Deputy Speaker, the record speaks differently. The record speaks to an economy that has halved inflation without a recession and by maintaining record levels of employment. And if you had gone back 2 years and you'd lined up a group of economists and you'd said to them, what do you think Australia's chances are of bringing inflation down from something with a 7 in front of it to something with a 2 in front of it while maintaining employment at the current levels? I'll tell you what those economists would have said to you. They would have said, good luck. It's never been done before. Never in Australian history has that been done before. Have we managed to slow the economy in a way that brings inflation out of the system so quickly, brings inflation down by 500 basis points without a recession and while maintaining a robust labour market? That is what distinguishes Australia from other countries. That is what is the defining feature of these last 2 years. You can make up a household recession, a population recession, a sunshine recession, an Angus recession, but the reason why you have to make those things up is because we're not in an actual recession, much to your chagrin. And Deputy Speaker, that is the record of the Labor government. It's a record that is unparalleled in Australian history. That achievement has never been delivered before.
Member's time
and that's
has
a
expired.
record.
I call the member for Ford.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I admire the member for Parramatta's attempt to defend the indefensible, and maybe it's worth the member for Parramatta looking at some other indices for the value of this discussion. So if we look at the last quarter, the selected cost of living index, and this is an ABS figure, it's an ABS figure, the cost of living index for employees rose, an annual rise of 4.7%. Yet at the same time, wage growth was at 3.5%. So on average, employees in this country over the past 12 months have gone backwards by 1.2%. Now, that's in addition to all of the other quarters and all of the other months where the cost of living has far exceeded any wage growth that has eventuated, and therefore households in real terms have gone backwards. And that is exactly the point the Shadow Treasurer is making. Households in this country have gone backwards over the past 2.5 years of this government. And those opposite seem to forget that they took off the Australian people the low and middle income tax offset. They promised the Australian people that they would give them $275 off their power bills, yet their power bills have gone up by well over 10%. They have said, well, we've given you some tax relief back. Well, that's fine, but your mortgage has gone up in total, in repayment, some $35,000 a year, so you're well underwater on your mortgage repayments. There is not a single piece of economic data other than the broad economic context which maybe provides some fig leaf of cover for the government. But households, everyday real Australian people that the member for the member for Braddon spoke about yesterday, they are feeling the pinch, and they are not feeling better off under this government. And why is that? Because for 3 years we've seen this government make poor decisions and have wrong priorities. At the last election, the Labor government, led by the Prime Minister, promised that under them, Australian households and businesses would have cheaper energy, cheaper mortgages and a better life. But instead we have seen the Labor government consistently make a bad situation worse. Over 3 budgets we've seen the government keep inflation higher and for longer. Now, as the Shadow Treasurer has well pointed out, we've seen that GDP per capita has gone backwards for 6 consecutive quarters. And that reflects in the figures I just read out before. This is now the longest GDP per capita recession on record. And I can say to those opposite, when I'm speaking to households and to small business across my electorate, they are feeling the pinch. They are definitely feeling the pinch, and they are feeling the impact of the government's failed decisions and failure to deal with these issues. And that's what we mean by a household recession, is that people are feeling worse off because, in reality, despite the government's attempted spin, in reality, they are. Australian families have seen their living standards fall off a cliff. Families have seen the cost of essentials go up and up and up. But not just the big-ticket items like mortgage repayments, but the cost of basics like food, energy and household goods have all increased. And for many families, they feel like, or in many cases, sadly, they are actually going backwards. And the latest data confirms this. Over the last 2 years, Australians have seen their real disposable income and their standard of living collapse by some 8.7%, the largest collapse in living standards since records began in the 1950s, and bigger than any other developed country. Australians are not better off under this government. They are worse off than they were 2.5 years ago.
The member's time has expired. I call the member for Hasluck.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. More in sorrow than in anger, I have to report that the member for Hume apparently can't count or read unless it's in an article in one of his favourite newspapers. Perhaps he could benefit from one of the Back to Basics courses, because let's examine the problem. What we need to look at is the balance between the costs people face and their ability to pay for them. The Liberals, they're fond of blaming all economic problems on the Australian people. The Australian Labor Party, the unions, or all three. They see a rise in wages or salaries, unless you're a CEO, as a disgraceful thing to be opposed. So let me explain something to you. When wage and salary earners call for a rise in their pay, it's almost invariably because they're resisting a decline in their living standards. They see the cost of living rising and they understandably want to ensure that their standard of living doesn't fall. That's when the unions and the Australian Labor Party go into bat for them, because we get it. And that's when the Liberals and the Nationals scream no. They use the word inflation like a magical word from a children's tale. Inflation is a big hairy monster created by bad or thoughtless people who have incomes under $100,000. And then they have the nerve to want a higher pay. Top executives, they can and they should have whatever pay they want, the bonuses on top of that, especially if they reduce the size of their workforce. That is, to sack people. When prices go up, that is, inflation occurs. It is never, 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 never the fault of the Liberals and their friends. It was under the Liberals that income inequality soared in Australia. Let's look at the time the Liberals don't like to talk about. The 9 years they were in power federally between 2013 and 2022. And just to be fair, let's concentrate on their last full financial year in office, 2020 to 2021. Average incomes fell. The poorer you were, the higher the percentage of the fall. The average income of the 20% at the lowest income level fell by 3.5%. The average income of the 20% at the highest income level fell by 0.1%. When we came into office in May 2022, the 20% at the highest income level held 82% of the value of all Australian investment property and 78% of all the shares and financial investments. Their average wealth was, wait for it, $3,240,000. The average wealth of the 20% at the lowest income level, $36,000. When costs rise for them, life is hard. And I mean hard, frighteningly hard. And that is why the Albanese Labor government is fighting inflation. That's why we have gone into bat for ordinary Australians, and that is why we are taking action on the cost of living. A rise in the minimum wage, tax cuts for all taxpayers, getting inflation down, cheaper medicines, cheaper childcare, more support for bulk billing, Medicare urgent care clinics, free TAFE, better pay for childcare workers, better pay for aged care workers, significant reductions in student debt, paid practicums for teaching and nursing, indexation of pensions and benefits, record increases in rent, better funding for government schools, energy bill rebates. At the time of the 2022 election, real wages had also been falling substantially for 5 consecutive quarters. Inflation was over 6%. We are working to clean up your mess, a decade's worth of it, and it's not easy. You did quite a job of it, neglecting infrastructure of all sorts and ignoring anything that looked like anything of a problem. You do, however, have answers. Here they are. In a nutshell, according to the Liberals, the Australian people should work longer hours for less pay. We take a different position. We want Australians to earn more and keep more of what they earn. We want to do this while building a strong, resilient nation that will be able to provide good, secure lives in a world undergoing rapid change. And it's starting to work. That's why the Liberals are becoming more and more shrill, more and more desperate. Inflation is less than half of what it was when we came into office. That's called bringing prices under control. And perhaps the member for Hume hadn't noticed. In less than 3 years, we have $150 billion less debt and $80 billion less in interest repayments. And in today's world, that is outstanding. I'm proud to stand with those who stand up for Australians and their future.
I call the member for Groom.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. And before I turn my full force to this excellent MPI, take the opportunity if the rumours are right, and if this is my last chance to speak before you, what a pleasure it's been to serve with you, Speaker, and how well you've done in the chair. The longest household recession on record. Goodness me, Speaker, how do we get there? Well, I'm going to take you on a little journey back in time. It's back to a golden time. We're going to call it the golden age of the Albanese government. It lasts about 18 months, a bit less. The golden age. It's right at the start, about January 2023, Speaker. Things were great. Things were great. The blue carpet was still fresh with new shoes running over them. The voice was there to be won. Remember that, when that was the number one focus of this government, was the voice for 18 good, solid months. And you know, polling was about 70% for it. Gee, that was a good time. That must have felt fantastic. The misinformation bill hadn't been withdrawn twice at that point. It was still there to be won, and they were going to tell us how to talk. This was the honeymoon period, a great time, and it was in this time, Speaker, that the Treasurer of this great nation decided to bestow on us a 6,000-word essay on how he was going to remake capitalism and reshape our economy. Look, at 6,000 words, it's interesting reading. If you can chug your way through it, I wouldn't recommend it, Speaker, unless you're without sleep and a desperate point. But I do take the recommendations. It's good. But it's all about values-based capitalism, and there's a great line. There's a great line in that article. 2023 will be the year we build a better capitalism. Boy, how did that go? How did that go? Let's have a look, Speaker. It was a big claim. It was a mighty claim, something you can only make. A claim you can only make when there is so much hubris and arrogance in that honeymoon period that not a single journalist will actually hold you to account for the claims you make. But let's have a look now with some runs on the board and see how this played out, shall we? The longest GDP per capita recession since we've recorded these figures. The worst performance we could possibly have. Gee, that's not a great start. Real disposable income has collapsed by 8.7%. As the member for Hume pointed out, that dollar coin the Prime Minister held up during his campaign is now worth about 80%. Great job, 80 cents. Great job. Great job. Remaking capitalism really worked. Household savings have collapsed 10 percentage points. What does that mean? 21 to 29-year-old kids who are looking at the price of housing go through the roof have no ability to save for that deposit. They have no ability to save. There was a great cartoon early in this term of government. It was a young child chasing a balloon in the shape of a house as it was blown away from her. That's exactly what remaking capitalism has done for us. We have the highest number of business insolvencies on record, and look, I'm happy to say that. It's a number from ASIC. I know the Prime Minister didn't like that number. Unfortunately, it's just the facts. The highest number of business insolvencies on record, remaking capitalism. That's what they meant. This is on purpose. This is what they were trying to do. Labor productivity has fallen 6.3%. We're producing less. We are less effective. Incredibly, now just think about this. A productivity fall in a skills shortage. A productivity fall, so we have people who could be doing more, right? And then we have a shortage of people, more skills that we need. Fantastic. What a remade capitalism. It's a double whammy. Fantastic. Energy prices have increased by 30%. Remade capitalism. Enjoy that one. Highest immigration ever in the middle of a housing crisis. Remade capitalism. I thank the Treasurer on behalf of my kids, the world that's been created for them. And here we are, Speaker, the best bit of the whole lot, the one that's really going to hurt. The soft landing that we were promised, that all this was worthwhile, the soft landing. Well, as we see today in the AFR from Michael Reid, I'll read the headline. Chalmers presides over a $49 billion budget slump, the biggest outside the pandemic. This is the worst turnaround in a budget ever. We got 2 surpluses, and read the budget papers hidden away in the details. We won't return to a structural surplus till 2035. Who sells you 2 surpluses for 10 years of deficits? That's remade capitalism. We're not here by accident, Speaker. We're here at the direction of our Treasurer and his 6,000-word treaty on how to treat a nation with disdain.
I call the member for Chisholm.
Much, Deputy Speaker, and I'm sure the Treasurer will be thrilled to hear that you read his essay. That speech was full of mixed metaphors and cynical politics, let's be honest. I'm personally really sick of cynical politics, and I think Australians are sick of it too. And I think, certainly people in my community can see right through it. Let's be real here and understand what those opposite have done with the opportunity they've had to support meaningful cost of living relief. We've seen those opposite oppose pay rises for the lowest paid workers in the country. We've seen those opposite say no to packages to deliver cost of living relief. We've seen those opposite say no to housing, to say no to opportunities for young people through free TAFE and through easing pressures on young people by making changes to the way student debt's calculated. It's time for those opposite to, instead of coming in here and behaving in such a base manner, to get serious and to support sensible policy that supports our communities, such as energy bill relief, which they had the opportunity to support and did not. We know households are feeling pressure. We are focused, absolutely, on fighting inflation without ignoring the risks to growth. And in fact, we want to grow our economy and grow industry. That's why we're putting forward a plan for a future made in Australia after we saw the decline of manufacturing under the watch of those opposite. We know inflation was higher and rising under the Liberals, and it's lower and falling under Labor. Interest rates started rising under the watch of those opposite. Our economic plan is all about easing cost of living pressures for Australians. And we know that even with the quite remarkable progress that's been made in the national data, that doesn't always immediately translate into how people are feeling and faring in the economy. And that's why I think it's really important to come in here to the chamber and instead of these cheap stunts we see every day with these MPIs, to actually seriously talk about what we can do to improve the lives of Australians that live in all of our communities that we're really privileged here to represent. We know that real wages have been falling substantially under those opposite, and we're working really hard to ensure people's wages increase. And in fact, it was one of the very first things our government undertook was to increase wages for some of the lowest paid workers in the country. We've lifted the wages of aged care workers. We've lifted the wages of early childhood educators. We've ensured that there is a tax cut for every taxpayer, reforming a pretty dreadful plan that had inequality at its heart. We are making sure that we entrench free TAFE, that we do what we can to grow our economy and grow our industry through our plan for a future made in Australia. 23,000 students, people with student debt in my electorate will be better off under our plan. People in my electorate have already saved over $7 million because of our intervention with prescriptions and being able to offer 60-day prescriptions. I fought hard and we won an urgent care clinic in my electorate, and that means more people can go to the doctor when they need it and don't have to think about how much it's going to cost them. We know there's more to do. I'm out every day, as I'm sure all my colleagues on this side of the House are, talking to people in our communities about the issues that matter to them. And we know that people are still under substantial pressure. We know we've got a lot of ground to make up. I wish we didn't have the 10 years of waste and neglect that we saw when those opposite were in power. But we're doing what we can in responsible ways to help everyday Australians in our community, and we know the enormous risk that exists if those opposite, heaven forbid, ever sat on the Treasury benches again. We know that there will be billions and billions of dollars in cuts. We know what happened when Peter Dutton, the Leader of the Opposition, was Health Minister. He was rated Australia's worst Health Minister in the history of this country. We know that he proposed to increase costs to people receiving health care. We cannot risk it in my community of Chisholm, and I don't think anyone in any of our communities in this country can risk the Leader of the Opposition ever becoming Prime Minister. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
The discussion has concluded. I call the Chief Opposition Whip. Chief Government, I do apologise.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and with indulgence, it's great to see you in the chair. I declare that unless otherwise ordered, Midwife Professional Indemnity Commonwealth Contribution Scheme Amendment Bill 2024, Health Insurance Pathology Fees Repeal Bill 2024 and Health Legislation Amendment Modernising My Health Record Sharing by Default Bill 2024 stand referred to the Federation Chamber for further consideration.
I have received a message from the Senate returning the Help to Buy Consequential Provisions Bill 2023 without amendment. The following message from the Senate has been received. The Senate returns to the House of Representatives a bill for an act to provide for Housing Australia to enter into shared equity arrangements on behalf of the Commonwealth to improve housing outcomes for Australians and for other purposes, and informs the House that the Senate has agreed to the bill with the amendments in the annexed schedule. The Senate requests the concurrence of the House in the amendments.
I move the amendments be considered at a later hour this day.
I'll put that question. All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. And I call the clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 6. Aged Care Consequential and Transitional Provisions Bill 2024. Resumption of debate on the second reading.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. This bill establishes a clear pathway to enable the sector to transition smoothly from the Aged Care Act 1997 to the new Aged Care Act 2024. We recognise that the transition process is of particular concern for aged care providers, workers, older people and their families. That is why we've established the Transition Task Force to work with the sector in preparation for July 1, so we can all make the necessary changes to deliver better aged care. I thank the members for their contributions to debate on this bill.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. I'll put that question. All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. And I call the clerk.
Second reading. A bill for an act to deal with consequential and transitional matters arising from the enactment of the Aged Care Act 2024 and for related purposes.
Is leave granted?
Yeah.
The House will now consider the bill in detail. I understand it is the wish of the House to take the bill as a whole. The question is that the bill be agreed to, and I call the member for Cowper.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move the amendment as circulated in the name of the member for Farrer.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to. I call the Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Government does not support this very technical amendment. I can confirm for the member for Farrer that the Government is drafting rules related to this bill, which will be released for consultation next year.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to. I'll put that question. All those of that opinion say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. I think the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes.
Lock the doors. The question is the amendment be agreed to. Ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left of the chair. I appoint the honourable members for Parkes and Gray as tellers for the ayes. And I need another teller for the noes. I'll need another teller for the noes. Can a teller for the noes please be appointed? The member for Lyons as tellers for the noes. The result of the division is ayes 54, noes 84. The matter was resolved in the negative. The question now is that this bill be agreed to. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. The ayes have it. This bill has been agreed to. Members can leave the chamber or return to their seats as quickly and as quietly as possible. Give the call to the Minister for Aged Care and Sport.
Mr. Speaker, I move that this bill now be read a third time.
I'll just get the Minister to ask leave of the House to move the third reading immediately.
I ask leave of the House to read that this bill be read a third time.
Thank the Minister. And the member for Cowper?
Leave is granted.
Leave has been granted, and now I'll give the call to the Minister for Aged Care and Sport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that this bill be now read a third time.
I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it, and I call the clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act to deal with consequential and transitional matters arising from the enactment of the Aged Care Act 2024 and for related purposes.
I have to report that the Federation Chamber was unable to complete its consideration of the Migration Amendment prohibiting items in Immigration Detention Facilities Bill 2024 and has returned the bill to the House with an unresolved question. I present the bill, a certified copy of the bill, together with a schedule of the question. Of which the schedule of the question which the Federation Chamber was unable to resolve. I understand that it is a wish of the House to consider the bill immediately. The unresolved question then is that the bill be now read a second time. The question before the House is that the bill be now read a second time. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. The ayes have it. Noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Deep bow. Lock the doors. The question before the House is the bill be read a second time. The ayes will pass the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Brisbane and Kooyong as tellers for the noes. Order. Result of the division is ayes 44, noes 13. The matter is resolved in the affirmative. And I call the clerk.
Second reading, a bill for an act to amend the Migration Act 1958 and for related purposes.
Order. If members can leave the chamber as quickly and as quietly, we will seek leave for the third reading to be moved immediately. And I give the call to the Minister.
I seek leave, Mr Speaker, to that this bill now be read a third time.
Thank you, Minister. And I give the call to the member for Cowper.
Leave is granted.
Leave has now been granted, so I'll give the call to the Minister for Aged Care and Sport.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I move that this bill be now read a third time.
Thank the Minister. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. Oh, sorry. My apologies. The question before the House is that the bill be now read a third time. And I give the call to the member for North Sydney.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. As my understanding of the process of consideration in detail is that actually this is a stage of the legislation progressing through the House where I can ask questions of the Minister about the intention behind the bill, but I note that the Minister is not currently in the chamber. So I'm just looking for direction on how that stage of consideration in detail may proceed.
Consideration in detail will be with, obviously, when the bill is being considered in detail with amendments before the House, just as we just did with the Aged Care Consequential and Transitional Provisions Bill 2024, where the amendment had been circulated by the Deputy Leader of the Opposition and moved accordingly, and then we had a vote on that. So unless there are detailed amendments being put forward before the House, so the way the process works, when the Minister did, and I was very clear about seeking leave, and the Minister did formally ask leave of the House, and then the opposition, or any member can deny leave. It doesn't necessarily have to be an opposition member, it can be another member of the House who can deny leave for the third reading to be moved immediately. So we went through that stage, and obviously if there were detailed amendments, and in that stage that's where we get into the nuts and bolts of the consequential amendments. So there being no further objection, I will just state the question before the House again, now that leave's been granted, that the bill be now read a third time. So I'm going to put that question before the House. Those opinions say aye. Against no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. And I call the clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act to amend the Migration Act 1958 and for related purposes.
And I call the clerk.
Government business, order of the day number 5, Online Safety Amendment, Social Media Minimum Age Bill 2024. Resumption of debate on the second reading.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the honourable member for Mallee.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise to speak on this bill which addresses a serious concern in our communities and thank the many constituents who have contacted me about this bill. As the member for Mallee and as Shadow Assistant Minister for Regional Health, I want to work through this debate on a principled basis. The concerns parents have raised about social media, the concerns parents have raised about their authority to determine what their children do, and the concerns constituents have raised about digital security. When I was elected as the member for Mallee in 2019, I never imagined that 5 years later we would be fighting to save our children's childhoods. As a mother and grandmother, I see how pervasive devices and electronic entertainment have become in children's lives. I was out for one of my daughter's birthdays earlier this year and saw a woman with her young children and her own mother, with both children's eyes glued to 2 large iPads. Just metres away, other children played on large indoor playground equipment. We cannot simply stand by and watch our children's childhoods be stolen. Imaginative play, physical activity and fitness are slipping away. As I said at a consumer health forum this morning, regional Australians have poorer health indicators relative to the rest of our population when it comes to their weight and exercise. Children are coping with boredom by using a digital device. We in the older generation must take responsibility for what our own device behaviour models around our children and grandchildren, and give those children the love, time and attention they crave and deserve. In Canberra, we recently debated the influence of tech giants in Australians' lives and the impact that negativity on social media is having, particularly on children. The cyberbullying, body image messaging and lurid pictures are bad enough, let alone the psychological disorders that the tech platforms fail to address or even promote through their algorithms. For centuries in Australia, our children's values have been formed by mum and dad and grandparents, the extended family and the community. Now, in the parenting hierarchy, some governments want to control what people believe and think and are positioning themselves at the top of that ladder. And whether we intended it or not, tech giants like Meta, Facebook, Instagram, Google, YouTube, Snapchat and Apple are fast pushing family and community values into oblivion. If government and tech giants are the new gatekeeper of values, we have a volatile and destructive mix. I want to focus, as I did as a member of the parliamentary committee I was on in 2019-20, on protecting, and I quote, protecting the age of innocence, the title of our February 2020 report. We recommended then age verification for online wagering and online pornography. As the tech giants design their apps and devices to be addictive, the age verification debate has broadened to social media. I digress for a moment to highlight the comments I made earlier this year about the systemic multinational tax avoidance of the tech giants. It is hard to bend an ear to their concerns given the harms they bring to our society and given the way they don't pay their fair share in this country. The Leader of the Opposition committed in his budget reply speech that the Coalition would, within 100 days of taking office, require an age limit of 16 for social media and other potentially harmful platforms. Today, we are debating how we implement that initiative after the government accepted the Coalition's position. The Coalition tried to legislate for age verification trial in November, but the Albanese government opposed it and are still months away from any real action. The Coalition has been at the forefront of advocating for this crucial change because we believe it is essential for the safety, health and well-being of our children. There is growing evidence that social media is having a serious negative impact on the mental health of young Australians. Over the past decade, mental health conditions among children, especially girls, have significantly increased, and social media is a key contributor to this distress. On these platforms, children are exposed to unfiltered content from anyone, anywhere, often anonymously. Much of this material is inappropriate and unhealthy for young audiences and their developing brains. Children frequently encounter bullying, harassment, and other harmful behaviours. Additionally, these platforms are designed to fuel addiction, and we don't yet fully understand how the algorithms employed by social media companies work and how or who they can be influenced by. As a society, we would never have intentionally allowed our children to be exposed to such dangers, yet this is happening every day on social media. This is unacceptable. Again, as Shadow Assistant Minister for Regional Health, I want to pick up on a comment an Optometry Australia representative made to me about the way devices are affecting children's eyesight, with a distinct increase in myopia attributed to devices. Banning social media access for children under 16 won't fix that directly, but indirectly removing one of the reasons to be on the devices will certainly help. I come now to the very important subject, arguably no more important subject in public policy, namely respecting and preserving parental authority. Where we need to draw a distinction is between permanently undermining parental rights and giving effect to the collective will of parents through this Parliament to help protect our children, their children. That line of distinction is less a line and more of a smudge, a grey area, which is why this debate is so important. As a member of the National Party, I champion individual responsibility and therefore understand concerns about government interfering in parental decision-making. But it is clear to me that this is a public health issue where nuanced policy making is required to protect children from all walks of life, including those whose parents are not aware of, are not concerned about, or don't have the digital skills or capacity to control their child's use of social media themselves. Let me be clear. I respect and support parents' wishes to have primacy as determining what they allow their children to do. I also respect the democratic view of parents represented in this place to show the Parliament has their back. A good example is where state governments have helped parents of teenagers in another way, restricting their rights for a limited and vulnerable time in the driver's seat. States control the hours that provisional drivers' licence holders, P-platers, can drive, how many people can be in their car, even in some cases the power of the engines those young people can drive. Too many parents have lost a child. Too many communities, many of them regional communities, have endured the heartache of a tragedy from young people not ready to drive responsibly. The tragedy is not the same, but equally tragic when it comes to young lives lost to the negative impacts of social media. Just as P-plater restrictions save lives, this reform will save lives as well. P-plater restrictions help parents who in some cases either or both struggle to control or know what their children's behaviours are. A control on when and how children under 16 can use social media helps parents who can have greater difficulty exercising their authority over teenagers. Similarly, as the Shadow Minister said earlier in this debate, state governments have imposed mobile phone bans in schools to keep school children focused on their schooling. The dominant feedback from teachers, as I understand it, has been overwhelmingly positive about the impact these bans have had in the classroom and around the school grounds. The Coalition strongly believes that protecting online privacy is fundamental to the successful delivery of this ban. That is why we opposed the Albanese government's digital ID laws earlier this year, citing concerns over privacy implications. It is crucial that any social media regulations safeguard the privacy of Australians. Some in the community have tried to politicise this issue and whip up hysteria about it. In reality, that's not what this legislation is about. While this bill is not perfect, It's another tool to support parents in their challenging role. We should not conflate this with digital ID. In her second reading of this bill, the Honourable Minister for Communications, Michelle Rowland, said, and I quote, "The bill makes it explicit that platforms must not use information and data collected for age assurance purposes for any other purpose unless the individual has provided their consent." And I would say, watch what you tick. Also, she says, once the information has been used for age assurance or any other agreed purpose, it must be destroyed by the platform or any third party contracted by the platform. The Minister told Question Time on Monday, and I quote, "We have made clear the digital ID framework is not in scope and would not be used for age assurance." As an opposition and prospectively as the next government, we will hold the Minister accountable to that pledge. I highlight again that earlier this year the Coalition opposed the government's half-baked digital identity bills. The key principle here is protecting children from harm while ensuring privacy is protected. That said, I am critical of this government for limiting consultation on this legislation so tightly and preventing adequate community input and debate in the Senate. Only 24 hours was provided for public submissions on this bill, and a turnaround time of 3 business days was imposed on the Senate Environment and Communications Legislation Committee to report on this bill. There were a mere 3 hours of public hearings held yesterday. These impediments to parliamentary process are unnecessary and unhelpful in finding the right balance between health and safety, supporting parents in their authority and privacy. Labor has been driving with the handbrake on when it comes to this bill, taking their sweet time to get moving and take steps towards tangible action. Now we are in the final sitting week of the year. The brake has suddenly been taken off and the pedal is flat to the floor. And Labor is racing to get this legislation to the finish line with limited due process. The inevitable result will be unintentional consequences, and improvements need to be made by the next government. I must reiterate, this is Labor's bill. The Coalition acknowledges the imperfections in this bill but remains keen to see parents provided with support to protect their children from the harms of social media.
I call the honourable member for North Sydney to seek leave.
Yes, thank you, Deputy Speaker. I seek leave in continuation.
Is leave granted?
It's granted.
Leave is granted. Please proceed.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Now, this is exactly what many have been calling for. I therefore encourage the government to focus on the duty of care legislation rather than rushing this blunt bill. After all, there is a positive precedent for duty of care approach with the EU's Digital Safety Act obliging companies to design and operate their platforms to ensure people aren't harmed. Likewise, the United Kingdom legislation prevents access to content that promotes eating disorders or suicide. Here I want to acknowledge the work of the member for Goldstein, who this week introduced her online safety amendment Digital Duty of Care Bill 2024. In stark contrast to what we have in front of us, this alternative bill has been developed over a period of 18 months in consultation with experts, carers and young people. Importantly, the member for Goldstein's bill addresses the underlying issues relating to online harm. I therefore thank her for her work and urge the government to withdraw their bill and bring hers on for debate. To proceed with the legislation as it currently stands sets us up for failure, as evidenced by the failure of bans in other jurisdictions, including France and Canada. Concerningly, a ban has the potential to create a false sense of security for parents and complacency for platforms, leaving children who circumvent it with no protection against harmful content. Even if a ban could be enforced, there is a real risk it would drive young people to less regulated services where adults or regulators have less oversight. The government has also indicated online gaming services would fall beyond the scope of this legislation, despite games displaying many of the features cited as the core problems with social media, such as addictive features and potentially harmful content on social feeds. And I can't let that exclusion go unchallenged, as I have personal experience with friends who have had their kids refuse to go to school because of their gaming addiction. Beyond concerns around the potential impact of an age ban on access to useful information, some of my community have also raised concerns with the bill's implications for privacy. The age assurance trial is set to examine methods from estimation to inference to full-blown identity verification. With the former, we risk false positives as systems approximate a potential user's age. With the latter, users may be required to upload personal ID documents that many will rightly feel uncomfortable sharing. Ultimately, the more rigorous the test, the greater the risk that the right to privacy will be infringed, and this is something my community of North Sydney cares deeply about. More than a decade ago, the then Attorney-General, who also happens to be the current Attorney-General, instructed the Law Reform Commission to conduct an inquiry into serious invasions of privacy in the digital era. Since then, academics and independent bodies like the Law Council have continued to call for action, arguing there is an urgent need for reform to strengthen protections for citizens and align Australian law with European law and parts of North America. This government then conducted another Privacy Act review with a report offering 116 recommendations tabled in February last year. The government response agreed fully to 38 proposals, in principle to 68, and no to 10. And according to the Attorney-General's website, the government is committed to introducing legislation to protect the personal information of Australians in 2024. Yet we have not even seen a draft of the new legislation, and instead we have this bill which does nothing to offer any greater protection to anyone, including our children. Rather, this bill will likely require personal identification or biometric data for all Australians to be gathered by the platforms. And so, like many in my community, I'm confused by the government's priorities. Other concerns related to this bill include the sharing of data with third-party verification services, the creation of databases linking real identities to online accounts, requirements for platforms to track Australian user location, and the creation of infrastructure for content monitoring, not to mention the potential for commercial surveillance of Australians. With all of that said, I also think it's unacceptable that the government is using its concern for the potential harms of online content to ban social media for under 16s, but won't ban online gambling advertising, despite the overwhelming evidence of the good an advertising ban would do. Rather than pursue the bill in front of us then, I urge the government to focus on empowering young people to curate their feed and ensuring parents feel comfortable having conversations with their children about the use of these tools in their day-to-day lives. I also encourage them to force the platforms to give users the ability to reset their algorithm and ensure they are held to account for providing broader education on what is possible, because we can already restrict the time a young person spends on their devices, we can restrict the type of content someone sees, and we can already implement strategies that provide a trusted source with an oversight on how a young person is engaging online. As a 12-year-old told me confidently just last week, it's all in the settings, silly. Ultimately, while I agree we need to ensure our kids are safe, this bill simply doesn't do that. Rather, this bill offers a blunt instrument that fails to meaningfully address the real problems of social media or hold platforms accountable for making their services safe for young people. And for this reason, I move the second reading amendment as circulated in my name. Thank you.
Is the amendment seconded?
I second the amendment and reserve my right to speak.
Seconded by the member for Warringah. The original question was that this bill be now read a second time. To this, the Honourable Member for North Sydney has moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The question now is that the amendment be agreed to. And I call the Honourable Member for Warringah.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I'd like to bring attention to the state of the House.
Is quorum required? Ring the bells for 4 minutes. quorum present. The question is that the amendment be agreed to. And I call the honourable member for New England.
Well, thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. Mr Deputy Speaker, in the time of, as we move towards nanobots, nanobots with recursive self-improvement, the capacity of AI to take a whole new dimension in how we do the analysis of what happens, then I believe, well, I always hoped there'd be the wit and the capacity from multi-billion-dollar companies and multi-billionaires to incorporate that technology in how people speak to one another. This is not so much this is not person to person, this is person to phantom. The evil, insidious nature of what happens online. Mr Deputy Speaker, I know this is a contentious issue for many, but I have incredibly strong views about why we should have protections in there for the vulnerable who, in this environment of getting online as they come home from school, I'll be honest, 14-year-old girls around about that time, we haven't properly developed a sense of proper agency in what's happening around you. A person has the capacity to come into your life, not a person, an evil thing, a phantom, and to completely turn that person's life upside down. To play with their personality, to play with their ego, like a cat plays with a ball of string. To destroy that person, and they really can. For many parents, they have lived through this incredibly evil and destructive experience, where a person who's happy, who's fun-loving, is taken to the edge of death, with issues such as anorexia, where we stand back and say, well, what can we do? I mean, would you allow them, just because it was free, to play with firearms or to play with dynamite? I really mean it. It's as dangerous as that. Not for everybody, but for the vulnerable, for the person, and for the person who starts competing with this unknown entity, starts competing, starts to get, tries to justify their position, tries to get a form of self-worth against we don't know what, another person, either named or unnamed. We've seen the tragedy already of the young lady near Strathfield, I think it was Santa Sabina, committed suicide the other day. We've seen other young girls who've taken their own life. And we have a responsibility to do something about it. It might not be perfect, but we've got to do something. You can't just sit back and say, oh, this is too hard. Mr Deputy Speaker, I have been on this case for years. This is, people say, oh, you need more time. I've been pursuing this for years. I remember going to the United States of America to see Senator Ted Cruz, and also on one side, and the Democrat senator from the state of Washington on the other. Mr Deputy Speaker, they're a lot more forward-leaning than we are. I don't think you'd find that they're sort of some sort of socialist cabal. They are a lot more forward-leaning. I watched them actually with a sense of real sort of encouragement and with a real sense of purpose as they absolutely eviscerated people from Facebook, from Instagram, basically saying, you will either fix this or we will take your licence off you. We haven't even gone partway down the path that basically invective has. We have got to clearly understand that these companies could have done something. It's not as if they haven't heard about this. They choose not to. That is the problem. They choose not to. They choose not to because they make an incredible amount of money from advertising, having this group of people as part of their cohort. This is not the misinformation disinformation bill. That one's been parked into oblivion, and I have not heard an obituary raised by those in the Labor Party or the Greens about how they're sad about the misinformation and disinformation bill being buried. It went without a whimper. It died a miserable death and was cut out. But there's a fundamental difference about that. See, what that is about is your right in passive observation to assess information that is before you and make your mind up as to whether you believe it or not, as to whether you absorb it, as to whether it informs you or not. As long as it's not even on criminality, it can't inform you to murder someone, it can't inform you that there's some sort of differentiation on DNA between humankind, but that information does not talk back to you. You observe it, and then you make your mind up about it. When you read a paper, the newspaper does not talk back to you. When you watch a television, the television does not talk back to you. You make your judgment about what you are seeing. But this is entirely different. It talks back. It talks back. And it says the most vile, horrendous things to people, beautiful, young people, who at that point in their life are looking for self-affirmation, who are looking for the capacity to see themselves amongst their peers, and who get sucked into this vortex that destroys lives. And it really does. The reason this is supported by some media houses is not because the media houses believe that it's a winner, because mums and dads think it's a winner. Because mums and dads want this dealt with. And we have a responsibility to do something about it. Now, is this the perfect solution? No. Nothing that goes through this chamber is a perfect solution. It's the best attempt. It's us trying to do what we can, but it's not perfect. You know what the great thing about the Parliament is, Mr. Speaker? If it's not perfect, we can fix it. It is not beyond our wit to say, oh well, if in the future changes need to be made, we will make them. And hopefully we'll make them in the same bipartisan way as what we're doing this. Because I don't believe for one second that on either side believes that in the majority that this is a tenable situation. So what we are attempting to do with this bill is find a way to start the process to alleviate the problem that we have before us. We have made vastly more contentious moves in the past, and obviously the one that comes to mind was obviously after Port Arthur, was control of firearms. And I acknowledge Member for Solomon, myself, we've had quite a bit to do with firearms in our stage. But I don't think any of us would go back now and say, well, you've got to have semi-automatic weapons in your cupboard and, take them out for a run in the park. No one believes in doing that. Yet, at the time, there was tremendous uproar, massive uproar. And I live on the land. I own rifles. But if someone said to me, I want a Kalashnikov, I'd say, why? You don't. I need a F-88 Steyr. No, you don't. Not unless you want to join the army. Then you can be issued one from the armory, trot around with it, in full kit. But this is, this, I believe in the future will people say, well, why didn't you do that earlier? It is something that is before us now. And as we go to a period in the next year where it'll be the fog of the election, this is something that we can deal with now. I pleaded with the then Prime Minister, Scott Morrison, that we had to do something about this. It was one of the things I brought up continuously. When are we going to do something about Mr. Zuckerberg and Mr. Bezos and all these other cohorts that are capitalising on the misery of so many families? It's an amazing thing, Mr. Speaker. People say, oh, you just tell your kids to get off it. Yeah, if that was the case, there'd be no one who smokes. You just say to them, don't smoke. But 10% of people do. 10% of people do. And I would say 99% of that 10%, no, it's no good for you. But they do it. They do it. And when you see a child and they're on their tablet and swipe right, swipe left, and bang, 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 their fingers move so quickly and they're all across it, and you can see that interaction, and it is the most amazing, scary thing from a very young age. From a very young age, when they start Minecraft, when they wake up early in the morning, go to the side of your bed, take the charger off you, sneak off, get on your phone, do all those tricks, just wake you up slightly with the phone in front of you. You look at it, facial recognition, thank you, off they go, back onto it, when they can actually download programs. Now that's starting at a very young age. That's starting at a very, very young age. And what's in the back of your mind is, yeah, Minecraft, it's passive. Them engaged with the thing, but it's the start of the process. In the end, you say, I know it's coming. Instagram. I know it's coming. TikTok. I know it's coming, where they will engage in that swill. In some nice things, but that swill of those evil people looking for the vulnerable, they get a kick, Mr. Deputy Speaker, out of hurting people. They get an endorphin kick. It makes them feel good. They don't care. In fact, some of this total and utter filth holds it as a prize if they kill you. It's a win. It is the crime you can get away with. As Rooster123, as they're out there as Rooster123, or Prince Charming, engaged with Jane Smith as 13 years old at the local high school. Jane, you're fat. Jane, you should lose some more weight. Jane, you're a loser. Jane, you should kill yourself. You're nothing but rubbish. And is that mythical? Is that overstating it? No, it's not. That's how it works. The terrifying outcome that so many families have, and they finally find out what's going on. And then having to engage the psychologist, the psychiatrist, to try and deprogram this insidious program that's happened, to get to that point in your life where you say to another person, what are you doing to yourself? Where you get that point where they have no control over their life anymore, that it has been rewired by this engagement in a multi-billionaire's money-making machine. In this multi-billionaire's money-making machine that makes them the richest person in the world. And whilst they acquire that massive wealth and sit there in their T-shirt and parade like some sort of quasi-god on the stage in front of the adoring fans, they don't have the capacity to quietly stand back and say and contextualise all the mechanisms and all the attributes of how they made that money. And say to themselves in that quieter moment, under my principles, under the rules I live in my life, under the things that guide me in my compass, is what I am doing right? Is this good? Is this right? Is this just? Have I created harm? Am I responsible for hurting someone? And the answer to that question is yes, you are. Yes, you are. But they don't do anything about it. So we have to do what is second best. We have to make our best attempt. We have to try and do what is right. And this bill is our best attempt to do what is right.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I call the honourable member for McKellar.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, I rise to speak on the Online Safety Amendment Social Media Minimum Age Bill 2024. Deputy Speaker, I am a mum to 3 teenage children, and I know that parents across McKellar find themselves in a similar predicament to me, and that is trying to help our children navigate their childhood and teen years in the digital era. Not an easy task. I'm also a member of a generation which is so pleased to have lived through our formative years without a screen and without social media in particular. Social media encourages us to constantly compare ourselves to others and can serve up unsolicited, harmful content, neither of which is conducive to good mental health. And it's difficult for everyone. Technology changes far more quickly than policy, than academic analysis, than legislation, and than governments do. It's hard for everyone to keep up. But federal governments are elected to do hard things, and this should be no different. Before getting to the bill itself, I'd like to commend the government for tackling this challenging but incredibly important topic in its first term, as the need is urgent. I think it's important to recognise that the intention here is to protect our children and young people from harm. This, of course, is commendable. And let's be clear, there are significant harms being dished up to our children every day as they scroll through social media. Eating disorder content, violent pornography, the normalisation of misogyny, and gambling, alcohol and junk food promotions that are specifically targeted to them. A 2023 eSafety Commission report found that 75% of all 16 to 18-year-olds surveyed in Australia had seen online pornography, and almost 1/3 of those had encountered it before the age of 13. It found that 60% of young people were exposed to pornography on social media, often unintentionally on popular sites including TikTok, Instagram and Snapchat. All the while, young people's online activity and data is being harvested by these large corporations, with thousands of labels being attached to them, and this data sold to innumerable companies for the purpose of targeted advertising. I recently conducted a social media survey myself in the electorate of McKellar to get a feel for what people were thinking about this social media ban for those under the age of 16. It was split down the middle, for and against, but basically everyone agreed on one thing, and that was that something must be done to protect young people online. Many, however, felt that the ban that we are debating today was too blunt an instrument, that it would not be effective and could be easily circumvented. Some argued that rather than introducing a ban, other measures should be introduced to make the online environment safer. One constituent summed up this issue by writing, "Nice idea in principle, but would more likely end up cutting off vulnerable youth from support services. Unfortunately, there are some mental health and medical resources that only exist on social media. The EU is considering legislation that would prohibit algorithms dictating your feed, instead having social media only give information from users you actively follow. This may be a better compromise." And so, Deputy Speaker, I now seek to introduce the second reading amendment circulated in my name. Sorry. The second reading amendment highlights the problems with this bill, and they can be summarised quite easily. Do it at the end. Firstly, there are no grandfathering provisions. It is entirely unclear how platforms will be required to manage the many millions of existing users who are now set to be excluded and deplatformed.
Those children under 16 who are already on the designated platforms have been on it for years and who will now, in theory, be required to step away from it. Secondly, the legislation is far too vague in stipulating how social media platforms are to comply with their obligation to prevent under 16s from having an account, stating only that it will likely involve some form of age assurance as a means of identifying whether a prospective or existing account holder is an Australian child under the age of 16 years. For what is supposed to be world-leading legislation, this doesn't seem adequate. Thirdly, under 16s will still be able to watch videos on YouTube and see content on Facebook. The ban is only designed to stop them from creating an account. But without legislation in place that imposes a duty of care on social media platforms to ensure that harmful content cannot be shared, young people are still at risk of harm while supposedly relaxing in their bedrooms. I do acknowledge that work has commenced to create duty of care legislation to compel social media platforms to prevent harm from occurring on their sites. But of course, as with all things political and legislative, there is no guarantee that this legislation will come to fruition for years, if at all. A case in point is the gambling advertising ban bill, which, despite being so urgent and necessary, has been kicked off to the long grass by the government this week, as all too hard and all too scary with the looming election. In much more general terms, however, I remain concerned that this bill has the potential to actually negatively impact children by severing their access to vital mental health resources and social supports, which are critical for the very large number of young people already experiencing mental health challenges. There are also significant privacy concerns. Population-wide age verification raises serious concerns about data security and privacy affecting both minors and adults. We also know that age bans trialled in 10 other countries have failed. I acknowledge that technology has moved on since many of these trials were conducted, but it is also inevitable that many children under 16 years old will be able to bypass the age restrictions, thereby finding themselves inhabiting unregulated, darker spaces that they would otherwise not have found themselves in. This may have a chilling effect on young people. They may find themselves in even more harmful spaces than they would have been otherwise in were it not for the ban. And being on these platforms illegally may mean they don't seek the support and help they need because they're worried about the legal repercussions, that is, getting into trouble. Fundamentally, though, the problem with simply evicting children from the platforms is that it absolves the social media companies from their responsibility to create safe, well-designed services for young users. Our laws should demand platforms take reasonable steps to resolve issues of safety and addictive design, while also offering better experiences for children. And that's where the danger of this superficial appeal of this legislation becomes most clear. Basically, this legislation, which simply bans those from under 16 from using social media, means that social media companies won't be compelled to address and solve the actual causes of harm on their platforms, both the algorithms that serve up harmful content to teenagers and the design principles which ensure addiction. According to Daniel Angus, a professor of digital communication and director of the Queensland University of Technology's Digital Media Research Centre, there are several things that the government should be doing to better avert harms that I've listed. First of all is to impose a duty of care on digital platforms. The government has announced that they're looking into this, which is welcome news. My crossbench colleague, member for Goldstein, has also introduced a private member's bill just this week, which would establish a digital duty of care, and I commend her for doing this. The member for Goldstein's contention, which many digital experts agree with, is that rather than age gating, we need safety by design. What that means is that instead of simply shutting kids out, we need to address and prevent the harm being caused in the first place. This is especially important when the government is far from clear how age gating will work. Which leads to the second recommendation from Daniel Angus, which is to enact regulations which will require platforms to give people more control over what content they see. Users should be able to change, reset or turn off their personal algorithm. And third is to create a children's online privacy code to better protect children's information online. This could be administered by the Children's Commissioner or the E-Safety Commissioner, or both. These issues were comprehensively canvassed by a group of over 140 Australian and international experts who wrote an open letter to the Prime Minister last month. The view of that group is that an age-based ban on accessing social media is too blunt an instrument to address the risks effectively. I understand that this bill has been referred to the Senate Environment and Communications Legislation Committee. In my short time here, I've always found Senate inquiries which provide the opportunity for further expert scrutiny inevitably result in improved legislation and outcomes. I particularly hope that the committee is actively seeking input from the children this bill seeks to regulate. The experts are telling us that children want safe online environments in which to socialise and be entertained. I look forward to reading the committee's report, which is actually due out today, and I will carefully review their recommendations as well as the input from my community of Mackellar, as ever, in making my final decision about whether to support this bill. Thank you.
Just for a moment, just for clarity, when the honourable member for Mackellar, I think you may have mentioned that you were going to introduce an amendment. For the sake of hindsight, I just need you to move that amendment and then I'll call on your seconder before we move on.
Thank you. I move the second reading amendment as circulated in my name.
I do thank the honourable member. Is your amendment seconded?
I second the amendment and I reserve my right to speak.
I thank the honourable member for Fowler. So the original question was that this bill now be read a second time. To this, the honourable member for North Sydney moved as an amendment that all words after that be admitted with a view to substituting other words. The honourable member for Mackellar has now moved an amendment to that amendment that all words after house be admitted with a view to substituting other words. The question is now that the amendment moved by the honourable member for Mackellar to the amendment moved by the honourable member for North Sydney be agreed to, and with that, the question is that the amendments be agreed to, and I give the call to the most honourable member for Hughes.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on the Online Safety Amendment Social Media Minimum Age Bill 2024, and it is a great pleasure for me to do so. Just at the outset, Deputy Speaker, I think it's important to start with how we have landed here. And we have landed here because we have had social media now in some form for around about 20 years. And we have given social media platforms the opportunity, and this has been successive governments, to self-regulate. They have failed to do so. And Deputy Speaker, I heard the honourable member for New England. He drew the comparison with the gun legislation that was rightfully brought in by the Howard government and really led by former Prime Minister Howard, and that after the dreadful massacre in Port Arthur, and that was nation-changing and changed the way that we as a country looked at possession of guns, and that was the right decision for our nation. The social media platforms, Deputy Speaker, have proven to be completely recalcitrant in this. 4 decades ago, when we didn't have seatbelts in cars, the legislators of those days had a similar problem with car manufacturers who said, oh, it'll be too expensive to put seatbelts into cars. It is not really that much of an issue. People are dying from other other injuries, not just from not wearing seatbelts. It's too hard to regulate. It's going to make cars too expensive. Well, Deputy Speaker, thankfully, the parliaments of those times had the courage to stand up to the car manufacturers and say no, because in the national interest, we must prevent people from dying from chest injuries or being rendered permanently paraplegic or quadriplegic through those injuries in car accidents. And Deputy Speaker, we regulated it. The sky didn't fall down, the sky didn't fall in, and now our cars are safer than they've ever been, and indeed cars are now sold on the basis of safety features. So, Deputy Speaker, this is legislation that is completely necessary for us to change the course for our young people. This legislation broadly aims to set a minimum age of 16 for Australians to hold social media accounts. It requires age-restricted social media companies to take reasonable steps to prevent age-restricted users from having an account with the social media platform. And the entire objective of this legislation is to reduce the harm that social media is causing to young people. Deputy Speaker, when we hear reports of 11 and 12-year-olds taking their own lives because of bullying or because of some of the material that they are being subject to on social media, it is time that we said, we as the adults in this place, we as the legislators, as federal legislators, we must say no. We must stand up for our children. We cannot allow what has been allowed to occur, what the social media platforms have allowed onto their sites, to continue. And this is, at the first breath, about protecting our children going forward. And secondly, this empowers parents, Deputy Speaker, because I know as a parent, the hardest word to say to your children is no, but it is also, when it is the hardest to say, that is also the time when it is the most necessary to say it. And some of the arguments that have been put up against this legislation, to me, simply don't make sense. And I say this particularly, I was here for the member for McKellar, and I have a lot of respect for the honourable member, but a couple of the arguments that have come about have been around children with disabilities, or we are cutting off vulnerable youths from supports that are only on social media. Well, Deputy Speaker, don't we then have to change it so that those supports are available in other forums? This is not a ban on the internet. This is a ban on social media platforms for children under the age of 16, because they are children. And we have various other laws for our children. We say to them, you cannot drive a car under the age of 16 because we know that that is too dangerous. We say you cannot smoke cigarettes. We say you cannot drink alcohol. We say you should not be having sex under the age of 16. And these laws have all come in place over a period of time where our society has come to a point where it has been necessary to bring in prohibitions. And I am not usually a person who wants prohibitions brought in, Deputy Speaker, but they must be brought in when the harm, the activity that is to be prohibited, the danger of prohibition is far less than the danger that the activity is currently causing. Because I can't recall at the age of 11 or 12 knowing what suicide was. And the fact now that not only do Australian 11 and 12-year-old boys and girls know what suicide is, but they know how to take their own life, and they are taking their own life. This is an absolute tragedy. And we are in a place now where we can do something to prevent it, and so we need to do something to prevent it. We are not, the argument that, well, some kids are still going to get onto social media. Okay, but why are we making the good the enemy of the perfect in this? Some kids under the age of 16 still drive cars. Some kids under the age of 18, some kids under the age of 18 still drink alcohol, they still smoke cigarettes, they still do things that we do not want them to do. But it gives parents, this legislation gives parents back control. They can say, no, you cannot be on this. You can't be on Instagram, you can't be on Snapchat because it is against the law. And Deputy Speaker, my boys now are 18, and I just wish that this law had been in place when my husband and I were grappling with this when ours were younger. We tried everything to keep them off social media, but parents these days, parents are working, kids come home, they're on their phones, and parents cannot be sitting there with their children 24 hours a day looking at what they are watching, and indeed they shouldn't be. So this gives parents the ability to say no. And I think the other argument that I just cannot accept is the argument that, oh, but what about the current 13 and 14-year-olds that are on social media? Oh, we're going to have to now say to them, you have to come off it. Yes, that's exactly right. We're the adults, we're the parents. Yes, 14-year-old, it's now the law, you have to come off it. And then they can go and they can whinge, and they can whinge to all of their friends, because, Deputy Speaker, this is a time when parents have to have the ability to be able to unite together and say, no, we are all as a wall here saying no. That's what it gives parents. It gives parents back control, and it gives parents the ability to not be the only parent in the group that says, no, you cannot be on social media. That's what this is important. I note that there have been, and if we just go back to how we got to this place, I want to commend the member for Banks, the Shadow Minister for Communications on this. He introduced, Deputy Speaker, a private member's bill back in November of last year, and it's now up for its 12-month anniversary, and I'm very glad to see that the government, the Communications Minister, has, after 12 months, decided to now come on board with a policy and legislation that initially originated from the Liberal Party, and particularly from the Shadow Minister for Communications, the member for Banks. And while we are there, the other members on my side who have been instrumental in getting the legislation to the place where it is today, the member for Flinders and also the member for Fisher, both of whom have been tireless advocates in this place to reduce the harm of social media on our children. So, Deputy Speaker, I thank all of those members. I've been inundated from my electorate by emails about this issue. Parents are crying out for assistance with this. They know, I mean, most times in your life when things go really pear-shaped, you can usually trace it back to when you haven't gone with your instinct. And parents have the correct instinct on this. They know that their kids are seeing things on social media, are being subject to bullying, they're being subject to various sites and other graphics, that they know they do not want their children to see. And in the normal course, for example, back before social media, before the internet, very few children under the age of 18 were viewing pornography. There were a few, there always are, but it is very different to what is now available these days. And I mean, I hate to think what my kids have seen on social media. I really do, Deputy Speaker, and that is not good, because it is bad for both young boys and also for young girls. It is saying to young girls, you have to look this certain way, you have to perform this certain way, and it is similarly saying to young men, you have to perform this certain way, and by the way, it is okay to treat girls in this way. So, Deputy Speaker, and a lot of that is being circulated through social media. One of the other issues that I know that a lot of us have grappled with is about the protection of privacy, and it is very pleasing to see that the government has agreed to amend the legislation to include a clear provision stating that a person cannot be compelled to provide digital ID or other personal identity documents such as passports. And I know this is a big issue for some of my coalition members, particularly in the other place. It also prohibits platforms from using information collected for age assurance purposes for any other purpose unless explicitly agreed to by the individual. So what this means, Deputy Speaker, is that once information has been used for age assurance, it must be destroyed unless the individual agrees to it being retained. So, Deputy Speaker, I am quite comfortable with those privacy amendments, that this does provide adequate privacy and does address the concerns that have been raised by some of my colleagues here and also in the other place. So, to conclude, Deputy Speaker, this is good legislation. This is legislation that has been well thought through, and again, I do thank the government for coming on board with the initiative that was originally proposed by the member for Banks, and I commend the bill to the House, Deputy Speaker, for all of the reasons I've outlined. Thank you.
I thank the honourable member for the contribution. And the question before the House now, that the amendments be agreed to. And with that, I give the call to the most honourable member for Mayo.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, this bill seeks to provide protection for children under 16 years of age from the harms associated with social media. It does this by requiring social media platforms to take reasonable steps to prevent children from under 16 from opening and maintaining social media accounts. In principle, I do support this bill. The ubiquitous use of social media apps among teenagers and children has created an environment that no other generation has had to encounter. We know, and now, and I mean this is really every living person, we now live through our phones, don't we? And our tablets and the news that they provide, the envious review of friends' photos from an overseas trip, or a quick text chat with a friend or an acquaintance. Sadly, this easy access has also robbed us of more personal and meaningful communication, stuff we once enjoyed. One only has to look around in a restaurant to see couples of all ages head down in their phones, scrolling through Facebook or Instagram at the expense of their dinner companion. Or the thing that I've seen too often in my community and other places around Australia is mums or dads sitting at the park on their phone while their children are on the equipment. As a society, we're losing the ability to communicate. As for the young, many are missing out on the opportunity to develop the very communication skills that are so necessary for social and physical and mental wellbeing. It is ironic that social media, the very tools that enable us to communicate more easily, with others and other technological advancement before it has, in many respects, I think, had the opposite effect. Not too long ago, those aged 64 years and older had the highest reported rate of loneliness and feeling of isolation. Social media opened the world for older people to communicate directly with friends and family at their whim. However, now the loneliest cohort are the 16 to 24s, a complete inverse of historical loneliness records. The Household Income and Labour Dynamics Survey, HILDA, which collects data on personal wellbeing, labour market dynamics and family life, provides an important insight into the lives of 17,000 Australians all over the course of their lifetime. The HILDA survey found that between 2011 and 2021, the rate of psychological stress among 15 to 25-year-olds increased by 120%. The Australian Psychological Society advised the psychologists report teenagers are determining their self-worth on the number of likes they receive, left feeling rejected if they don't receive instant approvals for their posts. In a recent media statement, the Society stated more than 4 in 10 Australian teens now suffer mental health distress, with experts drawing a link in the rise of cases with the use of social media. The rate of hospitalisation for intentional self-harm has also surged to 70% in young women aged 15 to 19 between 2008-9 and 2021-2022. Social psychologist Jonathan Haidt argued digital platforms were not toxic in their original formulation, but everything changed at the beginning of 2009 when Facebook added the like button and later the share button. The adoption of social media and the introduction of engagement tools such as like and share functions demonstrates a disturbing correlation, a correlation which appears to specifically affect the younger generation. But as I said in my speech on the Misinformation Bill, this is legislation always the best form of action. And if we are going to legislate, I think it's really important that we don't rush it. And while acknowledging the negative aspects of social media and its indiscriminate effect on the young, there are many positive aspects. Social media provides opportunities for young people to digitally socialise, finding people with shared interests, and importantly has become a useful communication tool among peers and parents alike. There is a concern that removing under-16s from social media may have the adverse effect of further isolating a generation, or worse, it may drive children to unregulated web channels and social media services. This was raised in several submissions to the bill. Unregulated platforms offer minimal or no safeguards and pose greater risks from bad actors. If we think children won't find a workaround, I do believe we are kidding ourselves. They are, after all, digital natives, and really none of us in this room could argue that we are digital natives. The merits of protecting our children are not up for debate. It is a must. What is up for debate is how we achieve this, and I think we need to do this very carefully. Rushing legislation has demonstrated time and time again to be a futile exercise. In fact, you could even say a dangerous exercise. We know from past experience that good legislation, particularly on major reforms such as this, requires extensive consultation and sufficient time for due diligence by members. And yet here we are, a bill where the government gave a mere 24 hours for feedback to the public. 24 hours. This is the antithesis of good legislative practice. And I think that's where my real concerns sit, Deputy Speaker, is that there is just, this feels like it's so incredibly rushed for legislation that's supposed to not really be in operation for more than a year, perhaps 2. A bill that requires age verification to be undertaken by social media platforms, but is silent on how this occurs. We're told that these details will be worked out later. I can't recall a single piece of legislation being passed where the details of operation were not known. My concerns reflect those of many in my community. Yes, parents want a safer digital environment, but they are also adverse to tech giants having even greater access to personal data that they already have. The suggestion that these companies will only hold data for 24 hours provides no comfort. Neither does the thought that these companies are mining our social media accounts to guess what age we are. These intrusions are deeply problematic and simply do not address the underlying issues. They just delay the inevitable. The statistics on mental health deterioration, psychological distress and self-harm don't magically stop at 16. This bill does not necessarily make social media safer. It simply delays the danger until a young person turns 16. Good policy identifies a problem and, where appropriate, identifies a legislative fix. And this bill suggests children are the problem and delaying their access is the fix. And that just can't be so. It does nothing to protect children 16 years and over, and in doing nothing, it actually creates data risks that were previously not there. We know in the business world that data is gold, and it appears like we're going to be gifting it to the social media monoliths by the pallet load. I've circulated amendments that I'll speak to later to provide necessary personal identification protections to the millions of social media users that will potentially require age verification if this bill passes. And I'm pleased to hear that apparently the government in the Senate will be putting forward amendments that pretty much mirror the amendments that I'm putting to this House. And so I'm not sure why we couldn't support it in this House and somehow try and improve this bill that's going to inevitably pass in this House before it gets to the other place. Deputy Speaker, I, like every other Australian, like every other parent, want to protect children, our nation's children, from the harms caused by social media. However, I am very much concerned from the privacy aspect, but also that this legislation is very rushed, insufficiently consulted on, and fails to address human rights concerns and consequently perhaps may not achieve the desired outcome. I just fail to understand why we are in such a hurry to do this in the last days of this year's parliamentary term. Why could we not have seen this bill months ago? Why can we not come back and look at this next year if it's not actually going to be in operation for a very long time? Since the minimum age obligation will not be activated for at least 12 months, there really is no justification in rushing through this bill. I think it's just here to serve a political imperative rather than a safety imperative. And so, Deputy Speaker, at this point I'm very vexed on how I should vote on this bill. I really am. It's a flawed bill. The principle is great. The principle I understand. The principle my community understands. But this legislation appears to be incredibly flawed. Thank you.
I thank the honourable member for the contribution, and the question before the House now is that the amendments before the House be agreed to, and with that I give the call to the most honourable member for Kooyong.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The question of an increase in the threshold for creation of social media accounts from age 13 to age 16 has been brought into political consideration over recent months because of concerns regarding the impact of social media on the mental health and well-being of Australian children. The advent of social media has fundamentally transformed how humans spend their time and communicate. The repercussions of these changes are profound. The amount of time that children spend online is linked to accumulating research associating excessive and addictive use of digital media with adverse physical, psychological, social and neurological consequences. Researchers acknowledge a link between mental health disorders and social media usage. But it's important to note that that relationship does not confirm causation. The thesis of parents' groups and a recent pretty strong campaign by the Murdoch press is that increasing the age of those allowed on social media from 13 to 16 years would protect vulnerable young people from the dangers of social media. Deputy Speaker, it is true that if age verification could be comprehensively and effectively enforced, children and young people would be better protected from risks like cyberbullying, and online predators. Limiting social media access might increase time for children to make other, more healthy lifestyle choices, like exercising or socialising in person with others, and that could improve their mental health, their sleep and their academic performance. Restricting access to the digital world might empower parents and guardians to better guide their children's online activities. A complete ban, where that possible, might also help with online privacy concerns. Social media platforms collect vast amounts of personal data from users. Children and adolescents simply don't understand how their data is collected, used and monetised. Banning access for younger users might mitigate privacy violations and limit the exploitation of personal data by large technology companies. Each of those concerns does carry some truth. We do need to address the harms caused by social media platforms. However, the overwhelming weight of expert evidence in this area is against this government's simplistic proposal of a blanket ban for young people aged less than 16. Speaker, this country has a confusing array of laws around young people. You can be criminally responsible at 10. You can join the Labor Party at 14. You can join the Liberal Party at 16. You can work full-time from 16 and you can vote at 18. The fact is that digital media are vital for young people's civic, social and cultural participation. This is a point which is often stressed in qualitative research involving young people. How can we tell growing adults that they need to hold off becoming fully fledged citizens and contributing members of society until they're 16? Young people have a right to freedom of expression and access to information. They also have an implied right to political communication, which has been flagged by some tech platforms as a possible basis for legal challenges to this legislation. Social media is a vital information source and a means of expression for many members of the LGBTQIA community, for Indigenous Australians, for young people from culturally and linguistically diverse backgrounds, from children who live in isolated areas, and for children and young people with a disability. This bill would block young people from the channels and the groups that are their public spaces, which are the forum for their everyday communication with their people. Young people access their news via social media. They know that legacy media doesn't reflect their interests. Legacy media makes little effort to engage with them, and it doesn't afford them the opportunity to communicate with each other in the way that they want to, IRL. The only exception to that rule, of which I'm aware in this country, is that of 6 News, the streaming channel founded in 2019 by Kooyong resident Leo Puglisi. Leo has employed a number of young Australian journalists, as young as 13, in growing the only news and current affairs channel which presents the perspectives of people their own age. Young people conduct their businesses via social media. They use it to engage with other platforms' digital services, products, apps and sites. For example, YouTube compilation videos of TikTok content, sharing a story on Instagram, which is then going to Facebook and then to X. It's not easy to disentangle social media from other platforms. This is most obvious with the Chinese platform Weibo, which is integrated as a matter of course with multiple functions like posting, group chats and a digital wallet. Australians, young people, do know what they don't want to experience online. They don't want to experience unwanted content or contact, unwanted surveillance and use of their data. But they tell us they would like to see better guidelines and boundaries and to understand the acceptable use of online spaces. They want better education and training on online safety so that they can identify, recognise and thoroughly understand potential harms. Young people have told us that instead of reforming age verification laws, protection should be improved with stronger technology such as digital passwords and secure apps. They want improved monitoring, swift action, and they want accountability regarding online safety practices rather than reversing the onus and placing it purely on the user, a user who is physically and neurologically immature. Speaker, the advice of academics and other experts has been largely ignored or misinterpreted in the framing of this legislation. The bill even misrepresents the literature it cites about developmental ages and risks. It has dismissed the literally hundreds of Australian and international experts who have raised serious concerns regarding lack of benefit and potential harm resulting from the bill. It ignores the more than 100 submissions to this ridiculously and appropriately brief ticker-box Senate inquiry into the bill, which was held earlier this week. The legislation is going to rely on effective age assurance or verification processes being adopted. That means that all Australians will be required to prove their identity to access social media. Exactly how that is going to happen is completely unclear. The Minister has claimed that we won't be compelled to hand over our personal identification, but I note that that statement is at odds with the explanatory memorandum for the bill. The government has committed $6.5 million to a study of new age verification technology. That is a study which is due to report in 2025. But now the government proposes to give responsibility for the process over to the digital platforms, even though even Google and Meta say that they think it would be better to wait for the result of the review. Deputy Speaker, age verification is rife with privacy and digital security risks, as well as critical effectiveness and implementation issues. It is not a cure-all safeguard for children and for their data protection. Children's location data is extremely sensitive. There is significant potential for more, not less, data harvesting from children if we hand over to the platforms the power to verify and assure children's age. Meta has already told us that it will undertake age assurance using facial recognition, digital ID and other forms of software. Now, the international benchmark for digital governance, the EU's General Data Protection Regulation, clearly defines individuals as the owners of their data. It states that consent for data use has to be freely given, specific, informed and unambiguous. In Australia, the lack of transparency of international digital platforms regarding how they collect, they share and use data leaves individuals exposed to algorithms which are based on their online habits. Protections for children are dependent on different rules on different platforms. There is a perception that regulating the collection and use of data collected by digital platforms is complex, but this is not the case. Digital platforms are predicated on rules and processes and they can be amended accordingly. Mind you, those rules can be evaded by those children who lie about their age online and are then targeted with content for older age groups. Experience overseas and previous experience in this country suggests that a blanket ban will last about 5 minutes. Ask Stephen Conroy. Technological workarounds such as VPNs and false age declarations will inevitably undermine the effectiveness of this ban. The government has admitted that already. As the Tech Council of Australia has said, this bill will only add to the existing perceptions internationally that the Australian technology sector operates in an uncertain regulatory environment which can be subjected to rapid legislative change without due consideration. This legislation does not inspire confidence in this government. Regardless of how it's done, a ban is not going to address the root causes of online risks, and it's not going to make platforms safer for everyone. Age gating will not make unsafe products safe. Bans could well create more risk for those children who still use those platforms because they will remove the incentives to ensure that robust child safety features for young users who evade the age assurance measures. Bans will not improve those products that children will still be allowed to use. What is the problem here? The fact that we are letting billion-dollar companies market unsafe digital products in Australia? Or is it the fact that some of those Australians are children and teenagers? There are much less restrictive alternatives available which could achieve the aim of protecting children and young people from online harms. An appropriate starting point to better protect child rights online would be implementation of the Privacy Act review and the Online Safety Act review. Both of these look to tackle concerns linked to the digital environment pragmatically rather than prohibitively. To that end, yesterday I supported the member for Goldstein's private member's bill for a digital duty of care. Her proposal to amend the Online Safety Act to impose an overarching standard of care for large providers would mandate risk assessments and risk mitigation plans. mandatory transparency reporting and stringent enforcement mechanisms. It would require the platforms to take reasonable steps to make their products safe for children and young people. It would improve online safety for everybody. Other measures to improve online safety could include regulating to limit notifications, autoplay, low default privacy settings, weak age gating for adult products, and the infinite scroll feature, which is designed to promote user engagement. We need to also help children and young people better navigate online spaces by ensuring that the national curriculum includes a specific focus on digital literacy and online safety. Young people should be taught to think critically about what they see online and how they engage with social media. Parents and teachers also need better tools and resources to help them provide appropriate guidance and support. This work will take time and effort, the sort of time and effort that the government has not put into this legislation. But that time and that effort would be worthwhile. Speaker, we all know and we acknowledge that social media carries significant risks for children and young people. As a parent, as a paediatrician, as a politician, I know that those risks need to be addressed by this government. We do have a duty of care to make changes in this important area carefully, judiciously, but with a mind always to the rights and the needs of young people. In this last sitting week of 2024, with no apparent cause and no rational justification for their unseemly haste, both major political parties in Australia are rushing to ban social media for young people. Their proposals are broad in scope, but they are short on detail. They abdicate all responsibility for the program to digital providers. They are not evidence-based. They risk being ineffectual and they risk potentially significant unintended consequences. And they will drive cynicism from young Australians who see that this government hasn't got the bottle to take on online gambling advertising, but is happy to rush through this legislation without appropriate consultation or thought. Systemic regulation will drive up safety and privacy standards on all platforms for all children. This approach is supported by the experts in mental health, digital literacy and child psychology. This approach will protect our children. Age assurance is rife with privacy and digital security risks. It's rife with critical effectiveness and implementation issues. It is not a cure-all safeguard for children and their data protection. It could well increase risk for young Australians in the digital space. Deputy Speaker, something worth doing is worth doing properly, carefully, judiciously, and in an evidence-based way. We have a duty to protect the best interests of all Australians, but most particularly our young and our vulnerable. This bill will not do that, and for that reason, I cannot commend this legislation to the House.
I thank the honourable member for the contribution, and the question before the House is that the amendments before the House now be agreed to, and with that I give the call to the most honourable member for Wannon.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. And I want to start by highlighting what the Coalition has negotiated when it comes to this bill. And it's negotiated some incredibly important amendments which we expect to see reflected as amendments in the Senate debate. And these were important changes, and they're changes which all members in this House should note. And in our view, they have significantly strengthened this planned piece of legislation. Now, the first area where we have improved this legislation is in relation to privacy. And I can't be clearer as to how important this is. There will be new provisions stating that people cannot be compelled to provide digital ID. Now, that's worth repeating. People cannot be compelled to provide digital ID, and they cannot be compelled to provide government-issued identity documents, such as a driver's licence or a passport. So under this legislation, you cannot be compelled to provide a driver's licence or a passport, and you cannot be compelled to provide digital ID. Full stop, period. That is what the legislation will say when it is amended in the Senate. Apologies. Secondly, following our discussions with the government, changes will be made so that the communications minister, the minister, will be able to make rules specifying actions that social media platforms are not required to take in order to comply with the legislation. So the minister can make sure that they can set rules that will dictate to the social media platforms about the things that they do not have to undertake. And this means that these rules and the person who governs these rules will not be the e-safety commissioner, it will be the minister. So the minister can be held account by the Australian people, and if the minister doesn't do the right thing and doesn't instruct the social media platforms accordingly, then we have a way to deal with that. And the way we can deal with that is that there will be an election. And if the minister cannot justify what they've done, then the minister obviously will be held to account by the Australian people. Now, these are incredibly important changes, and they're incredibly important changes to an issue which is incredibly important. And it's one that goes back a long way. It's not like that we've come to this chamber today dealing with this issue for the first time. When I was Education Minister, now some 6 or 7 years ago, Jonathan Haidt from the US, a well-known and regarded professor, came to this country detailing the issues that he was already starting to see that social media was having on young people. And he started talking about the harm that it was causing, and in particular, the mental health issues, the anxiety, the depression, the bullying, and all sorts of other issues that the impact of social media was having on young people's minds. And the statistics then were staggering. And they were so staggering, it led me to push at an Education Council ministers' meeting with all the state and territories for them to ban phones at schools. Now, sadly, it took many years after that for that to occur. But even then, the data was so compelling that it became obvious that we had to start taking action to protect children. Now, the fact that we've got here where we are today is because of the evidence base that has been presented about the harm that is being caused. And we've seen it in newspaper articles in the last 5 to 6 years or more, whether it be with regards to the impact that bullying has had, whether it is the impact that we've seen with regards to youth suicide, young people sadly taking their lives, whether it's the impact that we've seen through eating disorders, whether it's the impact that we've seen through anxiety. Through all these things, we've seen that there is harm being caused. And the question that we all have to answer is, why would you give people, young people under the age of 16, access to information, to sites that we prevent them from having in the real world? Why would we allow them a mechanism where they can see pornography, child pornography, at an age of 16 or below when you can't see that in the real world, when it's banned? Child pornography obviously banned, full stop, illegal. Pornography only available to those over 18, yet we're providing a mechanism for those under 16 to see it. Now, absolutely, parents have a role to play, but parents also need help and some guidance from lawmakers, from us, a lot of us who are parents. We have to play our role to support parents. Parenting is critical in this. Parenting has the primary role. But we help parents by saying, well, the law backs you in saying that your child, if they're under 16, shouldn't get access to social media. And let's not fool ourselves. The big social media companies can take the mechanisms, can put in place the mechanisms to be able to deal with this and deal with it in a way that doesn't mean that you need to provide digital ID or government-sanctioned ID. We have the tools to be able to deal with this. And like any law, what we need to do also is to be able to assess its impact over time, modify and change it over time, like we do with all laws. And that is what this will enable us to do as well. We will be able to have committees look at it. We'll be able to have further advice given to us as legislators, and we'll be able to continue to take steps to keep children safe, to make sure that we're doing everything we can to stop the bullying, to stop the eating disorders, to basically make sure that young kids aren't getting access to gambling, to pornography, that they shouldn't be getting access to. Now, will it be perfect? No. But is any law perfect? No, it's not. But if it helps, even if it helps in just the smallest of ways, it will make a huge difference to people's lives. And it will make a huge difference to the lives of families, to parents in how they're parenting their children. Because if they're able to say, well, the law is on our side, it will help them to be able to enforce the guidance that they want to be able to give their children. Now, Deputy Speaker, while we're on the subject of the large social media platforms, I want to be able to talk about the impact that it's having more broadly on society. And more broadly on society, in particular when it comes to how news is generated in this country. Last week, we had the very, very sad news that the Hamilton Spectator, Portland Observer and Cassidy News will be closing down. Now, to give you a sense of the history that we are losing in Western Victoria as a result of this, the Hamilton Spectator was first published in 1859. I think it is, or is definitely one of, the longest running newspapers in this country. Now, there are many reasons why it is closing, and my hope is that someone might still come along and purchase it. But I just wanted to take this opportunity to thank the Bexes, Richard and Nola, for everything they've done to make sure that the newspapers, since their first time in taking over the Hamilton Spectator, which was in 1985, have been the distinguished newspapers that they are. Now, as we all know in this place, newspapers sometimes give us as MPs a good positive run. At other times, they'll ask us serious questions about why we've voted this way or that way. But I have always found the Hamilton Spectator, the Cassidy News and the Portland Observer to have absolute integrity in the way they've gone about their journalism, to do the best they possibly could to make sure they advocated on behalf of the local communities and to ensure that the community had a voice. And I want to thank the Bexes, and can I take this opportunity in particular to thank Richard Bex for his stewardship of these newspapers and all the journalists that have worked for the newspapers over a long period of time. You know, I was in Cassidy recently. They were hit by a huge, huge hailstorm. And who was there but the local journalist, making sure that she was ensuring that the reporting on what was happening was accurate and that the community was being heard. Thank you, Christy. The Hamilton Spec has always done that on behalf of their community, and the Portland Observer as well. I was in Portland recently with the head of Alcoa. Wonderful, wonderful reporting again on what is happening out at the smelter. Incredibly important business for Portland and its future, in the same way that the Spec has done it year in, year out, for all that time, dating back, as I said, to 1859. Thank you to the Bexers for what you've done. Thank you to all those journalists who have worked for those 3 newspapers over this long and distinguished period. It is a sad day for our community, and as I've said, my hope is that someone might step in and purchase them so that that community presence that those newspapers represent can continue.
Yeah. The Minister.
I move that the debate on this bill be adjourned to a later hour this day.
The question is that the debate be adjourned and the resumption of the debate be made an order of the day for later hour this day. All of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. For the benefit of the member for Brisbane, we've just got some ledge come back from the Fed. We'll deal with them and then we'll come straight back to you. I have to report that the surveillance legislation confirmation of application bill for 2024 has been fully considered by the Federation Chamber and has been agreed to without amendment. With an amendment, I present the certified copy of the bill together with a schedule of the amendment by the Federation Chamber. I understand it's the wish of the House to consider the bill immediately. So the question is that the amendment made by the Federation Chamber be agreed to. All of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. So the question is now that the bill, as amended, be agreed to. I'll put that question. All of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The bill, as amended, has been agreed to. Minister.
I ask leave of the House to move the third reading immediately.
Is leave granted?
Leave is granted.
I move that this bill be now read a third time.
Thank the Minister. I call the clerk. I'll put that question. All that opinion say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act to confirm the application of surveillance device and related legislation and for related purposes.
I have to report to the Commonwealth Entities Payment Surcharges Bill of 2024. It's been fully considered by the Federation Chamber and it's been agreed to without amendment, and I present a certified copy of the bill. The question is, I thank the clerk. The question is that the bill now be agreed to. All of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. It'd be helpful if we had a second aye. Get in, you. Well done. I'll put that question. It's been agreed to. The bill has now been agreed. The bill has now been agreed to. The Minister.
I ask leave of the House to move the third reading immediately.
Is leave granted?
Leave is granted.
Well done.
I move that this bill be now read a third time.
I'll put that question. All that opinion say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act to authorise Commonwealth entities to charge and collect payment surcharges and for related purposes.
I have to report that the Commonwealth Entities Payment Surcharge Tax Imposition Bill of 2024 has been fully considered by the Federation Chamber and has been agreed to without amendment. I present a certified copy of the bill. Well done. The question is now that this bill be agreed to. All of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The bill's now being agreed to. The Minister.
I ask leave of the House to move the third reading immediately.
Is leave granted?
Is granted.
I move that this bill be now read a third time.
I'll put that question. All of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. I think that ayes have it. The clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act to impose a tax relating to payment surcharges and for related purposes.
Last one, I have to report to the Commonwealth Entities Payment Surcharges Consequential Provisions and Other Matters Bill of 2024 has been fully considered by the Federation Chamber and has been agreed to without amendment, and I present a certified copy of the bill. Thank you, mate. The question is now that the bill be agreed to. All that opinion say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The bill has been agreed to. The Minister.
I ask leave of the House to move the third reading immediately.
Is leave granted?
Leave is granted.
I thank the Minister. I give the call to the Minister.
Thank you. I move that this bill be now read a third time.
I'll put that question. All of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The Clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act to deal with consequential matters arising from the enactment of the Commonwealth Entities Payment Surcharges Act 2024 and with certain payment surcharges and for related purposes.
I thank the Clerk, and we're going to go back now. I thank the room for the members for their consideration. The question now before the House is that the amendments before the House be agreed to, and with that I give the call to the most honourable member for Brisbane. I will call the Clerk first before we do that, apparently.
Government Business, Order of the Day number 5, Online Safety Amendment, Social Media Minimum Age Bill 2024, resumption of debate on the second reading and on the amendment moved by the member for Goldstein to the amendment moved by the member for McKellar to the amendment moved by the member for North Sydney.
Thank the Clerk. As we had adjourned, that we had to reintroduce that bit of ledge back to the House, and the call now is given to the honourable member for Brisbane that the amendments be agreed to.
I hope this speech is worth the wait.
Well done. Thank you for all your consideration.
Prohibition doesn't work. Prohibition is not how you make social media platforms safer or empower young Australians to navigate the online world in a safe way. This bill is not going to resolve the root causes of online harm. It's simply just not going to work. All of us want to see more accountability for social media platforms and greater transparency for users, but this bill provides neither. And let's not forget how rushed this process has been. The government allowed for a consultation period on the bill for just 24 hours, the Senate hearing for the bill was just 3 hours, and young people were essentially locked out from having their voices heard because of this process. We absolutely need to protect young people online, especially the targeting, harvesting, and selling of their data. A blanket ban, though, is not the way to do it. The recent parliamentary inquiry into social media heard over and over that an age ban will not make social media safer for anyone. It's complicated to implement, it will have unintended consequences for young people as well. Yet here we are again, with the government and the coalition teaming up, ignoring the evidence and ramming this bill through in the final sitting week of the year. So why won't it work? Well, this bill inserts a new definition of age-restricted social media platforms, which effectively puts a blanket ban on all social media platforms. The government has indicated that some platforms will be exempt, but again, we don't have the detail before us that we need to properly scrutinise this legislation. Leaving exemptions to regulations puts a lot of trust in the follow-through, and I'm not confident that it's going to be done effectively. Now, the government themselves acknowledge that this is not a perfect system. The Prime Minister has said that, quote, "We know some kids will find workarounds, but we're sending a message to social media companies to clean up their act," end quote. The reality is that many kids, not just some, many young people, will find a way to access these platforms anyway. And social media companies don't actually have to change anything about how they apply their algorithms as a result of this bill. Now, the bill also doesn't prescribe how platforms will monitor and enforce an age ban. We expect this will require some sort of age assurance, not just for young people, but for everyone. The government already announced funding for an age assurance trial in the budget, but has only just awarded the tender. So essentially, the trial on a fundamental aspect of this bill has not even started yet. The idea of sharing important data with these platforms, whose profit model is built on selling data profiles to advertisers, is a very popular idea among not just young people, but across my entire community. And let's not pretend young people aren't going to find a way to access these platforms. They are smart, they will figure it out. I actually think of a time when I was 13 and I would come home from school and spend too much time playing on my computer and I wouldn't finish my homework. And my dad installed a timing program on my computer that it would switch off after an hour so I couldn't play The Sims for too long. It took me 10 minutes to figure out how to get around that. The answer there was working with me to do my homework, not just banning the game that I was using. So a blanket ban on social media also runs the risk of driving young people into even less safe online spaces. When that happens, it becomes impossible to know what is going on and how to help those who need help when something goes wrong. Now, many young people can have positive online experiences as well. Young people get a lot of good information and valuable social networks and support from social media, especially isolated young people or young people from marginalized backgrounds who may rely on it for their social contact. Why punish young people for the inaction of publishers and tech companies? This ban will create an Australia that says young people can go to prison at the age of 10 but can't go on Instagram until they are 16. So what should we be doing? Now, experts are actively calling for alternative solutions to address the root causes of the problems of online safety, regulating the platforms themselves. The government has committed to legislating a duty of care, but that is not a part of this legislation. If the government can rush these laws through, why can't they implement the duty of care they promised, or take measures that actually make platforms safer for everyone, like banning platforms from collecting, selling, and exploiting young people's data? Now, the EU has a Digital Services Act, which has a number of protections for young people, including banning the use of profiling for ads on children and implementing obligations for children's safety that providers must abide by. There are practical solutions here that we should be looking at. That ban on the targeting, harvesting, and selling of young people's data, a digital duty of care platform, EU-style guardrails to limit the toxicity of algorithms and extreme content, the ability for users to turn down and opt out of unwanted content, the full release of the Online Safety Act review, and investment in education for young people and their families to help develop digital literacy and online safety skills and equip them with the tools and resources they need for positive and responsible online use. These actions would help tackle the root issues of social media. This is what we should be doing, not legislating a ban on access with the seemingly expectation that everything is magically okay online the second you turn 16. An age ban alone will not make the platform safer or age appropriate, nor will it change the culture that informs unsafe behaviours that people are targeted with on these platforms. Instead of banning young people altogether, we need to tackle the predatory business models of the tech giants. That includes the algorithms that fuel extremism and mental health issues. The government's own online safety expert, the e-Safety Commissioner, has recommended a multi-pronged approach that encourages platforms to be safe by design. Australia's Human Rights Commissioner has voiced concerns about these restrictions in the legislation and the rush timeframe of this legislation as well. If the government wants to protect the safety of young people, they should be looking to stop platforms harvesting young people's data and targeting them with algorithms and advertising to make massive profits. All users should have the ability to switch off, reset, or turn down the algorithms that push unwanted content into their feed. Privacy reforms are also long overdue. The protection of all users' data is vital to keeping people safer on and offline. There is growing concern about the unabated use of users' data by tech companies to train their AIs without consent, knowledge, or compensation. In the EU, the likes of Meta have been forced to provide an opt-out option for users at a minimum. Australia must force companies to do the same here, because prohibition doesn't work. It hasn't before, and it won't now or into the future. If we are serious about addressing the issues that have arisen because of social media, then we must tackle them at the source. Guardrails, digital duties of care, stopping the targeting and harvesting of young people's data, all of these are far better approaches than a blanket ban. Young people will find ways around a ban, and then what? We may create a situation where young people are driven into even worse online spaces, and that is something that nobody wants. As the youngest person in this chamber and one of very, very few people in this place who grew up with this technology and with social media, I can say that change is needed, but this bill is not it. It shows a fundamental misunderstanding of how the internet works and how young people engage with the internet. So my message to the government is this: bin this bill, talk to young people and come back. Young people are painfully aware of how algorithms work and how they impact themselves and their social circles. Listen to young people, listen to the experts. You would come back with a much better bill.
The question is that the amendments be agreed to, and I call the honourable member for Ryan.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I know we all worry about what kids are exposed to on the internet. Extreme content is everywhere, online bullying is worsening, and kids can gamble with the click of a button. I get it. I'm a grandparent. I want to protect my grandchildren too, and I understand why so many people would think a social media ban would be a good idea. We all want to protect our kids, to shield them from harm, to keep them safe from the dangers of the world for as long as we possibly can. It's natural. The internet is a wild and often unregulated place. We feel we have very little control about what our children see or do online. But the unfortunate reality of this flawed bill is that it won't actually do that. It won't protect our kids. It likely won't even stop them from using these platforms or seeing the harmful content we so desperately want to shield them from. What it will do, dangerously, is create the illusion of action, while not addressing the real dangers of the online world. I know many parents want something, anything to be done, but this bill is just not the solution. This bill shifts the blame. Instead of holding billion-dollar tech giants accountable for their harmful practices, it targets kids and families. It says to parents, you figure it out, while these corporations keep profiting off the harm that they do. Because banning young people from these platforms doesn't stop them from accessing harmful content. It doesn't stop tech giants from exploiting their data and pushing toxic algorithms, and it certainly doesn't fix the root problem. The government claims this legislation is world-leading. Yeah, but embarrassingly, what it is leading the world in is poorly thought through legislation. It is leading the world in legislation uninformed by evidence. It is leading the world in legislation so riddled with privacy and safety risks that it'll likely do more harm than good. The minister herself seemed underwhelmed by her own legislation when trying to defend it in a response to a question in question time this week. The Joint Committee inquiry into social media heard months of evidence from experts, from parents, from young people and organisations, and their overwhelming majority recommendation, not to impose an age ban. Other countries have tried similar measures and they've failed abysmally. South Korea, for instance, rolled back their shutdown law in 2021 because it simply did not work. The government's response? Ignore the experts, the months of evidence, and instead rely on a 16-page evaluation report by the Office of Impact Analysis, a report widely criticised as thin on evidence. It even cites a study that doesn't support banning children under 16. In fact, the study's co-author has publicly stated that the government has misunderstood the findings. Completely unsurprising from a government that has made a name for itself comprehensively misunderstanding the real needs of everyday Australians, hanging them out to dry while corporations are continuously let off the hook. This proposed fix to online harms for young people is just more of the same. I've heard from many Ryan parents who of course want their kids to be safe online, we all do. But they know, as do the experts, that banning kids from social media is not the answer. Kids are smart. They're smarter than most of us in this place when it comes to navigating social media. They'll find ways around these bans. Not to mention,
one of the most glaring issues with this bill is privacy. While the legislation prohibits platforms from using data collected for age verification for other purposes, it doesn't change the fact that it requires young people and everyone else to share sensitive information with platforms that have a long history, a bad history of exploiting user data for their own profit. Really, who trusts social media companies with their data, really? Few do, and for very good reason. Platforms like Facebook have repeatedly shown that they will prioritise profit over privacy, often at the expense of their most vulnerable users. Yet, Labor proposes we hand them more of our personal information. It's insanity. Prohibition isn't safe. Prohibition is a band-aid that fails to address the fundamental problem, which is the toxic business models of tech giants. These platforms profit from harmful algorithms that push extreme content, exploit personal data, and target young people with predatory advertising. It's their business model. Experts have made it clear that these are the root causes of online harm. The government has promised exemptions for services like Headspace, Kids Helpline and Google Classroom, but these exemptions rely on future regulations. They're not even in this bill. If those regulations aren't passed in time, or if a new government chooses not to follow through, kids could lose access to online spaces designed to actually help them and educate them. The loopholes in this bill are just so huge you could drive a truck through them. Kids will always find workarounds. The Prime Minister has already admitted as much, so what are we really achieving here? We're not protecting kids. We're driving them towards less regulated, more dangerous corners of the internet. And what about the unintended consequences for young people's mental health and well-being? Cutting them off from social media doesn't eliminate the challenges they face. It isolates them from their peers and their communities and vital support networks. Online spaces can be dangerous, but they can also be lifelines. Rather than banning young people from these platforms, we should be empowering them with the tools to navigate these spaces safely and confidently. We need education. The government should fund programs that teach digital literacy and online safety skills to young people and their families. Prohibition doesn't teach kids how to be safe online. It just sort of pushes the problem out of sight. Social media platforms have become breeding grounds for harmful content, predatory advertising and unsafe practices. This flawed bill doesn't solve those problems. It's being rushed through and its consequences will be far-reaching and deeply harmful, not just for young people, but for everyone who uses the internet. Thank you.
The question is that the amendments be agreed to, and I call the honourable member for Warringah.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And I rise to speak on this government's online safety amendment, Social Media Minimum Age Bill 2024. And while I accept that there is a goal of dealing with online harms and protecting young people, I think this is incredibly misguided and it is a window-dressing attempt by the government to look like it is doing something about harm without actually doing anything that is going to be meaningful. I'm concerned this legislation will backfire by driving underground the harms of social media and in fact not preventing ultimately how young people will access social media and they will find their way, but what it will do is fail to hold social media companies accountable for moderating harmful content which will still proliferate on these platforms. The potential dangers of social media are undeniable. We're all concerned. I think we've all in this place been exposed to the dark and the black hole of negativity that can exist there. The anonymity of people dealing through social media, thinking that it's a platform on which they can say and behave in the most atrocious way. But that doesn't get solved by just banning young people under 16 from these platforms. That gets solved by imposing a duty of care on these platforms, making them responsible for harmful content. And that is where the government should be stepping up to the plate and actually do what is maybe hard but necessary to be done if you want to be a government that is taken seriously on protecting young people and all users from harm. There's no doubt we need to get the balance right, and of course protecting children is so important. But we have to, let's get real for the average age of this place, right? We are in a whole different age category. Young people have grown up online. For many, social media is not just a pastime, it's an important communications tool that connects them with their peers and wider community. And it's been really interesting to listen to some of the justifications by members of government to talk about, and the Prime Minister has done it, talking about how we want to see the kids back on the footy field and playing and all of those things. Of course we want them to be active, but the suggestion that somehow banning social media is going to immediately result in this uptick of physical activity or social interaction without additional measures or any real research in how that's even going to happen is just taking Australians for fools, I think, in how this legislation's been drafted and presented and the time in which it's been put forward. Because what we also know is young people find their community through social media, and it's been fascinating for me as a mum of young adults now, but watching them online and being concerned about the harms and the influence, but also then observing the benefits, seeing how through certain mediums they've had the opportunity to find their peers, find their tribe, feel connected. And they are all the things that are at risk of being lost. Young people don't just access services through, and what the Minister has indicated will be some exceptions, they actually also access information and services through their peers, through friends, relaying their experiences, and that will all be lost. Now, I don't dispute there is a dark side to the internet, to social media, that urgently needs to be addressed. But we also need to be really clear. Young people tell me about the positive ways they engage on these platforms. They build their communities, they explore creativity, they start businesses, they learn, they get an opportunity to see beyond the boundaries of just the national issues or like legacy media's take on events, and they can connect with young people all over the world. This is something that has been unique to their generation. And we know, of course, it also allows them to stay connected with families and friends. I think, anyone like grandparents, how do you stay connected with a young person? Actually, through social media, it gives you a window into their world that you don't have in any other way. So sadly, the government is not respecting the voice of young people here, and I think it's telling to see just how little that's really being reflected in the government speeches. And instead, it is people in this place imposing their will on young people. Rather than representing them, they are imposing their will on them. It's a blunt policy tool that punishes ultimately young people while letting perpetrators of harmful content and the platforms that host it completely off the hook. The bill seeks to restrict users under the age of 16 from having a social media account by relying on social media companies to take reasonable steps for the age assurance of their users. Well, and in all my queries to the Minister and the government of what are those reasonable steps and how will this age assurance process work, they don't know. This is a complete unknown. It is completely putting the horse before the cart when it comes to, the cart before the horse, in terms of this legislation. The government has no idea how this is going to work, and yet it is taking up vulnerable time. The bill's intention, well-meaning, as I say, it acknowledges very real harm of online platforms, and I have got concerns about that. But the effectiveness of this bill is highly in doubt, and there are serious concerns about unintended consequences to this bill. So I do seek to move the amendment circulated in my name that seeks to adjourn the debate in relation to this bill, that it should not be rushed through this parliament the way it has been. We should have a comprehensive understanding of how these measures can be implemented and the unintended consequences to the legislation. We know that the government has just awarded a tender for the age assurance trial, which will inform advice of the implementation and enforcement of the ban to the government and the e-Safety Commissioner. I ask the government to not call a vote on the second reading speech until a final report with the results of the age assurance trial has been presented to Parliament so that parents and users can be informed. The government is being selective on the harms that it wishes to protect young people from, and it is prioritising a blunt social media ban over protecting young people from the harm of many real things such as gambling advertising and the algorithm and how it works. Gambling advertising poses a significant concern for young people, and its well-documented links to increased gambling participation. So the government is absolutely being selective about which harm it's choosing to prioritise. And I don't think it's a coincidence that it's when the government was under the pump about introducing a ban on gambling advertising that all of a sudden we get the posturing and the big announcement around an age ban, online ban. The ban on gambling advertising was unanimously recommended by a multi-partisan committee following an in-depth inquiry into the harms of gambling. The government has accepted that recommendation and yet to date refused to take action. So on top of this, we know that polling shows over 70% of Australians want a ban on gambling advertising. So if you want to win the favour of voters, act on banning gambling advertising. The message couldn't be any clearer. Instead, the government is focusing on a minimum age bill, which was originally drafted, as I said, just in September. It's a distraction to that promise to ban gambling advertising, and it ultimately won't be implemented until 2026. So why is this being rushed without proper scrutiny, with only a couple of days in this parliament? This is bad government, bad governance. When the bill was introduced last week, it was the first time we were even able to read and understand the details of the proposed legislation. And now, in the last week of Parliament, the government's expediting this bill, limiting the availability of parliamentary scrutiny and oversight over its effect. We have serious concerns around privacy consequences, and ultimately this bill will impact all users. It's not just the under-16s that will be banned. All users of social media will, to some extent, have to be assessed by those platforms as to whether or not they fall foul of it. What we know is that this bill requires much more scrutiny. Last week, the bill was sent to Senate Committee on Environment and Communications, and the committee only accepted submissions for 24 hours. I mean, if that is not a joke when it comes to public consultation, I don't know what more could be said. In that time, the inquiry was inundated with over 15,000 submissions. Clearly, the public feels strongly about this issue. Even more reason the bill should be subjected to proper scrutiny. Only yesterday morning were the committee able to hear from the community on wide-ranging impacts of the bill, and the committee will publish their recommendations today, but here we are debating and being asked to shortly vote on it. And this is all only 5 days after the bill was sent to committee. Now, the government has even acknowledged that this is a short-term approach to protect young people whilst they continue to work on longer-term solutions for protecting people from harms online. Well, the member for Goldstein has already put to the Parliament tabling a private member's bill that addresses much of those harms. So if the government is not capable of coming up with proper legislation, adopt the work the member for Goldstein has done, and let's get on with a real protection of people online through a duty of care. There's no details from the government about any of their plans to legislate further protections. It's a bit of a trust me, we've got this, we'll get to this. But all we've got is this band-aid solution of just imposing a ban on under-16s. If the government was serious about safeguarding young people from harms online, they could have introduced a temporary ban or fast-tracked to implement a statutory duty of care for online platforms, start dealing with bots online, start dealing with anonymous accounts, force some accountability and some monitoring of harm, do something about the algorithm. So I ask the government why it's prioritising this legislation to rush through Parliament, knowing that it won't be implemented for time, it doesn't even have a proper process. In contrast, gambling advertising is something that needs to be done. Now, when we talk about harm from online platforms, we know it's ever-present, and certain groups, such as children and young teenagers, are at greater risk of this harm. Young people, more than ever, are feeling isolated and excluded, and some teenagers do use social media platforms, have regularly reported, some find lower life satisfaction than those who don't use online platforms. But we also know that others who feel isolated find their tribe and find great comfort out of social media as well. We know that online platforms enable young people to endure cyberbullying, hate speech, online abuse, as well as harmful content. All these potential harms are not to be understated and create a real and ongoing threat to their mental health. And I agree that online platforms must be made to be responsible to keep everyone safe on their platforms. They should be forced to promote respectful, honest, authentic content. A responsibility that these platforms often fail to do. But nothing about this proposal does this. The blanket ban on social media is not the answer. In fact, the Butterfly Foundation, who represent Australians impacted by eating disorders and body image issues, they've stated that a blanket ban takes the onus off platforms to do better and could negatively impact people looking for help who are socially and physically isolated. Restricting access to under 16, the government has neglected the opportunity to regulate platforms to materially improve online safety for everyone. And so I really ask the government to do better. Surely you can do better than this, than trying to just grab a headline of just, trying to look like you're doing something about online when really you're not. I appreciate that for young parents this is incredibly distressing, and it's easy to think that banning it will be the solution. The reality is it's just going to push it underground. It's still going to happen. I've got a modern family of 5, they're all adults now, but I know how tech savvy they are, what they do. And for me, legislation that would allow them to reset their default settings to make sure the algorithms are much safer, that there is a responsibility and a duty of care. These are all things that would make a difference. Of course, we also need greater education. How young people and all users need to understand how to be safer and more responsible digital citizens. This is an important piece of the puzzle to keep young people safe. And instead, but of course, the government is not focusing on that. What could actually be done that would be... I think of where kids have found their tribe online. For example, schools strike for climate. Young people's lives have been online, and social media has played an important role in amplifying young people's voices on who they and they may otherwise have been excluded and their voices not reflected in mainstream media. For example, Lucy Flynn is a 14-year-old from my electorate who, after recovering from an eating disorder, she decided to make her own petition to call on the government to provide more public hospital beds for treatment of those with eating disorders. She harnessed the power of social media to tell her story and amplify the issues in eating disorder funding. So online platforms can provide a platform to reach people outside their geographical communities, provide an avenue for youth leadership on issues that matter to them, and for the ability for young people to feel that they have control over their future. When I think that the government doesn't even want to be saddled with a duty of care to young people when it comes to the environment, and now they want to take away their capacity to mobilise and to have a voice when it comes to climate issues. School strikes for climate is a classic example where thousands of young people came together to march and require the environment to march on the Environmental Minister's office and demand real and substantive climate action. This provided an invaluable opportunity for young people to have a voice and heard in a way...
The member's time has expired. Is the amendment seconded? Is the amendment seconded?
Deputy Speaker, I second the member for Warringah's amendment and reserve my right to speak.
Thank you. The original question was that this bill be now read a second time. To this, the Honourable Member for North Sydney moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The Honourable Member for Mackellar has moved as an amendment to that amendment that all words after house be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The Honourable Member for Ringa has now moved a further amendment, and the question now is that the amendment moved by the Honourable Member for Ringa be agreed to, and I call the Honourable Member for Goldstein.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. This legislation is a band-aid to fix a wicked problem. It's neither the systemic nor structural reform the Australian public needs. I can well understand why parents like it, and I especially acknowledge those parents who've lost children attributed to social media harm, including those who testified bravely and powerfully to the Select Committee on Social Media and Australian Society, which I was a member of. I also acknowledge Rob Evans, father of Liv, who I've spoken of before in this chamber. Liv took her own life due to an eating disorder, and social media was a contributor. I convened a working group on eating disorders and social media, which in many ways has been the genesis of my policy work in this space, and I think has also captured the government's attention in a positive way. And I absolutely acknowledge the connection between various harms and social media. So I don't deny that something needs to be done. The platforms have powerful underlying systems that actively and knowingly influence kids' social lives, play kingmaker in online public debates, and run a data free-for-all in the name of advertising. And it's self-evident that these platforms are motivated by profit, not community benefit or safety. However, my issue is that this legislation will make zero difference to the harms that are inherent to social media. It will not force the platforms to manage their algorithms. It will not force the platforms to identify and manage risk, nor force transparency. So what to do? Social media gives us many great rewards: connection, information, business opportunities, opens up the world. For young people, it's a social space, the 2020s equivalent of sitting on the landline phone on the hallway floor for hours, as I did in the 1980s. It's a source of mental health support for many. And University of Canberra research shows that it's where the vast majority of young people get their news and current affairs. But the sheer scale of the risk it concurrently poses to individuals and our society demands a regulatory response that is proportionate in urgency and in ambitious. This is particularly the case given the power of the social media proprietors who've operated and grown their platforms largely uncontrolled until now. Additionally, in Australia, they operate under a toothless self-regulation model and place the bulk of their profits and management offshore, out of reach of Australian tax and legal systems. As a member of the Joint Select Committee on Social Media and Australian Society, it's fair to say that I've been thinking about all of this a lot of late. The committee had a wide remit, but took substantial evidence regarding age assurance. Certainly there were opinions that it was a good idea, but there was no substantive evidence-based expert testimony that stacked up if or how it would actually work. One of the recommendations the committee did agree to in its final report was that the government report the results of its age assurance trial to the Parliament. The trial is only just underway and it won't be complete for at least 6 to 12 months. Meanwhile, we're debating, and presumably the Parliament will be passing this legislation blindly because the idea is somewhat popular. Worse, it potentially allows big tech to tick a box without actually doing much at all. And what that even is unknown. The bill that was introduced just last week and sent to committee for one day, despite more than 15,000 submissions, contains no provisions on how the platforms are to keep the kids out. They're expected to take reasonable steps. What those are will be worked out by the platforms with regulatory input from the Minister later. It's backwards. And in many ways, this is policy that is also looking back to a bygone era, when we all played street cricket until dusk instead of looking at our phones, and found out where our friends were by riding around the neighbourhood until we found the house where all the Malvern stars were lying on the front lawn. I get it. We all want that life back for our kids. But our societies have become digitised over the last 2.5 decades. The entrenchment of digital communications platforms and technologies has been gradual, but it is enduring. We cannot look back to the technological challenges and solutions of last century and apply them to our contemporary context, such as the Online Safety Act does and age-gating social media would. This mindset cannot continue to guide contemporary Australian policy-making. It is time to think forward, not back. In my engagement with the Goldstein community on this legislation, the feedback has been varied. I've heard from some, and as a parent I understand, the uncertainty and feeling of lack of control over what our children can be exposed to online. These parents observe their children taking to the intentionally addictive qualities of social media and digital platforms, and I deeply understand the desire to solve this problem. I, like these Goldstein parents, wish that this legislation was the silver bullet we wish for that would comprehensively protect our kids from online harm. If it was, I would be its strongest advocate. But unfortunately, this legislation is nowhere close to what's needed to meaningfully protect our kids in their online experiences. The true objective of this legislation is not to make social media safe by design, but to make parents and voters feel like the government is doing something about it. There's a reason why the government parades this legislation as world-leading. That's because no other country wants to do it, and for good reason. Modern policy problems require modern solutions, and obviously solutions that will actually work. Of all of the many pitfalls in this legislation, at the core of arguments put forward by those who oppose it is this: age-gating is quite simply not the appropriate mechanism to use in this context. In fact, there is little evidence at all to suggest that an age-based regime of this nature could be effective. Instead of protecting our children from social media, it may also expose them and possibly Australia's adult population to additional risk. The bill does not specify how digital platforms will be expected to verify an individual's age, leaving open the possibility that Australians of various ages may be forced to hand over sensitive personal information to keep their accounts. I note the opposition amendments apparently negotiated with the government on limiting the requirements to hand over things like passport details, and this is a good step. But according to Digital Rights Watch, the information required might still range from birth dates all the way to face prints. I note that the legislation mandates the destruction of such information, but as so many Australians deeply understand, our nation doesn't have a strong track record of late in protecting the privacy of our citizens. I note the member for Mayo's consideration in detail amendment in relation to the provision of personal information, which I will support. It would be remiss of me, Deputy Speaker, not to point out the stunning irony of the Coalition's sudden reluctance to support this legislation following a tweet by one of big tech's oligarchs, Elon Musk. Misinformation spreading online sought to make the curious link between this legislation and the government's Digital ID Bill, both as part of a conspiracy to shut down free speech on the internet. This bill, one that ostensibly claims to challenge the awesome and concentrated power of big tech, was close to the chopping block via a simple tweet sent from those who stand to be regulated by it. Go figure. Perhaps this is more, though, than simple irony. Perhaps this is a testament to the disproportionate political and cultural power big tech have been allowed to accumulate, and the set of circumstances which have led us to this point. To the point of debating legislation which even the Prime Minister himself describes as potentially unenforceable. The power of the platforms and the importance of making them accountable leads me to what we could be doing, should be doing instead. Something that's actually meaningful and will stand the test of time. The government had lots of policy options to choose from here. One only needs to look overseas to see online safety regulatory regimes that are working. But, on brand for this government, once again, their chosen policy was just the lowest hanging fruit, the path that is simple and political, not the one that will actually make social media safe for our children by design. Yesterday I tabled a private member's bill, a 5-pillar regime which amounts to a digital duty of care. If the government wants to make social media safe for not just children but everybody, then let's take that to a vote right now.
This model of legislation has broad support across the Parliament and in Australian civil society. It is supported by organisations ranging from the Foundation for Social Health to the Foundation for Alcohol Research and Education to the Human Rights Law Centre to Reset Tech Australia, among others. A fully implemented digital duty of care is what will make social media safe for all Australian kids and adults. Rigorous age verification technology may one day be a supplementary component of such a duty of care, but the age gating model as proposed in this legislation alone will be starkly inadequate. This is why I move the second reading amendment circulated in my name. Australia was once a world leader in online safety regulation, and we can achieve the government's aim to reclaim that mantle, just not with this bill. Only with safety by design, a duty of care, risk management and mitigation, and a solid incentive to comply will we make the digital platforms safe for our kids, ourselves and our communities. Online safety regulation cannot truly be safe unless it's systemic. It is the systems that must be made to change, not the people. We need to reshape our vision of what online safety looks like and follow the models that are achieving meaningful behavioural change, namely the Digital Services Act and Digital Markets Act in Europe, that impose a duty of care on the companies to do no harm. And we won't achieve that by passing a bill that just makes us all feel better. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Is the amendment seconded?
I second the amendment and reserve my right to speak.
Thank you. The member for Curtin. The original question was that this bill be now read a second time. To this, the honourable member for North Sydney moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The honourable member for Mackellar has moved as an amendment to that amendment that all words after house be omitted with a view to substituting other words. And the honourable member for Goldstein has moved as an amendment to that amendment that all words after house be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The question now is that the amendment moved by the honourable member for Goldstein to the amendment moved by the honourable member for North Sydney be agreed to. Sorry, in that order. To the amendment to the Goldstein. Thank you. All right, and I call the honourable member for Longman, that's right.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on the social media minimum age bill before us today. Let me say from the outset, Deputy Speaker, I fully support the intent of this legislation, which is to protect our young people from the harms of online bullying, a scourge not only in our society but globally. I'm sick and tired of hearing of another teenager that has taken their life due to online bullying. I'm tired of watching grieving parents plead for action on this serious issue. It is a common belief amongst those of us who have the privilege of being elected to serve that our first duty is the protection of all Australians. Deputy Speaker, my issues with this legislation are, as I said, not around intent, but I do have a problem with the mechanics and the rushed manner it is being rammed through, I suspect for vote-grabbing reasons. Why else would you rush legislation through that doesn't take effect, if passed, until 2026? Could it be that there's an election in the first half of next year? The Leader of the Opposition first announced this coalition policy over 12 months ago, saying we would implement it within 100 days after the election, should we have the privilege of winning government. This government have latched on to the Leader of the Opposition's initiative, but as usual they have done the headline, vibe, whole thing, but haven't thought through the process. In contrast, the coalition has been methodically working through the many inevitable questions that arise from proposed legislation like this. So, should we win the election, a sensible, well-thought methodology that addresses all aspects of the bill, including keeping children safe, as well as parents, social media and device hardware suppliers' roles in this initiative, while also considering protecting Australian citizens' privacy. I was pleased to see that the government agreed to the Coalition's amendment where social media companies cannot force people to upload their digital ID, driver's licence, passport or other government-issued identification to verify their age. This is definitely a step in the right direction. However, I wasn't pleased to discover that some of the proposed methodology to age verify users relies on social media companies effectively using data they accumulate on us all through algorithms and the like, determining that someone is under 16 from their posts, or they may have posted something as simple as having a 13th birthday party. The retort to this, of course, is that they already do it, which, by the way, I hate, Deputy Speaker, the fact that they collect all this data on us. But knowing and condoning and even being complicit in encouraging them to use AI to monitor and collect data on us, it's something that I simply cannot in good conscience support. There is also talk of using facial recognition software for age identification. Now, I know about this, but the thought that these companies are catching images with goodness knows what in the background doesn't inspire me with great confidence either. The other issue is that these social media companies can, and I suggest will, simply change algorithms so they begin to miss people's ages, as make no mistake, they will lose revenue and profits if this legislation passes through, as they will enjoy a smaller market and customer base. We haven't even spoken about the parents' roles in this. Why can't we legislate that the manufacturers of devices, that anyone under 16 has to be tethered to their parents' device through their Apple ID, family sharing, iCloud or other forms, so that the parents have the final say in what apps their kids can use? This also removes the financial incentives for social media platforms who, from what I can see, don't currently make the hardware that people use. Deputy Speaker, no solution is a silver bullet, and people will always find ways around laws if they really want to. But that's no reason why governments should not pass laws intended to protect people. Otherwise, we might as well have no age limit restrictions on alcohol, tobacco, gambling or movies. We have these laws as we know most Australians are law-abiding citizens and will comply with the laws of the day. By having a legislated age restriction, it also gives parents the added ammunition to say to their kids when they are inevitably asked, nagged or begged to have a social media account, sorry, it's against the law. Sure, there's those that would say, well, that's weak parenting. But not all families or children are the same for a myriad of reasons, and governments must try to consider all family dynamics and personalities when they're legislating, knowing full well that we will never be able to appease everyone or receive everyone's approval, but we must attempt to address the concerns and needs of as many of the population as possible. Deputy Speaker, as a father of 4 and a grandfather of 5, I've got some boys, some girls, some over 16, some under 16. I've seen firsthand the trauma and harm that social media does to our youth. My personal observation has been that once people generally reach an age of 16, in the main, they have the emotional stability and maturity to make better decisions on what they put on social media and what they read on social media. There's exceptions both ways, of course, but this age seems pretty right for most. As I said at the beginning of my contribution, I absolutely support the intent of this bill in protecting and in some cases saving the lives of our young people, but I have reservations due to the rushed manner and the lack of detail and methodology that is currently proposed in enforcing the legislation should it become law. I believe that the lives and the mental health of our youth outweigh any possible implications around privacy. But I would much rather see this legislation be postponed until a full and proper process has been able to be completed where we can actually see the detail of how the ID process will be enforced. It is far too important to be rammed through willy-nilly to try and win a few votes.
The question is that the amendments be agreed to, and I call the honourable member for Hinkler.
Well, thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. Mr Deputy Speaker, this is a piece of legislation on which I find myself torn in terms of taking a position. And for those who know me, that is pretty unusual. I can usually form a view pretty quickly and come to that point and make a decision. And I want to give you an example of some of the correspondence and calls and emails that my office has been getting, Mr Deputy Speaker, and this is only a very small selection. Don't ban kids from the ocean, teach them to swim. What is the rush to get this done? Is this a backdoor into the digital ID bill? Will it stop the bullying? Several callers have said they will close all digital accounts if they're asked to prove their identity. Parental rights should not be taken away. This is a decision for the parent, not the government. It will force everyone onto dodgy apps that don't have any moderation. Making people create a digital footprint increases the information being available to hackers. Many workplaces, small businesses, sporting groups, community groups have social media pages to engage with their members. This would be reduced if these bans come in. What are the consequences for parents who allow their children on social media? There's not enough information about this bill or how it will work. Will this put DV victims at risk if they are forced to have real name accounts? So, Mr Deputy Speaker, this is a small sample of what's come into my office, and I suspect many, many others, because people are concerned, and I absolutely recognise their concerns, and one of our roles as members of Parliament is to put their concerns on the record in regards to legislation like this.
Order, it being 7:30 p.m. I propose the question that the House do now adjourn, and I call the Honourable Member for Fowler.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Bonerick High School Parents and Citizens Association wrote to me last week expressing their deep concern over the ongoing infrastructure crisis at their schools. Bonerick High is a wonderful pillar of my electorate of Fowler. Built in 1961, the school has not received significant infrastructure funding in decades. The school was designed for 950 students, yet currently it has about 1,700 students. They are burdened with more than 40 portable classrooms, a sinking canteen and inadequate toilet facilities. The overcrowding and lack of modern educational spaces are major barriers to delivering high-quality education. And with the new housing estate being developed around the corner from the school, they'll be facing long-term infrastructure challenges. They desperately need $25 million in federal government funding for a new 3-storey building. This facility would replace ageing demountable structures, provide much-needed classroom space, and ensure our students have access to a learning environment that supports their academic and personal growth. Since my election to this House as the independent member for Fowler, I have continuously spoken about my forgotten community that has long been overlooked by the major parties. A community made up of hard-working people with young talent, with entrepreneurial spirit, with resilience, with strength, with a rich tapestry of cultures, languages and histories. But it has repeatedly been ignored when it comes to critical investment in many areas like education, health, manufacturing and infrastructure. Over several decades, I have witnessed the government's failure to deliver for the people of Fowler, particularly when it comes to infrastructure funding. I can just hear it now. Election promises of the past will be trotted out over and over again in the next few months in the lead-up to the next election. But the tangible actions and investment that our community desperately needs have not materialised, as highlighted in the case of Bonerick High School. This neglect is not just an inconvenience, it is a barrier to our growth and prosperity. Anyone would think that this government wants the people of Fowler to be disadvantaged, vulnerable and reliant on government handouts. Well, we're not. We're not asking for handouts, we're asking for a fair share. What we ask is that the government, whether it be Liberal or Labor, meets us halfway. One of the most important issues we are facing is the need for a metro link between Western Sydney Airport and Parramatta running through Fowler. This infrastructure project is incredibly important, yet this government and New South Wales Labor government cancelled it when they got into power. The Western Sydney Airport is set to become a major hub of economic activity, and without a direct and efficient transport link, the people of Fowler will be cut off from the opportunities it will bring. Imagine the benefits of a metro link: reduced travel times, less congestion on our roads, and greater access to jobs and services. It would open up new possibilities for our residents, allowing them to connect with the broader Sydney region and beyond. This is about equity and ensuring that all communities have the chance to participate in and benefit from growth. It's about making our community a great city to live, work and raise a family. And this is not just about transport. The Metro Link is a clear and tangible way to begin this process, but it must be part of a broader commitment to our community. Our community needs comprehensive investment in infrastructure across the board. We need better healthcare facilities, investment in our schools, and improved public amenities. These are the building blocks of a thriving community, and they are essential for our future. I call on the major parties to recognise the importance of Fowler and to invest in the infrastructure that we need. At the last federal election, the people of Fowler made their voices heard loud and clear. They demonstrated their frustration with being ignored and taken for granted by electing an independent representative. This was a powerful message to the major parties. The people of Fowler will no longer accept being sidelined and treated as second-class citizens. They demand and deserve better. The people of Fowler can no longer be ignored. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
I call the member for Adelaide.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, tonight I'd like to speak about an important event that I was proud to co-host together with the member for Nichols last night, where we celebrated the launch of the Parliamentary Friends of Albania group. The co-chair, the member for Nichols, has a very big electorate in the obviously the seat of Nichols. His seat contains a significant amount of Australian Albanians in his community in and around Shepparton, and the same with me in the western suburbs. So this important celebration was held to highlight the strong relationship between Australia and Albania, recognising the rich cultural heritage found in communities across Australia. And members may be aware that Australia established diplomatic relations with Albania in 1985. We enjoyed long-standing people-to-people links with an Albanian presence in Australia dating right back to the late 19th century. The first Albanians, in fact, were recorded in the 1850s in Queensland. Then the second wave after World War I in the very early 20s. And then again after World War II, and then a small wave after 91, once communism collapsed in Albania. The first recorded Albanian to settle in Australia was Naum Konka, who arrived in Brisbane in 1885 with his English wife and decided to stay permanently. However, the first significant Albanian migration to Australia, as I said, started in the 1920s after the United States of America placed migration quotas and restrictions for southern Europeans. So many who arrived in the 1920s settled in rural areas or areas where there was market gardens, and in my electorate, in the western suburbs, there was lots of market gardens and many of them settled around there. Deputy Speaker, the next wave was after World War II. Many were escaping communism for a better life, and many ended up in Australia. And of course, they went on to establish businesses. They worked in all sorts of industries and established themselves and their families. And I'm very proud to have a large Albanian community in the western suburbs of my electorate. Deputy Speaker, in the 2021 census, there were 20,686 Australians declared an Albanian ancestry. And for those odd 20,000, there would be another at least 10 to 15,000 who, for whatever reason, didn't declare their background, but are children of many Albanians that have settled here in Australia. The Albanian embassy in Australia is currently headed by His Excellency Mr Adrian Mara, the Albanian ambassador to Australia. His Excellency has been a very active ambassador, and last night's event was a testament to his hard work and tremendous efforts and tremendous celebration of our Albanian Australian community. In fact, we were graced by the attendance of the Prime Minister and a large number of ministers, members of Parliament, and it was tremendous to have that presence there. And I know that His Excellency Ambassador Mara and everyone present was delighted to meet the Prime Minister, whose surname, which is originally Italian, translates to Albanian, in reference to the Aborishi people, or Italo-Albanians of southern Italy, or someone of Albanian origin. So they were delighted to meet the Prime Minister last night. Many others in attendance were Her Excellency Jetmira Bedrandja Shalaf, the Ambassador of Kosovo, of course my good friend Judge Ralph Sulio from the District Court of South Australia, Mr Reg Kramal of Shepparton Albanian Society, Mayor Shane Saley of Shepparton, Mayor Jim McMeddy, Mayor of Greater Dandenong, Mr Ches Jacke and Agron Zanuni, Albanian Australian Association of South Australia. Our South Australian Albanian community are particularly proud that the Adelaide Eagles soccer club based in the Adelaide electorate in Renown Park won the Albanian Cup this year. Miss Karen Rasul from Stanley's Cafe, who was the wonderful chef who did an amazing job feeding so many people last night. And I look forward to this being the first of many parliamentary Friends of Albania functions, and I congratulate His Excellency the Ambassador, Adrian Mara, for his great efforts and work, and for his initiative in arranging this inaugural event. And I'm sure if you did not attend last night, the next one that happens next year, if we're all here, please come along and enjoy some Albanian culture.
I call the member for Forest.
Deputy Speaker, congratulations to Brad and Jodie Adams on their company Rare Foods Australia that is now not only producing the only ocean-grown greenlip abalone in the world, where the two oceans, the Indian and Southern Oceans, meet around Cape Leeuwin off Augusta in my electorate of Forest in WA. But there is now another world first. They're also producing the very first Southern Hemisphere sub-sea wine, the first in our open ocean waters over a kilometre off the coast. Following a 3-year successful trial period, Brad Adams, who has always pursued innovation and opportunity, Rare Foods, is now investing in Australia's first subsea wine production through ocean cellaring. Brad and his team are both fermenting and maturing wine in the ocean using 22 subsea vats tethered to the ocean floor with specialised sea anchors that don't disturb the seagrass, at around 20 metres in depth in the Rare Foods ocean lease zone. Now, each vat contains around 300 litres of wine maintained in suspension, and at this depth, the fermentation takes on different aroma and flavour to wine produced than wine that is produced using traditional land-based methods. It takes around 9 to 12 months, but tasting starts at around 6 months. I'm sure there's plenty of volunteers for that. It's the ocean current that naturally provides the refrigeration and movement, the gentle sway providing the constant movement needed in the winemaking. But it is in a low light but very consistent temperature under the ocean and a consistent pressure environment. Following the company's subsea wine trials, Rare Foods is now partnering with the French company Wine Reef International. So Brad, of course, brought to this arrangement the boats, the experience, the divers, the infrastructure, and has a dynamic, very dynamic personal have-a-go approach, as well as very sharp business and commercial acumen. But Rare Foods has another ace up its sleeve, with access to the world-renowned premium Margaret River wines, and they will be branded as Ocean Signature. Margaret River wines branded as Ocean Signature. This is a match made in heaven and a totally new offering for the market and for the region. Now, Brad has told me that Rare Foods will produce a limited vintage, pure ocean wine, which will be their 100% product. But there will also be a 50% blend with traditional land-produced wine as well, in Chardonnay, Cab Sav, and a sparkling wine as well. They will all be marketed in unique bottles with remnants of natural coral, similar to the wine bottles found following historic shipwrecks, and some of those shipwrecks have been found many and sometimes hundreds of years later, but actually have been found to be intact and well-aged, and of course the content of those bottles was still intact. But what an exciting concept and a new experience for those who live in or visit our southwest. This is just another innovative product from Brad, Jodie and the Rare Foods Australia team. Now, Rare Foods started off as ocean-grown abalone, and this was a groundbreaking initiative in our southwest. And I saw the early reefs that Brad and his team constructed, and then they were placed into the ocean lease area that Rare Foods has, and that was their ocean-grown abalone, beautiful baby abalone. And having tasted many of these at different occasions, I can really recommend their ocean-grown abalone. But to think that we will now see ocean-produced wine. I mean, this is a world first. I think it's something that the region is very, very proud of. But to Brad himself, Brad has always been an innovator. He loves the ocean, a fisherman, a surfer, a diver, and I met his son recently, and his son is very much in the same space. So I'm looking forward to what Rare Foods will do next. I think this is the next of many more adventures and innovation for Rare Foods. But I could just encourage everyone who sees this particular wine on the shelves, why not try it and have an experience of having wine that's been fermented in the two oceans off the ocean at Augusta by Rare Foods. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Call the member for Wills.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Monday marked the beginning of the 16 days of activism against gender-based violence. In my home state, Respect Victoria has made their theme for the 16 days, Respect Is. As they say, not all disrespect leads to violence against women, but all violence against women begins with disrespect. It's a big question, but how do the on the surface seemingly harmless attitudes, behaviours and social pressures that men engage in and experience actually influence and lead to negative and potentially violent behaviour towards women? I wanted to share a story from one of the young women in my office that goes towards this theme of respect. She's nearing 30 now, but remembers clear as day this incident from when she was 17. On a walk after school, she waited at a traffic light to cross. A middle-aged man in his car wound down the passenger window, leant across a primary school-aged boy, perhaps his son, to wolf whistle at her before laughing and driving off. In an instant, she felt unsafe, uncomfortable, disrespected. And what of the young boy? What was going through his mind? In a country like ours, where 1 in 2 women will experience sexual harassment since the age of 15, her story is not unique. And anecdotes like this go to the fundamental idea of what respect towards women and girls should be, or is, and what it clearly is not. On that day, that primary school-aged boy was being sent a pretty clear message. Having behaviour modelled to him that says a woman's right to peace, safety and to respect comes second to a man's desire to harass her. These attitudes of disrespect, if learnt young and not stopped, do grow over time and reinforce the cycle of harassment and abuse that women and girls face each day. Of course, we cannot let this cycle continue, and indeed the cycle must be reversed. The boy in the car should have had respectful behaviour modelled to him. And so the question becomes, what can and what are we as a government doing to break this cycle? What are we all doing? I genuinely believe that the National Action Plan to End Violence Against Women and Children in a Generation will help in this process in ending this national crisis. It centres the experience and needs of victim survivors, and importantly, it looks towards genuine measures for preventing the cycle of violence before it can start. It promotes respectful relationship and consent training in schools, employer-led workplace initiatives to embed equality and support for boys and men to develop healthy and supportive relationships with their male peers, behaviours that send a very different message to what was given to that boy in the car. But there are many challenges we will face along the way. Some men, very loudly, have come to the view women's equality is akin to a zero-sum game, funneling themselves into extremist views, misogynist online spaces and spurred on by the Andrew Tates of the world. These men and boys have concocted the idea that if there is a winner through equality, there's got to be a loser, and they're the losers. Of course, this could not be further from the truth, but unpacking and reframing these attitudes with men and within their understanding of this, and especially young boys, is the key part of driving long-lasting behavioural and cultural change. But of course, long-term behavioural change is unfortunately, by its very nature, not immediate. And when a woman is being murdered on average every 3 days in this country, the idea of a consistent but ultimately generational change in men's behaviour does not provide much solace, or I would assume it wouldn't provide much solace to all the women and girls who are unsafe today. Which is why the Albanese Labor government are investing in family, domestic and sexual violence response for frontline services, funding the escaping violence payment for those fleeing domestic and family violence, and rolling out education programs today to stop violence before it starts. And where there are areas we can do better on, I commit, and I assume many of my colleagues here in this place will commit to championing these solutions within government as well as locally in my community. Disrespect towards and violence against women and girls is a national crisis that needs to be on the agenda every day, not just during the 16 days of activism. It won't end by politicians stepping into this space and making statements once a year, patting ourselves on the back and then going on our merry way. We must look at the ways we can break the cycle of disrespect and violence in the short, medium and long term and ensure victim survivors are heard and believed. And for me personally, it means proactively having conversations with men and boys in my life, in the community that I represent, calling out harmful attitudes towards women and girls wherever I see them, and modelling respectful behaviours to boys and men. That is what respect means to me and what I commit to do every day.
The member for Griffith.
Deputy Speaker, if you've ever been on Centrelink, the NDIS, or dealt with the aged care system, you might relate to this story. My office was recently contacted by a man in my electorate, a paraplegic man, who for this speech I'll call Michael, who had been receiving an aged care home package for the last 8 years. His provider had been, until recently, managing his important care needs diligently. Until one day, Michael's aged care provider number changed by a single digit. This small, seemingly insignificant change in the system has, unfortunately, had massive consequences for Michael. The Department of Aged Care treated this as though Michael had been switched providers entirely, erasing all of his previous history. His care plan, which had been in place for years, got wiped out. He even got levied with an automatic debt of $13,000, which he could never repay. Michael's wife discovered this issue in April. She spent countless hours trying to resolve it. She had been in contact with Services Australia, with aged care, and has been passed from one department to another. Every time she called, she received different reasons as to why they could not help. There was no resolution, and no one seemed to be able to offer any concrete assistance. Eventually, Michael sought help from my office, and with a single phone call to Centrelink, the issue was resolved entirely. One call from our office. It should not have taken that. It should have taken one call from Michael. Years on from robo-debt, this is still happening in our welfare system, a punitive system which we should be able to trust in to make sure everybody has essential care and dignity that they need to live a good life, but instead often treats welfare recipients or recipients of social care or social services as suspicious and punishes them for failures they have nothing to do with. And this is a problem because a lot of the time people accessing these services are incredibly vulnerable, and despite doing everything right, are often on the wrong end of bureaucratic decisions that they struggle to understand, and often it takes months, sometimes years, to resolve. We deal with these issues almost every day. I'm sure a lot of members' offices deal with similar issues. But why is it that the most vulnerable in our society are often treated with suspicion, often second-guessed, often forced to jump through countless hoops, when on the other end of the spectrum, we have massive multinational corporations paying no tax at all? It's desperately, desperately unfair, and it's completely broken priorities when we know that the real culprits of our cost of living crisis, of the people that get away with breaking the rules, are those large multinational corporations who often end up paying $0 in tax, dodging, using big expensive corporate lawyers to get around loopholes in our tax laws. I think those are the people that should be treated with suspicion. Those are the corporations that should be cracked down on, not people like Michael.
The member for Barton. Oh.
App, you know.
Right,
yes.
okay.
This week we found out that the LNP are making cuts to the hugely beloved rhyme time, story time programs for baby, toddlers and children in Brisbane libraries. This is the Brisbane City Council LNP administration. These popular programs are often already booked out, but the LNP have proposed cutting them by 25%. In my community in Griffith, Bulimbra Library will lose its children's story time entirely, and the babies program will be cut in half. Carindale Library will have half of its programs cut. Holland Park Library will have the babies program cut in half. Mount Gravatt Library will have children's story time cut in half. To know what these programs mean to people, you look no further than the over 4,000 signatures in just a few weeks signed on the Greens petition to save these programs. Any parents of young kids know how crucial programs like this are for young families in Brisbane. Programs like this are not only so valuable to babies and children early learning and helping to make reading a part of children's daily lives, they're a sanctuary for new parents adjusting to parenthood and create a community in a time and place where it is sorely needed. My own family loves our Rhyme Time group at our local library, and I know we are not alone in appreciating the amazing work of our local librarians. These are frankly modest programs that provide a huge social benefit. Across all of Brisbane, this entire program cost the Brisbane City Council $780,000. This is in the context of a $3 billion council budget. And the LNP are cutting a $780,000 program that is often oversubscribed for families, and particularly young families, for babies, toddlers and children in the middle of a cost of living crisis. How could they possibly justify that? You can still sign the petition online, contact your local LNP councillor and tell them what they think of cutting these precious programs for young families across Brisbane in the middle of a massive cost of living crisis.
And I call the member for Barton.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The theme of this year's International Women's Day for the elimination of violence against women is simple: no excuse. Last Saturday, Bayside Council in the electorate of Barton held its annual walk against domestic violence. Residents came out in force to say there was no excuse for violence. I was proud to join them, alongside Mayor Ed McDougall, Steve Camp, the New South Wales Minister for Multiculturalism and the member for Rockdale, and St George Police Area Command Detective Superintendent Paul Dunstan. This is something deeply personal to me. So many women and children have experienced violence in the places they should be at safest, in their homes and in relationships. It breaks survivors and their families. In New South Wales, 1 in 4 women have experienced violence by a partner or another known person since they were 15. Yesterday, the government tabled the response to the missing, murdered First Nations women and children's inquiry. The inquiry heard from survivors, and their families made submissions on behalf of their relatives. First Nations women are 33 more times likely to be hospitalised due to family and domestic violence. Aboriginal women in New South Wales are 8 times more likely to be recorded as a victim. Of the 26 women nationally killed in intimate partner homicides since January, 7 of them were Aboriginal women. Events like Bayside Walk demonstrates the important change in our society around domestic and family violence. This change is an important piece of the puzzle in preventing violence and ensuring survivors know their community is behind them. But prevention and proper support is also essential. The Albanese Labor government has made addressing gendered violence a priority. The National Plan to End Violence Against Women and Children sets out what governments and wider society will do to end gender-based violence in one generation. $4.4 billion in Commonwealth funding commitments will support that work. The government's response includes a standalone action plan and $194 million to support First Nations women's safety, improving criminal justice reforms to sexual violence and other pieces of the puzzle. Last week, the nation's Attorney-General agreed to the terms of the new National Access to Justice Partnership. It is the biggest ever boost in funding to legal and community legal services, totalling $3.9 billion. It includes $838 million for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander legal services. This investment and strategy also focuses on our prevention. We've committed $104 million to Our Watch, and the plan supports early intervention efforts to address and prevent violence in men. Ending the scourge of domestic violence and family violence in a generation is an ambitious goal, but investments by government and the government and community working together will take us a long way. Can I finish up by saying, Madam Deputy Speaker, I also want to say that it's not, we very often hear the shocking statistics of how many women are murdered, but we should also remind ourselves that there are thousands and thousands and thousands of women who are maimed often for the rest of their life, brain damage, smashed jaws where you can't eat, broken limbs, scars that are both physical and mental, of course. And we can never forget the intergenerational effects that domestic and sexual violence has for the children of those women and those men. This is an issue that we all must face together. It is not a women's issue. It is not a children's issue. It is a societal issue.
And I call the clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 5. Online Safety Amendment, Social Media Minimum Age Bill 2024. Resumption of debate on the second reading and on several amendments moved by members.
And I will get to the member for Hinkler in a moment. I'll just read what I have in front of me. The original question was that the bill be now read a second time. To this, the honourable member for North Sydney moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with the view to substitute other words. Subsequent amendments have been moved by honourable members. The honourable member for Goldstein has now moved a further amendment. The question now is that the amendment moved by the honourable member for Goldstein be agreed to, and I call the member for Hinkler in continuation.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I've heard various commentary today about the reason for me speaking about this bill, all the way from it's to satisfy the member's ego through to the recent commentary from members of the Teals Party of the Coalition's recent announcements or decisions to speak around this bill. And I just want to put on the record, Madam Deputy Speaker, I first spoke about my concerns around bullying, harassment and social media in this place in my maiden speech in 2013. It is a long-held position, along with the fact that I don't think anyone should be on social media without a verified account. Now, I know that upsets some constituents and others, but the reality is Meta and others are making enormous amounts of revenue out of the fact that there are fake accounts that potentially they could sell to a customer who's looking to advertise based on the number of followers, the number of people. And once again, that has been a long-held view of mine. And this circumstance that we find ourselves in right now, I think, is tragic for two reasons. The first one is this: if there was a way that I could prevent, stop or go back in time and prevent some of the tragedies we have seen as a result of social media harassment, I would do it in a heartbeat. There was one at my daughter's school in recent weeks with the worst possible outcome for the young girl and her family. We've seen commentary from Dan McMahon, the principal of Shalom College, about his concerns and even the impact of this potential bill and whether he thought it would work and what the major challenges were, and a lot of that was around Snapchat. And we've seen the government shift position on that in recent weeks, and that is a good thing. But it brings me to the main 2 points that I'm speaking around this bill. And the first one is this: I just can't establish if it will work. I genuinely can't. I've spoken to any number of people, particularly parents, and I just don't know. But what I do know is there is an absolute tsunami of artificial intelligence coming that will make this situation even worse than it is now. I know that every kid under 16 knows more about social media and how to utilise it than I do in the entire country, and I accept that. In fact, on the rare occasions I was home to try and help my kids with homework, they only use an iPad, and for the maths I have to use pen and a piece of paper to draw a graph because that's how it works for me. But for them, social media is part of their everyday life. It is how they do everything. It's how they contact their friends, it's how they work with sports, it's how they deal with schools. It is the communication method for them. And I think it's absolutely tragic that we see it utilised for things like bullying. And the reason I spoke about it in my maiden speech was because you cannot get away from it. Without this, you could jump on your push bike and go somewhere else. You could go to a friend's house, you could go home, you could get away from those bullies. But this is 7 days a week, 24 hours a day. It is constant, absolutely constant. So I recognise for many of my colleagues, this is deeply personal, deeply, deeply personal. And I feel for them, the situation they found themselves in previously. But will it work? And we look at some of the content of the bill. So it's the responsibility of the E-Safety Commissioner to write guidelines on reasonable steps to be taken by age-restricted social media platforms. And those reasonable steps are yet to be defined. So no one really knows how this will function. Yes, I accept that Meta and all of the others are enormous global entities that can basically do anything if they set their mind to it. And I accept that. But they are also looking to make a profit. And I look at the age limit of 16 and the things you can already do before you reach that age. I mean, in Victoria, you can get puberty blockers from 10. Puberty blockers. You can join the Labor Party. Good luck to you. Knock yourself out. If that's your thing, that's fantastic. You can fly an aeroplane. You can't get a licence till you're 16, but you can fly, and I'm told you can do a solo, and that's quite advanced. It doesn't impact things like Pornhub, and we know that there are terrible outcomes right now, particularly for young boys and men, because of the access to pornography. Now, we cannot block the internet. We cannot. It is so much a part of everyday life. It is completely different. If I could take social media and wrap it into a ball and throw it in the bin and set it on fire, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'd do it. And I'd do it tomorrow. But unfortunately, it has become so entrenched in the way that our kids live, in the way that they run their lives, in the way that they determine what they do every single day. Unfortunately, that is completely impossible. There have been a number of reviews, as we know. There is currently no legislated minimum age. But even the Australian Greens have criticised the bill, which is a surprise to me as well. But I will give them and pay them credit where it's due. They are well connected into the youth of Australia. They are. They utilise social media more than probably any other political party to be able to contact that youth group and make a proper connection with them. Also around the definitions. So an age-restricted social media platform will be defined in a proposed section 63C, which of course can be expanded. But can you imagine, Madam Deputy Speaker, how quickly you could set up a new platform if you have quantum computing that's successful, and you have AI, and you could roll over all of those contacts to a new, undefined and not yet existing category in a heartbeat. So I come back to my first point. I just don't know if it will work. And on the second point, in terms of the speed and the response that we saw, so this was made available last Thursday. There was a 3-hour Senate committee inquiry which received 15,000 submissions, which had to be less than 2 pages. I think that should indicate to the government that there are significant concerns out in the community, and those concerns need to be addressed. And Madam Deputy Speaker, tell me, what is the difference between this week, before December, and potentially the first sitting in February, to at least give some weeks for the Senate to do their job, to look at this legislation in detail, to take further submissions and to make it better, and ensure that it will function. We know there is limited evidence to suggest a blanket ban to prohibit children from using social media is the most advantageous solution to addressing online harms. That's what's been stated in the digest, available on the APH website. So will it work? Will it actually provide the outcome that people are looking for? Well, I hope that it does. I genuinely hope that it does. And the other issue around the time frame is that the enforcement provisions, the penalties for this legislation, won't come into place until 12 months, until after the legislation has reached assent. So it's another year before anyone can actually enforce the provisions of this law. What real difference will a handful of weeks make? Well, in terms of making the bill work and getting a good outcome, I think considerable. Whilst I have my disagreements with colleagues in the Senate, They're the House of Review and they do their job and they do it well. On occasions, I hear the interjection from the Minister at the dispatch box. And even the E-Safety Commissioner has expressed concern for those who may bypass the age media restrictions, who use potentially social media in secrecy. And I think we all know those kids already whose parents have said, no, you can't have a social media account, so they set it up and use it somewhere else. They do that right now. So I think they'll rapidly find a way around this legislation. And whilst that's disappointing, it's reality. Is there a better way? Well, let's give the Senate the opportunity to find out. Take the submissions, take the evidence, talk to the experts and make it better. The government has bipartisan support. What difference will it make? A delay will not mean that it will not pass, but a delay could well mean that it functions far better than it currently looks like it might. Intent is wonderful, reality is different. And I come back to all of those sporting groups, community groups, small groups, schools, right across our nation who utilise social media as their means of communications, particularly with our youth. And what do? How do they deal with it? How much work is being created? And will it actually work? So, Madam Deputy Speaker, I continue to have concerns with the bill. I continue to have concerns about those two primary functions. Will it work and why can't we do a proper inquiry? We've seen any number of inquiries, we've seen any number of pieces of legislation kicked off into the long grass into a Senate committee. That has happened hundreds of times. But I cannot for a moment understand why the urgency to pass this bill this week when it could so easily be different. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, I say to my community, to the people who send me to this place, I'm trying to put forward your views and your concerns. I read a number of those out at the commencement of this speech. I'll continue to talk to them to hear what their views are and whether they think it will function. And I've got to say, I've got any number who tell me it simply won't. They think, literally, it's a joke, you have to be kidding. But I'll come back to where I started, Madam Deputy Speaker. I have a long-held view that we must do something. I just don't know if this is the answer. Thank you so much.
And I call the member for Indi.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. As a parent, one of our most constant concerns is the well-being of our children. From their first moments through schooling and into adulthood, we give our hearts and our minds into caring for them, loving them, helping them develop to their full potential. There are so many experiences we want them to have, and in parallel, we seek to protect our kids from things that we are worried about. I'm sure most parents would agree with me that being a parent is a lifetime gig. We shelter our kids as best we can, and then we learn to gradually let go as they make their own way in life. Every parent knows there are many challenges in raising a family and obstacles along the way that are constantly changing. And we second-guess ourselves. We ask ourselves, are we getting it right? Every generation has faced challenges, there's no doubt about that. But today we're navigating incredible challenges posed by social media and the online world. We face dangers as well as opportunities in that world. But these dangers and opportunities are ones that no generation before us has faced. And what's abundantly clear is that the online world is a world where the rules and mores of the cultures we've relied on for generations to guide us no longer apply. And as parents, we simply don't have the tools to keep our kids safe in this space. Yes, social media has been a part of our lives now for many years, but it's more omnipresent in our lives than ever, more addictive, more divisive, more harmful. The optimism of the noughties has made way for the harsh realities of the 2020s. I speak with parents who often tell me stories of children exposed to pornography through social media, primary school-aged children relentlessly bullied and tormented online, teenagers struggling with eating disorders being bombarded with dieting advice, spiralling declines in mental health, increases in suicide. And we're all now so familiar with these stories. One mother told me that her young family had travelled around Australia camping and engaging in nature. She and her husband worked hard, to instil the love of the natural world in their kids, to know and love the real rather than the virtual. And years later, she's now in utter disbelief that her teenager is addicted to social media. Another parent wrote to me saying she was, and I quote, crying out for my support for this ban on social media. I've heard from parents imploring me to support this bill to ban social media full stop, because they're living with the consequence of these harms to their children and scared for the future of our broader society. And I don't blame them. But I've also heard from parents saying the absolute opposite. I've heard from people worried that the government is interfering where it shouldn't, and from others begging me for government intervention. There truly is mixed feelings about this. But the reality is right now, parents and teachers are shouldering all the burden. While a child's online lives might be out of sight, they're certainly not out of mind. I think it's reasonable to say we feel helpless because we're up against the full weight of social media and the big corporate tech. But can we put the genie back in the bottle? Should we just accept this as the new world and keep trying to guide our kids and ourselves? Should we try to educate more? Do we cave to the cult of inevitability, that this is just way out of control, that anything we try to do to curb and control social media will not work? And we've heard in this chamber about the difficulties of implementation, about the questions. Will it work? The member for Hinkler has just expressed those reservations. I get it. I ask those questions too. Alongside that, for young people today, this online world is the only one they've known. They grow up seeing every adult around them with a mobile phone. Young people communicate with their friends and find entertainment across the internet. They organise meetups, sports trainings. Kids with niche interests find their tribe. And let's be clear that there are really true perceived benefits of social media. Yesterday, Project Rocket gave evidence to the last-minute Senate inquiry into the bill that gave voice to the under-16s who are not in the room to speak for social media, for whose social media has helped them figure out and become comfortable with their sense of self. Young people for whom social media has given them a voice when they might not otherwise feel like they do, or to find like-minded people they might not otherwise meet. And this is especially true for young people living in regional areas, for a person of colour or for queer kids. I really acknowledge this, and I've heard and considered the words of mental health experts who speak to this. But I would say that right now the benefits feel like they are not outweighing the harms. If they did, we would see social media companies creating safe online spaces, but that's not what we're seeing. Instead, we're seeing platforms where children experience addiction, distraction, alienation, polarisation. Interestingly, maybe others have read this, but earlier this year, The Guardian reported on parents working at large tech companies saying they did not trust that their industry would prioritise child safety without public regulatory pressure. That's pretty telling. You know, if you want to know who a good surgeon is, ask the theatre nurse. This is the world that children face. We know parents are doing their best, but they cannot protect their kids or change social media platforms on their own. So as legislators, as a parliament, we have to back in our parents, the parents of Australia. Which brings us to the bill today. The bill before us seeks to significantly limit children's access to social media. How should we tackle this problem? There's not a clear consensus on the right approach and whether a blanket ban is the right or best response for Australia. Deputy Speaker, as an independent member of the Parliament, every single bill that comes before me, I am forced to review it on its merits. But to be honest, this one is incredibly difficult to assess. The evidence base is complex to interpret, and the time to do so in this case is extremely rushed. Now, I acknowledge I knew this bill was coming, even though I only had it in my hands for a matter of days. So knowing that it was coming, I've sought to understand the views of my community, both for and against this vexing issue. I've heard and listened to the perspectives of people across my electorate. I've listened to my parliamentary colleagues. I've been briefed by the Minister and her department, and I've attended many briefings from other groups here in the Parliament. And importantly, I've spoken with young people who will be affected by this bill, and their voices really matter in this debate. The Online Safety Amendment Social Media Minimum Age Bill 2024 would require social media platforms to take reasonable steps to prevent children under the age of 16 from accessing their platform. The bill will do this by defining an age-restricted user, meaning an Australian child under the age of 16. The bill will also introduce a new definition for an age-restricted social media platform, which will be defined as a platform whose sole or significant purpose is to enable users to post material online and interact socially. The bill then introduces an obligation on providers of an age-restricted social media platform to take reasonable steps to prevent age-restricted users from having an account with the platform. The proposed model will include platforms such as Facebook, Instagram, TikTok and Snapchat. The government says it intends to prescribe rules that exclude messaging apps such as WhatsApp, online gaming platforms and services with the primary purpose of supporting the health and education of end users. And civil penalty provisions will enable fines of up to $50 million to apply to age-restricted platforms that fail to prevent children under 16 accessing their platforms. So that's what's in the bill, but there are many questions we still don't have answers to. For example, it's unclear how platforms will manage the existing users under 16. We don't know how the requirement to take reasonable steps will be assessed or defined. And my office has heard from many constituents concerned about how age verification will occur. Will all users be required to upload their identity documents? Will digital ID services be used or required? So I've raised these concerns with the Minister's office, and I understand the government intends to make amendments in the other place that will clarify that digital ID services will not be a mandatory part of online verification or assurance. However, the government's age assurance trial, meant to investigate best practice age assurance technology, hasn't even begun yet. Departmental officials tell me this trial will inform the government's rules for social media platforms, but we don't know what this will look like. There's also no certainty about how these bans will operate in practice, and a consensus that it won't be fully effective. And no matter how tightly designed, some young people will circumvent restrictions to access social media. Some will do this with parental approval and some without. Some will use VPNs. One constituent wrote to me concerned that a rush social media ban will result in underground sites filling the void. There will be zero transparency and zero control for parents or authorities. And this raises an important question. If we know there will be gaps, will teens who bypass restrictions be vulnerable to even greater harm? Will the benefits outweigh any negative consequences? And that is why the government must commit to robust, ongoing scrutiny of this bill's implementation. We must be alive to the impacts of this bill on children and on the wider population, both positive and negative, and be prepared to adapt as circumstances change and more evidence becomes available. We need to be a flexible respondent to this. It also raises the question of whether this policy, this blanket ban, is the best way to reduce the harms young people experience on social media. For example, if addictive algorithms are the main problem, could these be targeted or regulated in another way? If exposure to violent or abusive content is the main problem, how would we ensure young people see less of this content while remaining on platforms and enjoying the benefits that social media can provide if properly designed? These are important questions that have not been adequately addressed in the public sphere. Both the government and the opposition have been quick to call for a total ban because it's easy to communicate, it's decisive, it seems to be popular. But this doesn't mean it's the best or only solution to the problem. It's why we must consider this proposal alongside other key reforms, many that were put forward by the Joint Select Committee on Social Media and Australian Society. For example, I welcome the government's intention to legislate a statutory duty of care for online platforms to reduce harms for all Australians, a key recommendation of the inquiry. I agree with the Minister that we must move away from simply responding to harms and embrace systems-based prevention that require the big tech companies to design platforms that are safer for not only children but for us. It's why we must consider reforms that give users, young and old, more control over the sharing and use of their online data. And it's why we must prioritise reforms to the Privacy Act, something I've said time and time again. The social media ban for children cannot exist in a vacuum. Madam Deputy Speaker, unfortunately, the major parties seem disinclined to properly scrutinise this bill, and it appears likely to pass the House imminently. The Senate inquiry into this bill had just a single day for submissions and a single hearing yesterday of only a few hours. This is to our detriment. When bills are properly scrutinised, they're improved, and for such significant legislation, such profound trade-offs, there must be adequate scrutiny. And it's just another example where this government will seek to ram things through the Parliament when there's a political imperative. This bill is a bold step, and we don't have a full picture of what the unintended consequences may be, whether good or bad. And we must be vigilant as the social media ban is implemented, and we must be prepared to change course if necessary. But where I've landed is that there is a cause for intervention. We put in a limit on cigarettes and on drinking, but we continue to minimise harm, to educate, to inform. We know it hasn't fixed it completely in those cases, but it has reduced harm. We can protect children and continue to educate. I hope this bill will prompt more conversations at dinner tables and school gates across Australia. Conversations about online spaces, about finding our way in worlds physical and digital, about how we can make social media safer for all of us. Here in this place, we must continue to pursue reforms that require the social media companies to design better and safer platforms. And if we get that right, we will all benefit. Deputy Speaker, this has been one of the most difficult bills to make a decision on, and quite frankly, standing here right now, I could go either way, because there are strong arguments to be made for banning social media for under 16s through legislation, and there are strong arguments to be made for not doing that, for taking another course. But I go back to my fundamental public health training, where I have seen harm minimisation through legislative work of a government. And I think in this case, I know in this case, my decision is that I will support this bill, reluctantly, because we must start to act as a parliament to protect our children in the online spaces. I wish it had more scrutiny, I truly do, but that's where I land.
The question now is that the amendment moved by the Honourable Member for Goldsbane be agreed to, and I call the member for Curtin.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. This bill requires social media platforms to take reasonable steps to exclude people under 16 from creating accounts. Now, while I have concerns about the process, the risk to privacy, the unintended consequences and the bluntness of this tool, I recognise that there is significant community concern about kids and social media. I've consulted widely with my electorate, and the majority of people who engaged wanted a social media ban for children, so I will be supporting this bill. This bill introduces a new definition of an age-restricted social media platform whose sole or significant purpose is to enable users to post material online and interact socially with other users. The bill will attempt to force owners of newly defined age-restricted social media platforms to take reasonable steps to prevent people under 16 from having a user account. So kids under 16 can't establish an account on any of these platforms, but can still view the platforms while they are logged out. The bill includes an exclusion framework that exempts messaging apps such as WhatsApp, online gaming platforms and services with the primary purpose of supporting the health and education of end users. The onus will be on the platform to restrict under 16s. Platforms could face fines of nearly $50 million if they don't take reasonable steps. Now, I have some serious concerns about a number of aspects of the bill. Firstly, about the process the bill has gone through, or lack thereof. In what's becoming a bad habit for this government, we're seeing this pretty significant change being rushed through. The government tells us that they've consulted widely in drafting this bill, but here we are again, rushing through legislation that has barely been scrutinised. We on the crossbench first saw this legislation last week. There was a 3-hour committee inquiry yesterday. Stakeholders were given 3 days to provide submissions, and even so, 15,000 people managed to get submissions in. The committee report just dropped a day after the only hearing. Quite frankly, that's ridiculous. When asked why the rush, the government effectively said that they'd agreed with the opposition to do this before Christmas. We have no idea how or when the government and the opposition stitched up this deal, or why, to be honest. The process is awful. This legislation is a world first. There's no well-trodden path here, but we are rushing it through. The Joint Committee on Social Media and Australian Society sat for 6 months to produce a report this month on how social media is used in Australia. One of the specific terms of reference was for the committee to inquire into the use of age verification to protect Australian children from social media. In the report, there were contrasting views on whether making it safer for children means preventing them from accessing social media until they reach a certain age. The committee did not recommend a ban on access, instead recommending a single and overarching statutory duty of care onto digital platforms for the well-being of their Australian users. But despite this recommendation, the government is proceeding with a ban, and proceeding now, today. Despite there being 12 months before the legislation comes into effect, despite there being limited public scrutiny, despite there being limited clarity on how the ban will be enforced, this is my biggest concern. This is no way to make laws. When it comes to the ban itself, one of the big risks, and one of the reasons we need a proper inquiry, is that we might throw the baby out with the bathwater. Social media is arguably now a crucial form of modern communication and socialisation. We can't turn the clock back to the wholesome childhood I had in the 1980s, climbing trees, riding my bike with friends and watching the goodies. The world has changed. In October, more than 140 experts wrote an open letter to the Prime Minister, Anthony Albanese, in which they said a ban is too blunt an instrument to address risks effectively. The Australian Human Rights Commission has now added its voice to the opposition to the ban. I hear mixed reports about the positive mental health impact of social media. I've heard it said that for young people in crisis, social media can often be both the cause of trauma, but also the channel they use to seek help. There's no doubt young people can connect with communities beyond their immediate geographic world using social media, and this can help make them feel less alone. It's very challenging to balance this benefit against the harm we hear so much about. The bullying, the comparison against an ideal, the harmful content, the porn, eating disorder material, extremist views and predators. But we must acknowledge that it's not all bad, and young people will have fewer connection opportunities than they have now without access to social media. Another big concern is enforcement. It's not clear how this will be enforced, and this raises a number of risks. Firstly, that it's just not enforced and it doesn't work. Then, at best, it's a tool for parents to use, saying it's against the law, but kids can get around it. If this happens, it has some value to parents, but we have to be realistic about how much of a difference it will actually make. But if it is enforced through some sort of age verification process, these platforms have all our data. They already have a lot of data, but adding to that is problematic. There's no point going into the detail of the privacy issues here. Apparently, we need to wait and see what the age verification trial uncovers, so what will constitute reasonable steps to prevent young people creating an account remains to be seen. This is a pretty big gap in the legislation, and there's a good argument to postpone the legislation until we know what, if anything, actually works. Another significant concern is that a ban for under-16s lets the platforms off the hook when it comes to creating safe spaces. The committee report I mentioned refers to widespread agreement that a ban alone was not sufficient to curb harms on social media. A ban for under-16s may actually give the platforms licence to avoid other regulation. The government has said that while legislating an age limit might not be the perfect solution and should certainly not be the only solution, it would provide important breathing space for the implementation of long-term sustainable digital reforms. So it's important that this isn't the end of the story when it comes to regulating social media platforms. It's the Wild West out there. We could definitely be doing this in a more nuanced way if we took the time to examine it more closely, and many of my crossbench colleagues are proposing amendments to broaden the scope or focus of regulation, and I'll be backing those amendments. The EU is requiring social media platforms to do a risk assessment on any new features they add to an app. For example, TikTok added a feature in France and Spain which would encourage addictive behaviour. They failed to submit a risk assessment, so the European Commission banned the feature. Other options that I think should be considered in parallel with this blunt tool are regulating algorithms, legislating a duty of care and risk assessments, or making social media companies provide greater transparency and data so we can actually understand how algorithms work and decide if they're in the public interest. But, and it's a pretty big but, there is a strong desire from communities to see immediate protection for children. I'm a parent of teenagers, and I know that I rarely have a conversation with other parents of teenagers that doesn't involve us talking about the impacts of screens and social media on our kids. We are conducting a huge experiment on a whole generation, and it's raising serious concerns. We don't know how much is too much, whether we're turning our kids into zombies or depriving them of normal social interaction. As parents, we see growing mental health issues in teens, and you can't help thinking it's connected with the biggest change in the last generation, the ubiquity of smartphones and technology in every aspect of life. Even if it is a blunt tool, this ban should protect children and young people from cyberbullying, harmful content and online predators, as well as go some way to safeguarding their psychological and emotional well-being. Hopefully, it will give kids time to be kids offline. It will also protect their data from being harvested. No matter how and whether it is well enforced, it at least gives parents the ability to hold the line and tell their kids, you can't have social media because it's against the law. On balance, it seems that people in Curtin, or at least those who have engaged on the issue, largely support a ban. I conducted an online survey in Curtin some months ago with nearly 600 respondents, promoted through social media and also in the local Post newspaper. Now, this is obviously not the whole community, but these are the ones who've expressed an interest and a view. The key themes that came out of this survey were that protection of children is paramount, that there was broad support for a minimum age for social media use, there was broad support for legislation that covers emerging harms and technologies, and people felt that platforms should have a statutory duty of care. Specifically on the minimum age for social media use, 86% of respondents wanted a minimum age for social media. 45% of those wanted the age to be 16 years. This was by far the most popular minimum age in the survey. But only 57% said that they were willing to share their personal information. I also asked my youth advisory group about it, a group of Year 11s from across Curtin. And even with that group, there was a surprising level of support for a ban for under 16s. One youth advisory group member, Christian, pointed out that 16 is pretty old, the same as the age for sexual consent, and maybe a younger age would be better, or that it should be up to parents to regulate. All the young people I've spoken to thought that a duty of care and greater obligations on platforms to create safe spaces were a better option than a total ban. But Alice pointed out that social media and doom scrolling are a recent thing and that people have survived long before us without them. She pointed out that social media changes our whole way of living and communicating with each other, and it's sending us in the wrong direction. When I asked how a ban would have affected them when they were under 16, none of them were devastated at the idea. Oban said if none of his friends were using these platforms, it would have been fine. Isabella said she wouldn't have felt left out if her friends were also not allowed social media. Miles said he and his friends would have migrated to more direct communications platforms instead. And even my Year 11 work experience student, Alistair Watson, while arguing vigorously against the ban, admitted that he would probably have been better off without social media before he was 16. In the new year, I'll be working with my youth advisory group using an innovative technology platform to do broader community research into how young people think social media platforms should be regulated. I had planned to do that before this bill came up this week. And I will continue with that next February, even in light of this legislation, because there is so much more to do. In conclusion, we should continue to examine and evolve our regulatory approach to this rapidly changing but ubiquitous part of modern life. But I reluctantly concede that this ban for under-16s may be a useful first blunt tool. So despite my concern about the ridiculously rushed process, the risk to privacy if it's enforced or pointlessness if it's not enforced, and the need to do a lot more to create safe online spaces, I will be supporting this bill.
The question now is that the amendment moved by the Honourable Member for Goldstein be agreed to, and I call the Honourable Member for Wentworth.
Deputy Speaker, I rise to speak on the Online Safety Amendment Social Media Minimum Age Bill 2024. This bill seeks to address the significant challenges that social media has created for young people in Australia by setting a minimum age of 16 for platforms like TikTok, Snapchat and Instagram. The harms caused by social media are a big issue for my community, where I've spoken to countless parents, including many of my friends, who are deeply concerned about the impact that these platforms are having on their kids. And we're even seeing some of the innovation coming out of Wentworth because of these concerns, including the 36 months program, as well as WaitMate. Earlier this year, my office conducted a survey on online safety, and the results were striking. Around 9 in 10 respondents expressed concern about the impact of social media on young people, highlighting issues like online bullying, screen addiction, and exposure to harmful content. This bill seeks to respond to these concerns by requiring platforms to prevent under-16s from holding social media accounts and introducing strong penalties for platforms that fail to comply. Deputy Speaker, from eastern Sydney to every corner of Australia, parents are grappling with how to manage the impacts of children's and young people's social media use. Research by the eSafety Commissioner shows that 95% of caregivers report online safety as one of their toughest parenting challenges, and these concerns were echoed in my own community survey. In Wentworth, 83% of respondents identified online bullying as their top worry, citing the emotional harm caused by negative interactions online. And these fears are not unfounded. 44% of Australian young people reported a negative online experience in the 6 months to September 2020, and 15% reported receiving threats or abuse online. In addition to bullying, 81% of people in my community were concerned about social media addiction, where endless scrolling and notifications disrupt sleep, relationships and academic performance. Again, their fears are well-founded. Professor Wayne Warburton's research demonstrates that screen addiction is linked to changes in children's brains, affecting decision-making, empathy and impulse control. A further 78% of people told me they were worried about exposure to pornography and its impact on perceptions of relationships and consent. And again, this was an issue raised with me by the faith leaders of Wentworth, who I brought together in a group, and they talked about this being one of the big issues that is raised in their faith communities. One parent shared their story. When my kids got given iPads at their tech public school, this is when a lot of problems started. My son was 8 years old when he was exposed to porn after a kid in the school group chat posted a word, and he looked it up at his grandparents' house who didn't have the right internet controls. Needless to say, this had a devastating effect on our family. There were many other concerns shared with me. 75% were worried about content contributing to body image issues and eating disorders. 3/4 flagged concerns about harmful content directed at women, and 73% raised issues around violent and extreme content. My community experienced the consequences of the latter firsthand, following the tragedy at Bondi Junction earlier this year. In the aftermath of the stabbings, shocking videos of the attack circulated widely online, and parents I spoke to were horrified to find that much of this footage had been seen by their children on social media. It's clear that social media is not safe for young people and that the government does need to act. Deputy Speaker, before turning to the substance, I want to put on record my concerns with the process surrounding this bill, and it's been shambolic. It was introduced last Thursday and stakeholders were given 24 hours to submit to a Senate inquiry. This inquiry was due to report back in a few days, making it impossible for the committee to receive and consider sufficient evidence on this bill. As Digital Rights Watch said, Never before have we witnessed such a shocking display of misusing the committee inquiry process as a sham consultation for the purpose of box-ticking community engagement. This is not how you make good laws. It is instead of a proper inquiry, the government intends to pass the bill in just a couple of days. It's completely inadequate to assess the consequences of such a wide-ranging piece of legislation that in many ways is actually world-leading. Is there sufficient evidence that banning social media for under 16s will work? Have privacy considerations been properly taken into account? Are there unintended consequences, like limiting young people's access to peer support networks, especially in areas like mental health? Maybe, maybe not. We certainly will not know by the time this bill has been rammed through the House, and that is hugely concerning. Unfortunately, we have seen this rushed approach before. Last week, changes to electoral laws that entrenched the incumbency advantage of the major parties were rammed through this House without an inquiry, despite their far-reaching consequences. And while this has been rushed through for political expediency, bills which could have been brought to the Parliament and where we have a lot of community support and frankly more investigation have not been on the table, such as a ban on gambling advertising. Banning gambling ads is too complex, apparently. Yet we're meant to also believe that an unprecedented overhaul of how young people access social media is straightforward and to pass in less than a week. The inconsistency is striking. Deputy Speaker, turning to the substance of the bill, there is no doubt that an age limit is a blunt instrument. But if well designed, it could be part of a solution to reducing social media harm. And it reflects the concerns of my community, where 64% of respondents said they supported a social media ban for under 16s. Parents in Wentworth don't think social media platforms are safe for young people, and they want action. They want their kids to grow up playing outside with their friends, to learn and grow from real experiences, rather than being sharing everything through the medium of a screen. And I acknowledge that age limit is not a silver bullet, but I do think it provides, probably the most important thing it provides, is parents with a powerful reason to say no. It sets a new standard in our community, backing in mums and dads who are worried about their kids' mental health, well-being and self-confidence. As a mother of a 12-year-old whose friends have just started to get social media accounts, it will be helpful to avoid those, because I don't want my children to miss out, and so many parents are the same. But at the same time, I don't want my children to be on these platforms. And I know that that is a feeling that many parents share. The age limit has had the support of numerous experts, such as the 120 mental health clinicians and experts, led by Professor Jonathan Haidt, who joined together to call for a ban earlier this year. And when I speak to, and I think, one point that has been raised with me consistently, and I'll come back to again, is that this ban may not actually be effective. But still, I think the concern for most parents is to say, it gives me a reason to say no. I also think the ban could provide a useful and powerful push to social media companies to start to take greater action to self-regulate, because they have not taken the action that they could. And I think this ban should hopefully send them a message that sort of the unfettered development with lack of regard for the impact on individuals will have consequences. There are also some important nuances built into the legislation. Messaging platforms, crucial for making personal connections, are exempt from the new age limit, as are online gaming services which already have age classifications. Services that primarily support the health or education of end users will also be excluded. And an independent review is planned after 2 years to assess the bill's effectiveness. Deputy Speaker, while parts of this legislation are positive, we need broader action to address online harm and stronger incentives for social media companies to make their platforms safe. The bill acknowledges that social media is not safe for young people, but it does nothing to address the ongoing dangers posed to older teenagers and adults, or for those young people who inevitably will get on these platforms, even with a social media ban in place. It does not address the wide range of factors contributing to harm, such as design features such as infinite scrolls, algorithms and content amplification systems. And it is founded on the hope that age assurance technologies will prove to be accurate and appropriate, despite the government's own age assurance trial having not even finished yet. Deputy Speaker, as numerous experts have pointed out, to create a genuinely safe and empowering online environment for all Australians, we need a systems approach. One critical component of this is an overarching duty of care for social media platforms. This would hold them accountable for the harm that they cause and compel them to take preventative action. Alongside this duty of care, we also need much more transparency around the algorithms used to serve content to users. This transparency should be going hand in hand with end-user control obligations, such as giving people the ability to opt out of targeted advertising and reset their personal algorithms. These measures are included in the private member's bill tabled yesterday by the member for Goldstein, and I want to commend her for the work that she has done in the space, and I wish that the government had not rushed through this legislation without using this as an opportunity for these wider reforms at the same time, as well as education, which was identified by the young people in Wentworth I spoke to as being critical for online safety. Deputy Speaker, I want to note 4 other concerns with the bill, all of which should have been addressed as part of a proper committee inquiry. The first relates to the unintended consequences of a blanket ban. As mental health organisations like Reach Out, Beyond Blue and the Black Dog Institute highlighted in their recent joint letter, there can be beneficial impacts of social media for young people. Banning it altogether could prevent them from accessing important peer support networks, particularly in relation to health issues, and especially for communities that could be otherwise isolated in their geographical community. So I urge the government to work with these organisations to ensure the access to crucial services is not affected. The unintended consequences of a blanket ban could also mean that social media companies do not innovate in ways that are more responsible in terms of harm for young people. There is a world potentially where social media is available for young people but does not have the addictive and other qualities that make it so harmful. But a blanket ban means that we don't have those innovation opportunities there potentially, unless I think some changes made to this legislation. My second concern relates to privacy. Serious questions have been raised about how platforms will implement age assurance requirements, what data will be collected and how it will be stored or used. This could have significant implications, not just for children, but also for the adults who use the platforms. As the Tech Council noted in their submission to the Senate inquiry, the bill places a heavy onus on technology providers to verify age, which would need to be done for every user on the platform. The government has stated that the bill includes strict privacy controls and that any age assurance data will be swiftly deleted by the platform. I hope this is correct, but we are taking it on trust. My third concern relates to the new definition of social media and the use of legislative instruments. As the Digital Research Centre, Tech Council and others have noticed, this bill introduces a novel definition of social media, potentially adding to confusion in an already complex policy space. A huge amount of discretion is provided to the Minister to rule particular companies in or out of scope of the ban, causing confusion and uncertainty among technology companies. A few days ago, we heard that YouTube would be excluded from the ban. But what about Reddit or Strava or other platforms that emerge over time or perhaps evolve over time as well? Are these companies also going to be subject to the $50 million in fines that are applicable under this legislation? And will this inhibit innovation in the Australian tech sector, which is so important to us? And finally, the broader concern is whether this is actually going to work. There are challenges because of potential uses of VPNs, because of the evolution of platforms perhaps outside the ban. I can see a world where YouTube basically evolves to be TikTok, but without people being able to post. But will we end up with the same addictive qualities in a version of YouTube? That frankly means that TikTok is excluded, but YouTube it still creates those same social harms. When I spoke to my Youth Action Committee in Wentworth, when I spoke to groups of Year 5 and 6 students about this potential ban, as well as groups of Years 10 and 11 students about this ban, they all said, look, it's probably and possibly on balance a good idea. That was the overarching feeling, but a real concern that just isn't possible and it's just not practically going to work. And what we should be doing is really educating our young people and giving them the skills to manage social media. So I do still have those concerns, and I just don't know this is, frankly, ever going to work. Deputy Speaker, keeping kids safe online is one of the defining challenges of our time. My community wants to support the bill, but to the extent with it addresses challenges like online bullying, screen addiction and access to harmful content like pornography is still unclear. And for such a profound piece of legislation, the haste with which the government has rushed it through the Parliament, the lack of engagement that has been undertaken with affected stakeholders, and the unanswered questions that remain for many parliamentarians is alarming. Even if done right, an age limit for social media is a blunt instrument and certainly not a silver bullet. It may make some difference for parents, and I hope it does, but it is not the systems-based approach that we need to make social media safe for all. I urge the government to delay the passing of the bill, undertake further consultation, do this better, and if needs be, bring the Parliament back early in the new year so we can properly consider this unprecedented piece of legislation. I want to keep kids safe from harm, but we need to do this in a responsible way, and rushing through legislation like this is not the way.
The question is that the amendment moved by the Honourable Member for Goldstein be agreed to, and I call the Honourable Member for Bass.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, I want to begin by stating that I certainly believe that social media has had a corrosive effect on our children and indeed on our society. But it's fair to say that the genie is well and truly out of the bottle, and we are now having to find ways to restrain it, as stuffing it back in is not an option. The world has changed. The social media inquiry that has been referred to previously here today has demonstrated the immense harm that has been done to children by their interactions on this platform, or these platforms, and there is no doubt in my mind that we need to take steps to address that. And I've heard the many devastating testimonies from parents, and I acknowledge and honour their lived experience. I was supportive when the Leader of the Opposition stated that if elected we would take action on this issue in the first 100 days. And to be clear, I unequivocally believe that we need to do something to give parents some tools to address this challenge. But I assumed that would happen by the normal processes, allowing both public and parliamentary scrutiny, building a social licence, taking the community on the journey with us. Instead, I think what we've got here is a politically expedient solution. What we're being asked to decide today is whether the approach before us is the solution. In and of itself, I don't believe it is, or at least it isn't the whole solution. The wider point, though, is that the process has been so chaotic and so rushed that it's difficult to tell. So, to start, I'll focus on some concerns about the bill itself that I have. I'm concerned about the undermining of parental responsibility, and I don't want parents to see this bill as a solution to the problems we've heard about, because I don't believe it is. There is all manner of dark places online and many more that can be used for nefarious purposes that aren't captured in this bill. Gaming and messaging platforms are not safe spaces either. Like other aspects of parenting, you will still need to make choices and decisions about what your children do or don't do online. I don't want parents to have a false hope that this is the answer. I'm a parent of 5 children of varying ages, all of which have had various interactions in digital spaces. And like any parent, I'm aware of the challenges the digital world presents, in addition to some of the benefits. Like many parents, I utilise parental controls on devices to limit time and content, but this can be challenging, and I think more work can and should be done to educate and empower parents to use some of the tools that are already available. And as a parent, I'd value more education and information to help navigate it. This continues to be a rapidly evolving space, and as parents, part of the challenge is just keeping up with the changes and the pace of them. This has been exacerbated, as we've heard previously, by pandemic provisions that meant more people were interacting with the online world in ways that they never have before, and for extended periods of time. But as I saw a comment from Patrick McGorry, incidentally online yesterday, I agree that we make swimming pools safe for kids by teaching them to swim, providing lifeguards and limiting poor or dangerous behaviour. We don't crudely ban access. Rather than simply banning kids from selective platforms, more must be done to make platforms create a safer environment for kids, but also for everyone. I'm concerned that we've not had enough opportunity to hear from young people themselves. I note that the Minister said that part of the reason for the long implementation period is to allow for consultation with young people to occur. It's my view that that consultation should happen prior to the legislation being passed, so it can be considered. I'm concerned that due consideration has not been given as to how to manage the transition for children already on these platforms, particularly those who may be vulnerable, such as neurodiverse and LGBTIQ+ cohorts, or geographically or otherwise isolated kids. What, if any, supports may be afforded to manage this and not to create unintended mental health outcomes for these young people? Again, I note that the Minister talked of this bill having intersections with other portfolios and that there'll be policies to complement this bill across health, education, social services, mental health and the Attorney-General's Department. What are these policies? And of course I have some concerns for privacy. I do commend the member for Banks for his work both on this bill himself, but also in particularly in relation to those privacy concerns. And those concessions that have been secured have strengthened the provisions, apparently meaning that no one will be compelled to use digital ID or documents such as passports, and that other choices must be offered. But I'm still concerned. On the one hand, we're saying we don't trust the multi-trillion-dollar social media platforms to provide protections from harm for children, but we're being asked to take on trust that they will destroy personal information that they collect on the threat of a fine. Ultimately, my biggest objection to this bill is related to trust. We've seen a significant decline in trust in governments in recent years, and we've seen that play out recently with opposition to digital ID and the mis- and disinformation legislation. It's unfortunate that this bill follows so closely to the defeat of the misinformation bill, despite all the protestation and assurances to the contrary that this bill is not a Trojan horse of some kind. The fact remains that a significant number of people believe it is, and perception is important to establishing and maintaining trust. And that's where the rubber hits the road for me. The process that has led us to this point has been extremely inadequate. The social media inquiry that we've heard about, while extremely valuable and informative, was not in response to these draft laws, but a forerunner to them. The inquiry responding to the tabling of this bill was hastily opened and closed for submissions in 24 hours. Submissions were curtailed in length, and no genuine consideration or regard to them could possibly be completed in the couple of hours of inquiry. The bill came in here on Thursday. Our party rooms only considered them this morning, and yet the outcome was seemingly a fait accompli, with arrangements already in place to curtail debate in here and ram it through. No government speakers at all, and I had to fight to even deliver this speech. I reject the notion of urgency in pushing this through now. It doesn't come into effect for over a year, and by the government's own admission, there is a lot more work to do in that time. The Parliament matters. The work we do here matters because trust matters. Processes like this don't do anything to build trust and confidence in institutions and governments, and that matters. It matters because it directly compromises everything we might try to achieve with this bill and other bills. The less trust we have, the harder it will become to act in future, and I suspect there will be ongoing calls for further action in this space. The government has allowed itself to be goaded into acting with unseemly and unnecessary haste, and because it has support, it's happy to make it up on the run. I can't help but note the contrast between their approach to this complex, multifaceted challenge and their complete unwillingness to deal with the much more straightforward proposition of banning gambling advertising, which demonstrably causes equal harm in our community, with the perverse outcome that kids under 16 will still be subjected to saturation-level bombardment with gambling ads, captured by vested interests but now hiding behind the smoke and mirrors of protecting kids online. I've heard many times in here tonight that we can't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. But I do feel that that is a euphemism for we know this is not that great, but it's the best we've got at the moment. We don't even know if this approach is good yet, and the process has been wholly inadequate. It's easy to say, just let it go through to the keeper because we think it's a noble objective. But what about next time, when it's not? That is not what is expected of us as parliamentarians. I want to see work continue in this space. I want us to create safer spaces for all of us in this changed world. But if it is worth doing, it is worth doing properly, and that includes taking our community with us. My very strong preference would be for this bill to be deferred for proper scrutiny and consultation, as we've heard for other members here today. That would give an opportunity for that process to be corrected and to take more of our community along with us. But disappointingly, it is clear that there is no appetite for that. Because of that, I won't be supporting this bill under these circumstances. But I reiterate that this is an important space and it is something that we need to do something about, and I will continue to engage constructively on this issue. But I urge the government to give consideration to deferring this bill and giving it further due scrutiny so that it can assuage some of the concerns that some of us have had and expressed in here, and also so that we can do more work in taking our community along on this important journey. Thank you.
The question is that the amendment moved by the Honourable Member for Goldstein be agreed to, and I call the Honourable Member for Moncrieff.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. It's good to stand to speak on this bill because there are some in our community who are sceptical about this legislation, and as a Liberal I can understand why. And there have been many emails in my inbox from constituents with concerns, and I really would like to address those concerns. And I acknowledge those who sent emails about freedom of liberty, freedom of speech, overreach by the government and privacy or digital ID concerns in particular. And I very much respect their views on this bill. And so I want to address those first before talking about the what, the who's and the how's of this particular bill. So firstly, I just want to share one submission to Labor's very short 24-hour inquiry by my local priest in Surfers Paradise, who is also a member of my Moncrieff Community Cabinet, which is filled with community leaders and faith leaders. And so I thought it important that I read out his public submission that he also sent to me to my inbox. So I'll just quote him. I'm writing to express my profound opposition to the proposed online safety amendment, Social Media Minimum Age Bill 2024. This legislation, under the guise of protecting children, represents a troubling overreach of government authority, violates the sanctity of personal privacy, and undermines the freedoms that underpin a healthy and just society. My concern is rooted in a belief that government should protect liberties, not restrict them unnecessarily, and that the moral responsibility for guiding the young should lie with families and communities, not the state. As a priest, I believe it is the responsibility of families and communities, not the state, to guide children in their use of technology. And our role as a society should be to support and equip individuals to live with wisdom and freedom, not to impose authoritarian measures under the guise of safety. And so I want to reassure the priest and many others in the community that the Coalition has listened to your concerns, and we have been working with the Shadow Minister to work with the government to amend the bill in the Senate to make some very, very important changes. And I might just highlight too, for those who did send those messages to my officer's inbox, and I do read those, that there are also many more, in fact, emails in the inbox that support this bill, and no one more than those parents who want to help protect their children from online harm. And so the Coalition has negotiated some changes. We've significantly strengthened the planned legislation in at least two areas of concern. Firstly, in relation to privacy, I just want to outline that those privacy issues are really of utmost importance to us in the Coalition and many of our supporters. And that's why we've worked to strengthen this legislation. And this bill
prohibits platforms from using information collected for age assurance purposes for any other purpose unless explicitly agreed to by the individual. And once information has been used for age assurance, it must be destroyed unless the individual agrees to it being retained. Further to that, failure to delete information constitutes a breach of the Privacy Act, and the Office of the Australian Information Commissioner will also provide oversight of the privacy provisions related to this bill. So there will be new provisions stating that people cannot be compelled, and I'll repeat, new provisions that we have negotiated, stating that people cannot be compelled to provide digital ID or government-issued identity documents such as driver's licences or passports under this legislation. Now, also following our discussions with the government, changes will be made so that the Communications Minister will be able to make rules specifying actions that social media platforms are not required to take in order to comply with the legislation. Now, this will enable important ministerial oversight of the process by which the E-Safety Commissioner issues guidelines under the new laws, and that's very, very important, a bit of a safety net there for the E-Safety Commissioner, as the Minister will have oversight. And these are important changes which we believe, which the Coalition believes, and the Shadow Minister, that will strengthen this bill. Now, why do we need this bill to start with? And is this a seminal moment for our country? I'd like to talk about why Australian families need this bill and why Australian children under 16 need this bill. As lawmakers, we really must do what we can to keep our children safe. And as a grandmother of an 8-year-old, a 5-year-old, an 18-month-old and a 2-week-old, and another one coming in March, a proud grandmother, I couldn't sleep at night letting an opportunity pass where I could do something to keep those children and everybody else's children safe from online harm. We must do what we can. We come to this Parliament to protect our children, and that is our task, and this bill absolutely seeks to achieve that. If we as adults don't do all we can to bring the online environment in line with the real world, then we're failing to keep our future generations safe from harm. We know there's widespread concern and evidence about the severe mental health impact of social media on children. And we've seen disturbing global trends in youth mental health since the rise of social media, especially for girls. And I just want to outline a few things, some evidence. According to the Australian Institute of Health and Welfare, there has been more than a 3-fold increase in the rate of intentional self-harm, hospitalisations for girls under 14 from 2008 to 9 to 22-23. There's been large increases in the rate of mental health issues amongst children and young people. And as at 2022, there was an independent report on self-harm commissioned by Australia's TGA that noted very large increases in all intentional self-poisonings in older children, adolescents aged 10 to 19, this is very confronting, worldwide over the recent decade. And just finally, clinical psychologist Dr. Danielle Einstein told the Senate inquiry into the bill that any benefits of social media to mental health are far outweighed by the disadvantages. She said, "I do not see any benefits for mental health from social media. I've looked really hard at the evidence. And even if there were to be some, I think they are far outweighed by their disadvantage. But for mental health, I do not see any benefits." And so this legislation, I believe, and the Coalition believes, my colleagues believe, the member for Forrest believes, that it will not only provide protections for our young, but importantly, it will also arm parents with the laws to give them some help to set guardrails for their children. Guardrails so they can say no with confidence. No to harms, no to bullying, no to body shaming and eating disorders, no to inappropriate content, no to R-rated content, no to bullies, and no, especially, to predators. Those things that have pushed young people to the brink, to take their own lives because of what they've been exposed to online. It must stop. And I would just highlight who it was that led this debate. It was a man who has spent his entire adult life protecting women and children, particularly, from harm. And the opposition leader, Peter Dutton, has led the national debate on this social media age limit. And in June, the Coalition committed to implementing an age limit of 16. And our leader announced that a Coalition government would raise the age of social media access to 16 and said it would be at the top of his priority list for his first 100 days in office. Make no mistake, he has arm wrestled the government to this position. And it comes after the Coalition led the policy debate about the need for action around online safety, including our attempts to legislate an age verification scheme last November, and the introduction of the world-leading Online Safety Act by the Coalition in government. 5 months after the Leader of the Opposition announced support for setting an age limit for social media, the Prime Minister has now jumped on board. And this bill is designed to set an age limit of 16, which is to reduce the harms that social media is causing to young people. Now, the bill provides for a new, broader definition of social media companies, and that is age-restricted social media platforms, which will now capture Snapchat, as well as other major social media platforms such as TikTok, Facebook, Reddit, Instagram and X. But importantly, there will be a rule-making power for the Minister to exclude specific classes of services from the definition. What that means, in plain speak, is that there's a carve-out for messaging services and online games that many young people enjoy, including my grandchildren, and services which support health and education of users, which would include YouTube as well as WhatsApp, Messenger for Kids, Reach Outs, Peer Chat and Google Classroom. So this is not the end of the use of devices. This is simply a better option than doing nothing to keep our children safe online. And it requires relevant social media companies to take reasonable steps to prevent age-restricted users from having an account with a social media platform. And now penalties will apply. Failures to comply with the privacy provisions can result in fines of up to $50 million. That's got to hurt. And failures to take reasonable steps to identify underage users can result in fines of up to $49.5 million. And we know children will get around it, and some parents will get around it with their children, and that's the reality of laws and not complying with laws. People get around laws all the time. But it's better than the alternative because for the overwhelming majority of parents who want to protect their children from online harms, this bill will help you to help your children. And that's so very important. And as the party that believes in the strength of the family unit, this is a very important step for healthier families and for healthier young people who are suffering due to what they have been exposed to online. We must do this because it's the right thing to do. And the alternative, to do nothing, is simply not an option. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
The question is that the amendment moved by the Honourable Member for Goldstein be agreed to, and I call the Honourable Member for Fowler.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'll quote I use a quote from Aristotle's book of Politics, a phrase: "Man is by nature a social animal." We humans are inherently social creatures who thrive in communities, according to Aristotle. We look for our tribes to belong to. We get pulled to groups and people. Aristotle explores the idea that individuals cannot achieve their full potential in isolation, that social interactions are essential for a well-functioning society. Today, the internet technology, mobile devices and social media platforms have brought our social interactions and connectivity to a level never seen before. It's now quicker and easier to access information, find people anywhere, anytime. It has shrunk our world and brought us all so closely together virtually. Who would have thought that I could see and speak with my relatives in Vietnam living in a province 2 hours drive from Saigon or Ho Chi Minh City? My aunt's life and that of my relatives have certainly benefited from the convenience of accessing information, as well as being able to see them via Facebook Messenger. I'm able to see that their lives have been transformed, and it helps us stay connected. Technology has also helped online social capital development through connecting people, sharing information, building relationships, and promoting cooperation between communities and businesses, whether it's my local business or learning of a fundraising in another state or a social movement in other parts of the globe. Yes, we have heard of the increasing number of, the cause of causing mental harm. The social media is increasingly causing mental harm, especially among young people. It's addictive, even for us adults. But is it a government's role to intervene into a family's life? And legislating a ban for under 16 to access social media, is that the right move, even if it's the belief that it prevents bullying or harm to young people online? Like many members in this House, my office too has received inundated emails and messages via social media platforms as well, from parents and young children opposing to the government's proposed ban for under 16 to social media. I would like to read from a constituent who took his time to write a very detailed message to me. This is his message. Unfortunately, social media ban is like a blank cheque for the government. It will only push children to other platforms like Discord, which is not part of the ban. Unfortunately, I believe that the government is using this as a Trojan horse to require verification of every Australian on social media, and that's why it's targeting that. Bullying doesn't happen necessarily in a way you think. Blocking private, restricted accounts, etc. actually are already in use. Good example is Instagram. Bullying is happening via chat programs, mostly Discord. Discord is actually a platform for young people to chat online, so if people don't know that. Schools have intervened when students or parents report the bullying, and it's dealt with that way. Some report it to the police. It gets dealt with. Bullying would not be stopped with this bill. It will just migrate somewhere else. The other aspect is the algorithm of social media giants that program your death scroll feed. Is this damaging? Yes. Should there be transparency? Yes. But the ban does not solve that. You are only delaying the time before they are exposed to it. It's best to educate children on the problems of the death scrolling on their attention span, to recognise themselves when they find themselves doing it. But children aren't the only people impacted, adults as well. The positive side is children talk about what they're seeing and have conversations about it, sharing their feelings and thoughts. I have a 15 and 12-year-old boys. Both use social media differently. They were forced onto this platform quite quickly in the pandemic. This is where the popularity of Discord exploded. I use it, my missus uses it for university. We connect, study, game, chat, hold social gatherings, discuss topics, and even counsel each other. Pulling the plug could actually lead to harm. Anyone that cannot freely express themselves, reach out to someone could lead to isolation. We are then shifting the problem once more. The way to deal with bullying and algorithm is transparency. A great example is TikTok. Compare China's TikTok versus the rest of the Western world. One is like a children's classroom, the other can be like a cesspool. Interesting thing I have noticed is over time, children are rejecting and pushing back on what they are seeing. The gender ideology was very pervasive and after about 1.5 years, it has slowly been overcome with a new, more healthy culture, where children have memed it out of existence, creation of cryptic terms that negate and need importance of it, and to no longer bring it even into focus anymore. Whilst it's still being pushed, it is retracting quite a lot. I believe this is because also that adults are pushing back on the ideology and whether or not we should even provide it airtime for children, and like in many other countries, not entertaining any drastic decisions until they are mature adults. He continues, we need to evolve our programs rather than devolve into a nanny state that creates dependence that cannot be socially responsible in society. Some hearts in government are in the right place, but unfortunately it's not going to improve our children's resilience, nor prepare them for the future. Creating social culture using social media, celebrating excellence and bettering yourself will drive the right behaviours. Children will put down their devices to study when they are encouraged to do better for themselves. Motivation is sometimes a problem, and escapism is occurring on social media. Culture of helping and motivating others is what needs to be taught, and this is how we can transform social media at the roots. Children do not watch the news anymore, he said. He continues, they have absolutely no interest. They are only interested in culture now, and really we should be focused on this and not a ban. To John's point, I mean, we have become so reliant on our devices and by default on social media. We're now so dependent on it. Even my husband and my son, who are constantly scrolling on their phone at home because he's got a social media business, or renewable online, so he has to make sure he's connected to his clients, and they're checking constantly their website, servicing their clients across the country. So when they're not checking their business, they're either browsing the web, play games, or chatting to colleagues and friends. Sometimes I too feel very exasperated because they're on their devices constantly. But we do have a rule in place, and put a rule in place that when we're together as a family, the phone is put aside. Another rule is that when we go to bed, the phone is outside the bedroom. We've got no devices in our bedroom, not even a TV. So as a parent, I had a conversation with my son and husband on how we manage our time on social media. I don't want the government to tell me how to run my household. Why would a parent trust the government to do better at managing their lives? Last week, I spoke on the government's intention to introduce the Misinformation and Disinformation Bill, or the MAD Bill, as the acronym stands, represents. As we know, the government has now dropped the bill, with the Senate not willing to pass it. The intention of the MAD Bill, or the Misinformation and Disinformation Bill, was to introduce the social media platforms take responsibility for the content that gets posted, and that these platforms would do all it can to ensure that it's responsible for the content that gets shared. Trust is a foundation for any type of relationships. It's a fundamental component in forming relationships of any kind. We engage with social media content because we can trust the content. We listen to it, we watch it, but once that trust is broken, we then move to find another more trustworthy content. So I understand that we're all trying to grasp the growth of social media and trying to find ways to navigate this new beast that we all have come to depend on and at times despise. This bill has long been anticipated because the government has spoken about it so often in the media. It is therefore very disappointing yet again that the House of Representatives has been given just a few days over the weekend to scrutinise this bill. This gives us none of us sufficient time to consult with stakeholders or our constituents whose views we are obliged to canvass. It is our constituents whom we ultimately represent, and I think that the government has forgotten that. If they did ask their constituents, they might find out what I have. I have never had a single person approach me anywhere telling me that they wanted under-16s banned from social media. Neither did I have anyone asking me for a misinformation bill. I have, however, been inundated at my electorate, as I mentioned, in Fowler, by emails and phone calls from concerned residents about misinformation bill, the digital ID bill, and the anticipation of this online safety amendment bill. As you can sense, I'm going to oppose this legislation just like I was with the now doomed misinformation bill. My main reason for opposing this bill is because I have firmly believed that they erode personal responsibility, undermine parents, restrict freedom of expression, and may inadvertently do more harm than good. I would like to know what research has been done with regards to the effect that this bill will have on families. Replacing the fundamental discretion and responsibility of parents with laws must surely impact the functionality of Australian families. When it comes to individual responsibility, history tells us that once government takes over what was up till now an individual choice, it is seldom reversed and never empowering. I know that all members in this House are deeply and genuinely concerned about the scourge of bullying. I know that we're all being shocked and deeply moved by the reports of suicides and self-harm of children. But bullying between children is not a new phenomenon. In fact, cutting children off from social media may well remove a vital source of help for them. Many government and charitable organisations have a presence on these platforms that children can safely access. The social media platforms affected by this bill are places where young people benefit from positive interaction while gaming and sending messages, for example, as they learn how to operate in the world. And we have also been approached by children, organisations, as well as academics who have opposed this bill because they felt that there was not given sufficient time, and they know that the social media, it provides children with a place for them to connect with their peers. So I think that this bill is misplaced in terms of interfering with the rights and responsibilities of parents and guardians. I think the bill seeks to avoid a problem by attacking a symptom. Can we not learn from the experience of others? Child Fund Australia have told me that 10 other countries have tried age-related bans, and each one has failed. Under 16s have always found ways around the restrictions, and this has made children less safe because they often end up in darker and less exposed areas of the internet. These are places where predators and scammers are most dangerous. And we have to remember children are very creative and also resilient. Give them that credit. I must admit to finding it very difficult to suspend my suspicions that the MAD bill and the online safety amendment bill and the digital ID legislation are not connected somehow. And I know that I'm not alone in this suspicion. Deputy Speaker, I believe parents and families are best to form and apply the rules. It may not be perfect, but it is better than the alternative. For this reason, I will not be supporting the bill. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
So the question is that the amendment moved by the Honourable Member for Goldstein be agreed to. I give the call to the Member for Forrest.
Thank you, Deputy Speakers. Now, I do have some serious concerns with the government's process and the rush nature of this bill. But I want to talk about some of the dreadful harms that I know children have been and are being exposed to online through social media. And I do believe that the online platforms could have and should have been doing much more over the years to help keep our children and young people safe online. I believe they've always had the capacity to do so, but have chosen not to do so. Now, early in my time as an MP, I was a member of the Communications Committee, which did a report into cyber safety and young people. I realised from that survey just what they were dealing with online and how much risk they were exposed to. I developed a set of overheads and was encouraged by the Harvey Business and Professional Women's Group to offer it to our local primary school, and that was the start. And as many people as we see in this chamber today, I have delivered hundreds of cyber safety sessions to school children from pre-primary through to high school. And in this time, in all these years, 14 or so years, I have seen a serious decline in the mental health and well-being of our young people. And I've provided parent sessions for those parents who were interested along the way. Now, this was all aimed at helping children to stay safe online and to know where to go to get help, and mostly through encouraging families to get involved from the day the first device is given to their child. A number of schools in my electorate have asked me to come in each year, or when there was a particular problem in their schools caused by online behaviour or the constantly evolving risks with certain games, apps and sites. I want to thank the schools and the parents who've come along to these sessions, and over the years a number of teachers who've quietly said that you have saved lives today. Principals and teachers will welcome the age restriction. In one instance, one of the principals that I was dealing with, who had massive problems in his school, asked me to give him a enlarged copy of the age verification, the age that children are meant to be on some of these social media sites, games and apps. And he held it up at a school assembly and said to the parents, if your children have any issues in relation to any of these, this is the age they're meant to be online, and this is something for you to deal with. If they are online, they're not old enough to be online using those games, apps, sites, social media, and it is up to you to deal with. I hope that this legislation may help people say no, parents say no. When you look at the top 5 social media services being used, for kids, it's 80% YouTube. This is from the E-Safety Commissioner some time ago. 86% of teens. Facebook, 26% of kids, 75% of teens. Snapchat, 26% of kids, 67% of teens. Instagram, 24% kids and 70% of teens. Now, when I've been talking to the parents and the children, there are some things that this legislation certainly will deal with. One is Instagram, and for some people who aren't aware, the GPS coordinates are embedded in the photos, and this is something that is and has been unsuitable for anyone under the age of 13. Snapchat, that photo sharing app that was supposed to only leave your photos there for a few seconds and then they would disappear. Well, I had so many young people in my electorate who actually thought they could send naked and semi-naked photos and no one would know. This, of course, became the sexting app of choice. And there was a Snap Map that then allowed others to see that young person's location. It was called a Snap Map that allowed people on Snapchat to follow these kids. And I would say to the kids and to the parents, the only people who should be tracking and mapping your children, if you choose to, is yourself as a parent. No one else should be tracking or mapping your children. But that is happening on so many games, social medias and other apps. And I encourage parents to make sure that you're aware of which of these can actually track and map your children. And the same with TikTok. This in the way that young people are using TikTok. It was intended for users over 16, but it actually didn't ask for an age at all. So young people definitely were sharing very provocative information. So what have been some of the experiences that those young people, the countless young people, have raised with me over these past years? Relentless, appalling cyberbullying 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. You cannot get away from it. Abusive texts and emails, hurtful messages, images or videos, imitating others online, excluding others online, humiliating others and nasty gossip on social media platforms. The unwanted contact and online grooming of adults wanting sex from a child. Literally adults grooming children for sex in this space. There is no doubt it is a pedophile's paradise. The constant pressure for young people to send naked photos, followed up by sextortion and image-based abuse. And you wonder why we've seen so much self-harm and attempted suicide in young people. I had an 8-year-old on Facebook and I asked him how many friends, because I couldn't believe they were allowed to be on Facebook, they were only 8. Well, he had 250 friends. I said, how do you know who they are? He said, because they send me a photo. I said, how do you know it's their photo? And he said, just because they sent it to me. Had no idea about the number of people who had multiple profiles on Facebook. And then we saw the instance of the young girl who was on Facebook and she was asked to send a photo. Well, she had to a particular person that she thought was young like her. So she had geotagging, location services turned on at that time. And of course that allowed tracking and mapping of that young girl. And grooming, same thing. And it didn't take long before that young lady was sexually assaulted as she walked to school. Fortunately, she was able to give a very good facial description of the individual and the police caught up with him quite quickly. So because she had locations as services turned on at that time on her phone, They decided that they'd better go and check her home and found an extraordinary amount of his DNA in her home. And then, of course, she'd worked part-time at Red Rooster. So they decided to go and check the CCTV cameras and found that he'd been stalking her there for some time as well. Shocking. So this is what's going on. So we've seen, I've dealt with young girls from the ages of 9 to 11 who are being groomed online for sex by adults. And we also know, the last time I spoke with the Australian Federal Police, that we now have 4-year-olds who are uploading totally inappropriate images and content. 3 questions they get asked, and it's very easy to get these young people who are very good with these devices. And we've seen, I've dealt with impersonation, that quiet child with another group of young people who think it's fun on one of these social media, with social media, to actually pretend to be someone who cares so deeply about this young person. Send them messages, get them to engage, get them to trust. And then there's a group of other young people laughing about what they're doing to this young person. Can you imagine what happens to that young person when they find out that they were being set up and others thought it was the biggest joke? That is in part what's happening. And we saw the dreadful circumstances of Carly Ryan, and we've dealt with that with Carly's Law. However, we cannot ignore how adults use these sorts of social media sites to contact and groom young people, and what the ultimate outcome of that was. Carly was murdered, as we know, on a beach in South Australia. So, this bill will capture Snapchat, TikTok, Facebook, Reddit, Instagram and X. But I want to warn parents, please don't think that this is going to fix all of the issues your children are dealing with online. You know, I've had a group of young people in my electorate who came to me about 18 months ago. They were dreadfully worried in their school. They were 16, 17-year-old kids, young people, and they were dreadfully worried about 9-year-olds they were aware of in their school who were live streaming male sex acts. And if you think these young people don't have access to pornography, think again. So I hope that this particular legislation will actually give parents more encouragement to say no, but to get involved. I note that Discord is not included, and that, of course, is how people chat online when they're gaming. I also know that there are a lot of young people being bullied just as badly and asked questions that they shouldn't be being asked. You are so great at this game, you must be at least 15. This is a combat game. You must be a boy because you're so good at it. And when we're in the zone and we're playing this game and we're talking, that we answer those questions. No, I'm 9 and I'm a girl. 2 questions, got what they wanted. Yep. So, I know that the school principals that I deal with, so many of them who are spending so much of their time in their school dealing with these issues that arise overnight from what's going on social media. And I know that from one school principal, I said to him, what is the number one issue for what he had at that time was 99 year 12s. And he held up the phone and he said they're just not sleeping enough because they don't put the phone into ghost mode or turn off the alerts, and these young people are spending all night in this space. So I've said to some parents, and I know there are some schools looking at whether they provide phones for their children that allow perhaps 2 things. One, messaging, so that young people can still stay in touch with each other and with the people that matter. And the second capacity of that phone is to make phone calls to whomever they need, whenever they need it. So can I ask each parent, please get involved with what your children are doing from the time you give that very first device that is connected to the internet. Young people need to develop their critical thinking and their digital literacy. And in spite of these laws, parents will need to know what their children are doing online. And some years ago, after I'd been into a school I was talking to, actually at that time, they were around 15 years of age. And I talked about what they were facing, what the risks were with all the different games, apps, sites, social media that I do. Anyway, I went to my local supermarket, perhaps 2 months later, and there was a young girl on the checkout. She was one of the young girls who was actually in one of those sessions. And she said, "Hey, Nola, that was, I enjoyed the session we did with you." And I said, because I often ask these young people, has it helped you? The last question I ask is, has anything that I've given you today helped you to be safe online? Will it help you with what you're doing and dealing with? And just about all the hands go up, which is fabulous. But I ask 3 questions to these. I do a silent survey, and I ask them, how many of you have been badly bullied online in a way that's affected your life? And every class, the hands go up. Not all of them, but some of them. A second question, how many of you can and do talk to mum and dad about what's going on online? Some hands go up. Third question, how many of you have ever been to meet someone in person, somewhere away from your home, that you've only first met online? In all these years, perhaps on one hand, less than one hand, the number of classes where children from very young age through to the end of high school, where there hasn't been a class where the children, some of the children in each of those classes has put their hand up to say yes. So if I had any incentive to do what I've done, over these years, these hundreds of cyber safety presentations, in part it was that. To stop these young people from being at risk in this way. There is no question they're at risk. And that young girl in the supermarket who said to me, you know, me and my friends decided after you spoke that we would get off social media and we would just talk to each other. I said, gee, that's not something at the time that I said to do. I said, how's that worked for you? She said, well, we can't wait to get to school to talk to each other because we're not on social media. We're not putting up with what's going on in our lives that's causing everybody to carry on like they are. We get to talk to each other and we have a great time together. So we want our young people to be safe and to be able to enjoy their lives the best way they can. Deputy Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I'm so sorry. But with the experience that I have had, I've worked hard to help these young people stay safe. That's what this is about.
Well done. The original question was that this bill be now read a second time, to which the honourable member for North Sydney moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. Subsequent amendments have been moved by honourable members. The immediate question is that the amendment moved by the honourable member for Goldstein be agreed to. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the noes have it. The question now is that the amendment moved by the honourable member for Warringah be agreed to. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the noes have it. The question now is that the amendment moved by the honourable member for McKellar be agreed to. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the noes have it. The question now is that the amendment moved by the honourable member for North Sydney be agreed to. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the noes have it. I call the Assistant Minister.
Thank you, Speaker. I move that debate on this bill be adjourned and made an order for the day for a later sitting.
The question is that the debate be adjourned and the resumption of the debate be made an order of the day for the next sitting. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. In accordance with the resolution agreed to on Monday, 25 November 2024, the House stands adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow.
vote together, Michael.
Movers.
I didn't get an invite to the NATS party. I'm assuming you did.